You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99, WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off Fournette. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield, and that is Hilton again. First and goal. Ebron, what a year for him. Eric Ebron, touchdown Colts.
Slant, caught, touchdown. Marquise Lee, and he punched the ball into the stands.
Deep, and he's got it. Keelan Cole, touchdown Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's The Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com/Braves Country.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Radio, number 1. Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Radio, number 1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. MRI confirmed New York Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers has torn his Achilles tendon in Monday night's win over the Buffalo Bills. Coach Rob Saleh painted a grim picture after the game, saying they suspected a significant injury. Quote, "It's not good." Rodgers, 39 years old, former 4-time MVP, went down on the Jets' 4th snap of the game when he tried to spin out of the pocket off of defensive end Leonard Floyd. The Jets will move forward with Zach Wilson as their starter. Saleh said, quote, "Yeah, he'll be the guy." They also have journeyman Tim Boyle on the practice squad. Rodgers' injury also will impact the 2024 draft. The 2nd-round pick that goes to the Green Bay Packers for Rodgers' trade would become a 1st-round pick if Rodgers had played 65% of the snaps this season. Full slate of games of Major League Baseball on Tuesday. Got some makeup games with the Red Sox and Yankees being rained out yesterday. We'll keep you up to date with all of that, along with Royals and White Sox playing their game at 4:40. Big one tonight, 6:40 Eastern, Braves, Phillies. Max Fried versus Zach Wheeler. Braves and Phillies split the doubleheader of the first 2 games of this series. Game 3 is Max Fried. Game 4 tomorrow night is Spencer Strider. We'll have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves right here on Braves Country HD. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Subscribe and like today. Other games of interest around Major League Baseball. Orioles host the Cardinals. Wainwright versus Means. John Means making his long-awaited debut. This is Tommy John a year and a half ago. Reds and Tigers, 6:40. Williamson on the bump for Cincinnati. Rangers are at the Blue Jays. Max Scherzer versus Ryu. And the Diamondbacks are at the Mets. Nelson for the Snakes. While the Yankees and Red Sox, second part of their doubleheader tonight, 7:10. Rodon versus Crawford. Brewers host the Marlins at 7:40. Rays are at the Twins, 7:40 as well. The Astros host the A's, 8:10. Verlander on the hill. Cubs are at the Rockies tonight with Assad versus Flexen. The Mariners host the Angels. Woo versus Sandoval. Giants host the Guardians 9:45. Manaea versus Quantrell, and the Dodgers will host the Padres 10:10 first pitch. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Armor Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pub cup. Really? This is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
Listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on youtube.com/at Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee. I don't know much, but I know one thing. Actually, I don't. What the hell did Jets going to do? Gosh darn it! They ruined my Super Bowl pick.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? So one of the things that jumps off at me immediately with this whole thing with Aaron Rodgers, and we're going to get more into it as we go along in the show. Do you realize how many primetime games they had the Jets and Aaron Rodgers ready to roll with? What the hell do they do with that? They're already looking for flex options. Anyways, let's go ahead and we're going to talk a lot of on Tuesdays going forward. We have changed our platform a little bit on Tuesdays because of fantasy football, because of how important it is to know what to do Tuesday night as you go to make pickups on Wednesday morning. We are going to be doing the fantasy football on Tuesday after we do Braves Country, heading into Joey coming up at 4. So with no further ado, let's dive into Braves Country because we got a little time to do a lot.
You're in Braves Country.
All right. Nothing's more distracting when you look at one of the monitors, because I always have a couple of monitors going to make sure I know what's going on in the world of sports. And I look up and I about have a damn seizure because one of my monitors, it was one of the ESPN channels. The video was literally just shaking left and right. I was like, what the hell, man? You talk about throwing you off. And, man, it's doing it again. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know if that guy's trying a new dance or whatever. But anyways, we'll talk about some of the nonsense that they have been saying is an option for the Jets. It's not, but we'll talk about it. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into Braves Country and the Atlanta Braves. Big news today. If you missed it, you might have missed it, kind of slid under the radar. We have been asked about this I don't know how many times, and mum has been the damn word, I mean forever. They won't even give you any idea. It's gotten to the point where they must have been strong-armed the spineless Braves media because they quit asking the question. But we got news today. Jesse Chavez begins a rehabilitation assignment tonight with the AAA Gwinnett, which means he should be back sometime next week. Best case scenario. They may stretch him out for a little bit and have him come back the following week, but within the next few weeks, which honestly plays in perfectly. And I always thought they were trying to save his arm. But then it got to the point when you're sitting there going, all right, there's a difference between saving his arm and flat out going, I don't know if he's pitching again this year, but evidently they've been saving his arm. And remember, he had the comebacker off the mound, months ago. And they, at the time, do you remember at the time they said that, well, he probably could have avoided the IL, but we didn't want to go that long without an extra relief pitcher, so we went ahead and put him on. This was right before the All-Star break, shortly before the All-Star break. And then we started playing it out in our head going, well, they're probably going to wait till after the All-Star break to bring him back. And then you're looking at, all right, well, maybe early August, maybe they're taking him time. And then I hear early August that he's walking around the clubhouse with a damn cane. And I'm like, wait a minute. Why is nobody in the Braves media growing a spine and saying, yo, what's going on? Anyways, they finally released the information. Jesse Chavez, we know what we deal with when you talk about the Braves media. I'm sorry, but there's one guy in that entire Braves media that I respect the cojones, and even he's not very aggressive. The rest of them are just basically road bumps. And it really is. It's irritating as a fan when you watch this. Even some of their and these aren't even Brave sponsored channels, but I'm talking about even some of the junk that you get from the YouTube and Facebook and whatnot. They're all just falling in line because they're all trying to suck up because they hope one day to be sitting there getting spoon fed. I can't do that. I'm, as a fan, want to know what the hell's going on. And things like when Snicker makes bad decisions, we want someone to go, yo, what the hell, man? Instead, well, they just look at them. They got the best record in baseball. That's not what we want. It's not what fans want. It must be nice being a fan of a team in the other markets where you've got so many sports writers that they come after you, right? But in the Atlanta sports market, especially with the Braves, and just in general, and this is like this in a lot of the smaller southern towns. I've seen it in Nashville. I've seen it in Jacksonville. They're not comfortable with standing their ground because they're afraid they're going to get boxed out. That's what it really comes down to. Whereas in your larger markets, they'll come after you because they're looking at us. Look, there's so many outlets giving you the information about about the Mets, the Jets, the Yankees, the Giants, you name it, the Rangers, the Islanders, that they have to compete to be able to bring you different coverage. But in the smaller markets, they're okay with just kind of status quo. But the Braves will get Jesse Chavez back shortly, it looks like. Kyle Wright, you hit that real quick. Kyle Wright, I mentioned it when it first started, and it unfolded the way we kind of thought it might. He needed at least one more start down on the farm. And it was funny because after he gives the start, then one of the writers, they said it tongue-in-cheek, but they didn't really come after the Braves, but they said after getting blown up, essentially, maybe he needed more work down in Gwinnett. Of course he did. He was terrible down in Gwinnett. When you're out 4 months, you're not just looking to build up innings and build up stamina. You are looking for someone to go out there and pitch competitive games. And if you're going to do this with Kyle Wright, why didn't you set it up where he went up against the Pirates and give win-ins against Philadelphia? At least you give yourself a fighting chance. Anyways, the Braves do split the doubleheader. So you don't hate what happened yesterday, but it was irritating because my biggest concern with Kyle Wright is the guy is still fragile mentally. Remember, it was just a couple of years ago that we didn't know if Kyle Wright would ever be an Atlanta Brave ever again. And then he had the big showing in 2021 in the playoffs. Out of nowhere, they pull him up. He looked great, but no one still believed in him going into 22. Then he had the phenomenal 22. Then he comes out in 23, looks terrible. Then he goes on the IL after a month. And you're just wondering, are you gonna cause issues? Are you gonna cause issues if you send him out there and he doesn't have success? Now, hopefully his next time out, I would hope it would be Sunday. For the love of God, don't make it against the Phillies again. I mean, you're not doing him any service if you do that. I would like to see him pitch again Sunday or Saturday, either one, against the Marlins, because first of all, he gets a different opponent. Second of all, the Marlins offense is not the Phillies offense. But I don't want his first two starts to be back-to-back against Philadelphia. Back-to-back against anybody, but much less one of the top 8 offenses in baseball. They're not quite as dynamic as they were last year, but they're still pretty darn good. Tonight, we got Max Fried on the hill. We've got Wheeler on the hill. As far as that game is concerned, 6:40 first pitch, and we'll go through all the lineups and whatnot. It looks like that the Phillies, by the way, they're going with Schwarber at DH tonight, and they're not going with him out in left field. They were fortunate. He actually made a couple of plays, but he's terrible defensively. He made a couple of plays, and then he made one play that you're looking like, you're seeing him out there, you're like, my God, dude, I've played restaurant league slow pitch softball with guys more athletic than this guy. But with the lefty on the mound, Max Fried, they're going with Pache out in left field. So if you look at it realistically, they've got a pretty darn good defensive outfield out there tonight. They're doing that because Wheeler normally shuts the Braves down. He normally pitches them very, very tough. And so with that being said, you can't really go out here and expect a high-scoring game. So Philadelphia is looking at it logically saying, look, we need to have our best defensive team out there right now. Now, they didn't put Stott in there because he's the lefty and he would struggle against Max Fried, but they did put Sosa at second base. That could be the one hole. But Sosa's at second base because he's 2 for 7 lifetime against Fried. As far as guys who have banged the ball hard against Max Fried, here are some guys to keep an eye out, and it's a list. Trey Turner, 13 of 32 with a home run, 2 RBIs, 406 average. Alec Boehm, 5 of 18, not great, not terrible, about solid. No home runs, 3 RBIs, 5 strikeouts. Bryce Harper, 9 for 29, a 310 average, but 2 home runs. JT Realmuto, 342 average against some 3 home runs, 9 RBI. And here's the one. Good night, Irene. Nick Castellanos, 636 average against him. Now, he doesn't have any home runs, so it appears that most of his hits that he's gotten, and I looked at his OPS, it looks like a lot of them are singles, but still, it's going to be tough sledding. And as far as the Braves going up against Zach Wheeler, he has been dominant against the Braves. He has pitched really well, and it's really strange. And of course, maybe it's got something to do with the fact that the man's from Smyrna, Georgia. I don't know. But he can go out and have bad outings, and he's actually pitched pretty well recently, but he can go out and have bad outings and still go out there and mow down the Braves. It really is dumbfounding. He did it back in late May, where he had really been scuffling to start the year. Then he goes out in Atlanta and fires 8 scoreless innings, 12 strikeouts. I think a lot of y'all would remember that one. It was a Saturday afternoon game. We did the game, but I think you would remember the fact that we were expecting to be able to get to him finally, and he just absolutely dominated that game. I mean, absolutely dominated the game. They ended up winning the game 2-1. It was a game where Charlie Morton pitched really well in his own right. Charlie Morton went 5 1/3 and only gave up 2 runs, but those 2 runs were enough. And in fact, the only run we scored off of Zach Wheeler was a home run by Sean Murphy off of Kimbrel in the bottom of the 9th inning. If you remember that, we were down 2-0. He came up in a home run, but Kimbrel ended up closing the door. So it's going to be a tough one tonight. This is the one that I've been worried about the most in the series, along with, obviously, when you the second part of a doubleheader and you got a guy pitched in 4 months. But Zach Wheeler tonight, the game itself, what are the odds in the game itself? Well, the Braves are minus 125. I think that's a little, I would not touch that. But the Braves are minus 125 and the over-under is 8.5. I actually think the over-under is pretty high. I think you're going to get a game. Now, I'll never pick the Braves to lose. I think you're going to get a very low-scoring game. Zach Wheeler is beyond dominant. Their bullpen, the back of their bullpen, pretty much intact. They had to use Kimbrel last night, but there's no reason why he can't go back-to-back nights. So give me the Braves to win, but I mean a tight one. And I mean a tight one. Give me the Braves to win this one. We'll say 3-2. And hopefully, Matt Olson, how about that? 50 home runs. How about that? He goes 49 and 50 last night. Moment I put up the poll, do we clinch the division or do we get to 50 home runs first? He goes out there and slams 2 out of the building. So Matt Olson's going to get somewhere between 55 and 60 this year. And that's just a phenomenal. He's going to crush the all-time Braves records. And somehow he's not in the conversation for MVP. I beg to differ. I think the guy's been incredibly valuable. But Acuna's having a special year with the stolen bases, and people are really focusing on that. I really think it's a little disingenuous to focus on the stolen base numbers when we know that they changed how easy it is to get stolen bases compared to past years. But usually sports writers that vote, they're usually a few years behind the actual analytics of it all and the actual breaking it down. But that's okay. As long as one of the Braves get the MVP trophy, I'm for it. But now, to me, Matt Olson going out there, and with the injury to Mookie Betts, and he's going to be out of the lineup, his stats are going to go by the wayside. Acuna's a slam dunk, and I'm starting to look at Olson as a very real possibility to finish second in the MVP voting. Okay, let's take a really quick break. See Steven jumping into the bullpen, so we're going to step aside for 2 seconds. When we come back, what the hell do you do if you got Aaron Rodgers on your fantasy football team? What the hell do you do about that? And what are the Jets going to do about it? We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country as we keep rolling along here. Taking the Braves pick to click with the righty on the mound. You know what? Go ahead and give me Matt Olson one more time. I'm not loving anybody to click against Wheeler, but Braves win it 3-2. We'll be back in a flash.
How do 3 men in their 30s not have $800 between them?
The economy is in shambles. Right taking the NASDAQ marketplace right now. Dow Jones.
Stop talking fine.
That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Take the scenic route in the new Hyundai Santa Fe. The family SUV with available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you travel way off the beaten path. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
Touch 'em all, Joe! You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life!
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you are ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Lager.
The beer that brought the forest down.
I drive an exotic imported sports car. I eat exotic foreign food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to numbing my mind, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80-bottle trunk pack, you've got enough for the evening. Hey, it's happy hour somewhere.
Lager brings out the patriot in you.
What about the assistants on the staff right now? The guys that were there in training camp, the guys that were there early in the morning and late at night, the guys that have gone through the first 6 weeks in that building. Don't they deserve the opportunity for an owner to hire a coach who's never been an assistant at the college level or the pro level and overseeing a lot of candidates that are qualified for that job, as we see in Steve Wilkes, an opportunity to build a resume? It's a disgrace to the coaching profession. And regardless how this thing plays out, what happened in Indianapolis is a travesty. What about the assistants on the staff right now?
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Dewey! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio.
Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Ludo Raiders! Red Lion! Omaha! Time out!
Hey, can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding penalties on one football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 90.
I think you're muted. Like Magee, I think you're muted.
Well, that's strange. I don't know how that happened. Hello.
I knew I wasn't going crazy there.
Okay, that's strange. I don't know how the hell I muted myself, but hopefully y'all heard the clips leading into that, because normally that would mean that would mute me. Anyways, how are you, sir?
Man, like after the weekend Miami football has had, I am doing fantastic. Capped off by Aaron Rodgers.
So funny thing about Miami football, I'm listening to the Odyssey app that brings in Boomer and Geo out of New York.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to hear this morning while I was at work, I wanted to hear just the turmoil that was going on with Aaron Rodgers, right? So they go to a sports break, and I've heard this chick on here before. She sounds really young, and she's giving you her sports betting advice. She sounds real confident. She always fires away with she backs nothing up with what she says, but she was sports betting advice. I've heard her a few times before, and I was going to start tracking her picks until I heard what I heard today. She went in this big diatribe about how you got to back the Miami Hurricanes this week. Blah, 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 blah. They are going to cover. They are going to rake all over Boston College, da, 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 da. And I'm standing there, and I had to pause for a second. I was like, wait, do I have it wrong? I thought Florida State was playing Boston College this week. Who the hell's Miami playing? I go there, pull it up. She was under the impression when she saw BC that meant Boston College are playing Bethune-Cookman. So, with that being said, I'm not taking sports betting advice from someone who doesn't know the difference between Boston College and Bethune-Cookman. So there you go. That was my little bit of Miami Hurricane. Wait, what? I don't know who they're playing, but I know they're not playing the damn Boston College because I got a buddy who's going to the game this Saturday, right? And I was like, wait a minute. Why was he asking me about, because we had just been to Boston, why was he asking about things to do in Boston if they're not playing this weekend? Anyways. So buyer beware if you're ever on that Odyssey app and you're getting sports betting advice. I'm just putting it out there. Run for the hills. Anywho, yeah, so far so good for Miami football. I really think with the A&M game, I really think it's more not putting Miami down by any stretch of the imagination, but A&M's awful. And A&M, considering the money that A&M has backing them, what the hell is going on there? You know? Now, granted, it's a good win for Miami. I'm not taking that away. What I'm saying is A&M, he's been there too long to be losing and getting his lunch handed to him to a Miami program that was in shambles last year. So somehow Cristobal has at least turned the corner enough to beat them. What in the hell is Jimbo Fisher doing?
And I don't know. It's bad. I mean, like we kind of saw what unfolded last year towards the end of the season, how that program just kind of fell apart. I was kind of confused how they were even ranked coming into this game. I mean, yeah, they looked good last week, but I mean, I got
anyone the first week, correct?
Yeah, like I was about to say, like it was a Bethune-Cookman type, and yeah, I mean, especially after what we saw against FSU LSU game. I really think you're going to see Brian Kelly and Jimbo Fisher in the MAC next year, and they are just really
well. You know, the problem with both of those is their contracts. They're kind of stuck.
Yeah,
I don't know what's going to motivate either side. I still think Brian Kelly gets an honest chance to build something there. I mean, he was in it in the first half with Florida State. Florida State's just a better team right now. But now, granted, he can't go out and go like 3-9 this year and keep his job. But if he's competitive, has a couple of big wins in conference, he'll be okay. Jimbo, on the other hand, I mean, how many more times can they keeps resetting that clock? But they're stuck with him. The other thing, so I saw the text going back and forth with you and Sean about the Mel Tucker thing, and I finally got to the bottom of it. Man, what a railroad job this guy's getting. And it makes a lot of sense that it's happening because Michigan State's just trying to get out of his $95 million contract. But did you see the actual details of what's going on with this?
No, I never dug into it.
So the short of it is Mel Tucker brought on a speaker to come to Michigan State campus. And they had, I forget the exact contents of what she was talking about, but I believe, you know what? I'm not even going to speak on that because I can't remember exactly what her speeches were about. But regardless, evidently there became some kind of a romantic relationship between the two of them because they couldn't find any text messages between either. But what they did dig up was 27 phone calls between the two of them. They were averaging over a half hour per phone call, and most of them took place at night, late at night. And I don't know about you, but Mel Tucker's married. If it came out that you had 27 phone calls with the female late at night, I think you'd have some questions to answer from your wife, right? Because who the hell's talking to you don't talk to anybody on an average of a half hour, right? Even if it's like a job related deal, you're not going to do that. So what's happened with this is she was supposed to make another speaking engagement or whatever. And somehow, I don't know how he's involved in it. Maybe it's for her to come talk to the football team. I don't know. But the speaking engagement got canceled, I believe, by him. And that's where it's coming from. And they were trying to pay her off to have her go away. and instead she leaked the fact that they had some sort of a relationship, and now that's why he's in hot water. But Michigan State's leaning into it because Michigan State's looking on their end of, hey, we can get out of this $95 million disaster of a head coaching deal. Because if you remember when they signed him to that, they had just gotten him there, and he was having success his first year, and they thought he might jump ship, so they locked him up to this ridiculously long deal. So, anyways, you might want to dig into that, but it's interesting because at first I thought it was just something where he was sexually harassing her. No. There's something going on there. You're not sexually harassing someone with 27 phone calls of 30 plus minutes, right? Something went on between the two. And that's something that he'll have to address to his family and his wife, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But the point is, he's getting railroaded across the board. Anyways,
I don't think we know enough to really have that any kind of indication if he is or not.
Well,
everything's just kind of everything's kind of hearsay at this point. It's
no, it's not. It's out there in black and white. They released a report. I read the report, and the report said 27 phone calls of 30 minutes or more. It's a lot of things, but it's not hearsay at this point. At this point, it's actually been released. Anyways, we'll move on to stuff that you may have been reading about, which is fantasy football pickups. By the way, are we falling for this one again? How many times is Kenneth Gainwell going to be at the top of the fantasy football board?
I mean, it's not like DeAndre Swift did anything with his opportunity, and Rashad Penny with his healthy scratch, lack of an opportunity.
Yeah, I don't know, but for me, I don't trust him. I don't trust Gainwell. It's not his talent. I don't trust that situation in Philadelphia.
I mean, he's definitely not someone I'm running out to get on waivers, but I mean, if he's sitting there tomorrow after everything clears and I still need a running back, I'll be more than happy to pick him up.
Are you wasting a waiver wire pick on him?
No.
I guess my biggest, now look, if you're in a 16, 18 man league or something, I get that. That's a totally different story, but my running back situations are pretty good. I don't see me worrying about but I just think it's funny because I swear the last 3 years, every time I pull this thing up, it ends up being Kenneth Gainwell is near the top. All right, so you going all in on Puka Nacua?
No, I mean there was a lot of preseason hype going in for him. I still think he has value. I mean, I'm probably going to put a claim in or two, but he's not anywhere near the receiver I'm targeting most. I mean, if there's one receiver out there I'm going to get, it's going to be Josh Reynolds. He really looks settled into that number 2 receiver in Detroit, and I really have high hopes for that offense this year, especially them playing 8 games in a dome.
So the ones that jump out at me more than anything else are the ones that are lowly owned, right? You got guys like Kyron Williams. I can't get excited about the Rams passing game because I feel like it could be a 1 week fluke, right? The other one that's of interest, but man, Romeo Doubs. Are we trusting? Was it Jordan Love being this good in your opinion? Because I know we only have the 1 week to go on, but was it Romeo Doubs? Was it Jordan Love being that good, or is it that the Bears are that bad?
I think somewhere in between. I think Jordan Love is definitely. I mean, I was going to actually touch on him. I think he's well worth the pickup for fantasy this week, especially if you're needing somebody and it's whatchamacallit. They're playing Atlanta.
Yeah, Jordan. I mean, I don't hate the Jordan Love pickup, especially if you've got, Aaron Rodgers. I'm picking him up before I pick up freaking Zach Wilson. I know that much.
You couldn't pay me to pick up Zach Wilson.
Good Lord, it's like he learned nothing. You watch the second half of that game, it was the same crap over and over. He takes a snap, he runs backwards. I mean, I don't know if he thinks that he is going to be what was the guy that played for the Vikings years ago? Fran Tarkenton, and run around in circles and make
years ago.
And, and make plays. But that's not the NFL that we play in anymore. You've got way too many athletes coming at you off the edge. You got to get the ball and get rid of it. Get the ball and get rid of it. And he's deer in headlights every damn time. Let me ask you this, because I have a couple names rattled down. I just got to get your take on it. First of all, what would you do if you're the New York Jets? You've got Wilson on the team right now, and then you got Tim Boyle as their emergency backup quarterback on the practice roster. But you got to figure they bring someone in, right?
Yeah, no, they're going to have to get somebody. I mean, like I've seen, there's like Matthew Stafford could be a good trade candidate. So I mean, do we really think Los Angeles is doing something out there?
How?
Meaning that
How are you going to fit him under the salary cap?
I don't know. I we've seen how many times the salary cap is not real. Contracts can be reworked. Things can happen. I'm not saying it's most likely, but I've seen it floating around there. But honestly, like the best thing that could happen for me, I think that tweet that Sean sent last night says it best. Tom Brady has the opportunity to do the funniest thing right now.
How is that? Okay, I saw that, but that's pie in the sky junk, right? I saw what's the knucklehead's name?
He has the ownership stake in the Raiders now, right?
Yeah, you can't go play for.
Forgot about that.
If you own another team, so that right there. But I mean, I couldn't believe it. I normally I don't listen to these guys because they're just full of it's basically just hot air. But I wanted to hear what they were going with. And him and Stephen A talked for like a half hour about the possibility of Tom Brady going and playing for the Jets. And I'm like, there's no way on God's green earth that a guy who is a part owner of the Raiders can go play for the Jets. So is there some way for him to sell his stock? And come on. When we think Tom Brady looks like he's ready to play football. Have you seen him in some of these commercials? He's fit, but he looks like a rail at this point. So, yeah, I mean, that one. Now, this one was equally as dumb. You want to hear two others I heard around some couple of shows? I mean, this will get you. Phillip Rivers.
He got calls last year.
How many times we're going to dig his bones up? Here's one even worse, and it's only because they're making the Nathaniel Hackett connection. Blake Bortles. How is Blake Bortles any better than Zach Wilson?
I was just about to ask the same thing, but in kind of the opposite way. Is they're basically playing the game of, is this guy that much worse than Zach Wilson?
I've got a couple of realistic ones. They're not great options, but they're cheaper. Okay, we keep hearing Carson Wentz wants to play. I know he's not a great option, but even if you bring him in as a backup, Carson Wentz is out there. Colt McCoy came to mind.
Yeah,
right?
I've seen that floated.
I know it's not a great option, but honestly, Colt McCoy will play a smarter game than Zach Wilson will, right? And here's a fun one. This was just to throw a monkey wrench into New York City. You ready for this one? This guy is hated, or it appears to be hated by his head coach. It's an NFC team, so they don't really look at him as a threat, the Jets. He's not even starting. Jameis Winston.
I was thinking about that. That would be fun.
Yeah, baby. Let's do it. We haven't seen him throw a ball in 4 years. Let's see him go out there and just start chucking and ducking. But that's all those are a better chance than Tom Brady coming back and playing.
Oh, yeah.
The one that I found interesting, you mentioned Matt Stafford, although I still don't know how you could make that work. The salary cap, it doesn't seem possible. I was working with that today because there's a couple applications that you can put those in and work and see, would this trade work? And it kept popping it out. The other one, same thing, but it was a rumor, Kirk Cousins, because he's going to be a free agent. But I think any way you look at it, you're not going to be able to fit them under the salary cap.
Yeah.
You don't. It would be one thing if you got some kind of salary cap relief when a guy gets hurt and goes to the IR, but you don't in the NFL. So you're kind of stuck with what you got. You got to find someone who's literally on the street or a cheaper version on a, I don't think they'll make the trade because of the injury. But what about his name slipping my mind, the kid who's sitting on the bench in San Francisco right now?
Darnold.
Yeah, bring Sam Darnold back.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they're really wishing they didn't let go of Mike White.
I didn't understand why they did it at the beginning from the jump. Like, you're going all in to try to win. It's a 39-year-old quarterback. There are questions, right? You cannot just assume that a 39-year-old quarterback, A, was going to be healthy, but B, was going to be the same. When I saw him carry that damn flag out of the tunnel, I was like, oh my God, this is going to be a disaster. I don't know what's about to happen, but it's not going to be good because it seemed too Hollywoodish, right? And sure enough, did you see the one? I'm sure you have, but did you see the one random dude that put the tweet out around 6:00 Eastern?
Yeah. That
said something to the effect of Aaron Rodgers is about to tear his Achilles on the rain-soaked turf at MetLife Stadium, and it ends up coming true. And they all just picked it up. And I went to his page to see who he was. He's obviously not a big name. I thought maybe he was a big name that just was a big Jets fan or something.
Just some random guy.
Yeah, which actually makes it better. All right, other waiver wire ads, running backs. Are you putting a lot of shares in on Gus Edwards?
Yeah, he's on one of my preferred running backs. Like the three I'm really targeting this week are Gus Edwards, Josh Kelly, and Zach Moss. It's looking like he's gonna be back this week. Evan Hull looked good for Indy, but he got hurt. I think he's gonna be out a few weeks. He's got a great opportunity going into Houston this week.
Let me ask you this. The situation in Baltimore, I've just been burned on it too many times. Like I know. But do you believe Gus is going to be the guy going forward, or do you think it's going to be okay? So J.K. Dobbins got injured the other day. Gus said we're still only got 8 carries.
I think that was just more. I think Justice Hill was more incorporated into the game plan going into the game. So when it came time to kind of fill that, they just gave Justice more of the work. When he looked good in the game, he'll probably just ride in the hot hand. I think this week is going to be more of a split where Gus gets more of the early down work, maybe some more of the goal line work. And then Hill kind of works to spell him and then get those passes.
It's a three-headed monster there too.
Melvin Gordon actually got activated as well.
Right.
Yeah.
And then there's a fourth guy. I can't think of who it is, but there's a fourth one in the mix. So you got Gordon, you got Hill, and you got Gus Edwards. I know they like to run, don't get me wrong, but it seems like the best thing to do would be just to make a trade for Lamar Jackson.
honestly, what I see them doing is incorporating Zay Flowers more. I mean, that kid looked electric yesterday or Sunday.
My only concern with him, it was the reason why at the very beginning of it, is how often can you rely on him? How many times is he going to drive you nuts? You're going to put him in the lineup. You're going to watch the game. You're going he is open. And Jackson doesn't get the ball to him.
Oh, I'm talking more in like a hybrid Debo role where they're kind of giving him sweeps, like some more handoffs, little screens.
Right. And I could see that. And I really do think they're going to try to throw more. Because it's the only way they're going to be able to shut up OBJ, right? But
they also didn't have Mark Andrews last week, which kind of
exactly that was going to be my other point: is how much are these guys going to be incorporated into this game plan when Mark Andrews is healthy? When you've got 3 receivers there that really you can make an argument for all 3 of them getting a decent amount of targets.
Yeah.
I prefer to have a less talented guy that I know is going to get the ball a lot than to have a guy who's like, man, can you think about what he could do if this happens and that happens? All right. So if Aaron Rodgers is gone, is Jordan Love your first quarterback off the board today, this week?
It depends on what size league you're in. If Jared Goff is still there, go get him. He's available in every one of our leagues in 10-man leagues, but Like he is 72% owned. I do, yeah, but like Jordan Love is my preferred like after that.
You loving any Stafford or Carr?
Got some love for Carr. I want to see how they do outside the dome, like in a road environment. It is Carolina, but the Saints have been notorious for that over the years.
Jalen Warren, Kyron Williams, where you at on them?
I'm kind of iffy on both of them. It's Jalen Warren needs something to happen to Najee. Kyron Williams got a decent amount of work on Sunday, but I still think Cam Akers is the lead there. And especially not going up against San Fran this weekend.
I'm really intrigued by if Tony continues to fall flat, what Rashee Rice could bring to Kansas City, right? Man,
yeah, he looked good.
How often are we going to have to see Allen Robinson on a damn waiver wire board? They got him ranked 10th. I don't want anything to do with Allen Robinson.
I mean, the two right there that stand out to me. I mean, Jacoby Myers would be the number one if he was healthy. He's in the concussion protocol. We don't know if he's going to be playing this week. But 4 and 5, Zay Jones and Rashid Shaheed. Zay Jones is the real deal. I mean, like, I don't know if you saw that touchdown, but yeah. I mean, the dude is legit. He is the number 2 option over Christian Kirk. I mean, like he's a must-own. You got to have him anywhere you're playing fantasy.
You and I were talking that ahead of the draft, talking about how last year down the stretch, Zay Jones looked like the much better, just polished receiver. And they went to him when they made the comeback against the Chargers. Mm-hmm. He was really more the focus. I'm not saying Christian Kirk is some washed up bum, but for fantasy purposes, I don't want anything to do with Christian Kirk because I think he's going to get lost.
Yeah, I mean, like he'll be there from like in the slot and for some little gadget plays, but it's the Calvin Ridley and Zay Jones show. Rashid Shaheed though, like he's also playing.
I'm sorry, do what?
Rashid Shaheed is another guy I'm looking at big time. He's looking to be a real playmaker out there in New Orleans.
What about the tight end market? Anyone jump out at you?
The top 3 are not in that order. Hunter Henry's not like my number 1, but then Luke Musgrave and then Hayden Hurst. Musgrave looked real strong on Sunday, and he was and I forget exactly the play, but he was real close from having a huge day for fantasy.
All right, I'm gonna pull up some DFS stuff if you want to start talking about DFS targets for this week. Okay.
Yeah, I mean the first game that stuck out to me looking that Sunday is the Seattle and Detroit. It's going to be in Detroit in that dome, and the pricing on the players are very reasonable. You got Jared Goff at home. He's at 6,200. Geno Smith 5,900. Amon-Ra St. Brown is 7,800, which is I think 3rd or 4th most expensive. All the Seattle receivers are 6,500 and less. You got JSN at 4,500. He actually tied the for the team lead in targets last week. Other quarterbacks I'm looking at, you got Trevor Lawrence against Kansas City. I think that game has big shootout potential. He's only 6,700. You can easily pair him with Calvin Ridley at 7,200, and some guy we just talked about, Zay Jones at 4,700. I think he's going to be popular this week, but that upside is almost untouchable in that range. Saying like running backs, the main ones I'm looking at, you got Bijan Robinson at 7,900. He only got 10 carries, but he got some work in the passing game. He's getting the goal line work. I think he's due for a big game this week against Green Bay. And then also looking at like ETN, of course, 6,900. He had a big game. Like if I'm looking at the cheaper end, I like James Cook 6,100. He really looked like a bell cow for Buffalo this week. Then you got Rashad White at 5,500. They're going to be at home against Chicago. Aaron Jones decimated that Chicago rush defense. I think this is going to be the week. Rashad White's real breakout week.
I'm curious. So all right. So one of the guys that I'm curious about this week is Jahmyr Gibbs at home against Seattle. He looked electric. He just didn't get the touches. I feel like he's a guy that could go off at home against that Seattle defense.
He's the only guy on my list I didn't mention for running backs. No, like I love the upside there. He's 6,300. It's right in line with James Cook, but yeah, being at home, like we saw what Akers and Williams did to that Seattle defense last week.
I know they're going to get the touches because of the injury to Aaron Rodgers, but I'm really skeptical on starting or DFS wise Breece Hall, who looked good last night, but against that Dallas defense, who I think they're going to have their ears pinned back and they're going to just be clogging the line and basically challenging Zach Wilson to throw the ball.
Yeah, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole.
Cam Akers is concerning since he's playing the 49ers. You just got to figure there's not going to be a lot of room to roam there. What is the deal with, I see there's a questionable mark on Eckler. Eckler going up against the Titans. He should have a pretty good
got an ankle injury. He is truly questionable for this weekend.
Eesh. And what would make me nervous about starting Derrick Henry is not his ability. He still looks like he's got that burst, but if the Titans fall behind, they are really quick to just bail on the running game. And
Tajay Spears completely outsnapped Henry, outtouched, outsnapped, out-targeted.
He had 2 touches in the third quarter. And so there's a show that I watch on Titan football that specifically just talks about Titan football, and they try to explain that away on just the game flow and whatnot. I was like, I don't care, man. You're talking about the most talented guy on the damn field. You got to get more than 2 touches to him in what was essentially 2.5 possessions. You got to find a way to get the ball in his hands,
especially given how bad Tannehill looked.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this guy was a nightmare.
I mean, honestly, that's how I knew football season was here. You and Sean were just going off about how bad Tannehill is.
He's atrocious. They were talking about, check this out. They were talking about the real possibility. And now that he said it, I want to watch and see if it's true, if he's right. So their first home game is this Sunday, right?
Mm-hmm.
And typically what they do on the first home game is they introduce the team coming out. But they think there's a real possibility that they just introduce the defense and then everybody else runs out of the tunnel because they don't want to give the fans the opportunity to boo his ass. At first I was like, what? I'm like, you know what? He's on to something, man.
What's the over-under on until Malik Willis is in there? Or Will Levis?
Malik Willis in this coming game, not barring injury, probably not, because Vrabel's going to stick with him because Vrabel's very, very. First of all, I don't think Vrabel's a big Malik Willis fan to begin with. Yeah. If he had Josh Dobbs sitting on the bench, he'd probably go to him. But Tannehill's got to be. If the game's a blowout, yeah, maybe. But if they're within a couple of scores, I
was saying, how many games will it take?
Oh, games. I was thinking about possessions.
No, I don't think it's that bad. Do you?
Man, I'll tell you from someone who sat there and watched that entire game, it's bad. It's bad. He looked like a less athletic Zach Wilson out there. He was just chucking the ball. Now there were a couple of plays that he made that the Titans receivers actually let him down. But in a course of a game, that's going to happen. I've got to put that loss all on him. And here's the other thing. I know this isn't fantasy related. You're down 16-12. There's about 3 minutes left in the game. I know you got all 3 timeouts. There's about 3 minutes left in the game. 16-12, third and long. You get it down to about 4. It was 4 and a long 4 or a short 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
Inside New Orleans 20-yard line. You got to go for that. They kicked a field goal in hopes of kicking the ball off, getting the ball back on downs, or forcing a punt and kicking a field goal as a walk-off. And I get the offense stunk all day long, but you don't have a 4 or 5 yard play in your repertoire to get that. Because here's the other thing. when they kicked off, the Saints had pretty good field position afterwards, right? So they were much more aggressive. If you go for it on fourth down and you don't get it and the ball's inside their 15, essentially where it would have been, they're going to be really close to the vest anyways. So to me, it's a win-win. If you get it, all right, bang, you set yourself up for a touchdown. If you don't get it, you still got the 3 timeouts. You've got them backed up against their own goal line. They don't want to turn the ball over there. I just thought that was terrible in-game coaching.
Yeah.
And I get it. He doesn't have Jared Goff. He doesn't have one of your more proficient quarterbacks. But still, man, at some point you got to take a risk on that. Jesus, 6 field goals is not going to win you a lot of football games. The chances of getting 6 field goals. Anyways, we're coming up on it. What is your walk-off and what's your fantasy advice for this week?
Walk-off, I'm going to give a lock here. Tampa Bay Rays. They're in Detroit. No, in Minnesota, sorry. They're plus 115. The money line, I'm taking that all day on a 4-game winning streak. Joe Ryan is not that good pitching at night. But for fantasy, I really think this week 2 trend of the offense is being slow is going to continue. So I would not go super crazy on waivers this week. I would let things kind of play their course and really see how we're looking after week 2, week 3.
Yeah, I think you're gonna it's like you're saying. I think it's gonna be just like last year, where the first 2 to 3 weeks is gonna be it's basically preseason. And I know fans don't want to hear that, but it's true. First 2 or 3 weeks, because it's not win now mode right now, because so many teams get in the playoffs. You're just trying to feel your way out, and they're so deathly worried about an injury, they're not playing anybody. And then they put Aaron Rodgers out there and he snaps his freaking ankle in half. So there you go. You can't win for losing. That's just all it is. All right, brother. We'll see you next time. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Joey will be coming out of the bullpen, and we're going to talk some more football and some baseball. The Cubs, the Braves, a lot more. We'll be back in a flash.
Well, Mom, if you already knew, then why didn't you tell Dad? Then we wouldn't be in this mess.
Oh, my God. Rosemary had a better baby than me.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com @Braves Country.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon. This is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. MRI confirmed New York Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers has torn his Achilles tendon in Monday night's win over the Buffalo Bills. Coach Rob Saleh painted a grim picture after the game, saying they suspected a significant injury. Quote, "It's not good." Rodgers, 39 years old, former 4-time MVP, went down on the Jets' 4th snap of the game when he tried to spin out of the pocket off of defensive end Leonard Floyd. The Jets will move forward with Zach Wilson as their starter. Saleh said, quote, "Yeah, he'll be the guy." They also have journeyman Tim Boyle on the practice squad. Rodgers' injury also will impact the 2024 draft. The 2nd-round pick that goes to the Green Bay Packers for Rodgers' trade would become a 1st-round pick if Rodgers had played 65% of the snaps this season. Full slate of games of Major League Baseball on Tuesday. Got some makeup games with the Red Sox and Yankees being rained out yesterday. We'll keep you up to date with all of that, along with Royals and White Sox playing their game at 4:40. Big one tonight, 6:40 Eastern, Braves, Phillies. Max Fried versus Zach Wheeler. Braves and Phillies split the doubleheader of the first 2 games of this series. Game 3 is Max Fried. Game 4 tomorrow night is Spencer Strider. We'll have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves right here on Braves Country HD. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Subscribe and like today. Other games of interest around Major League Baseball. Orioles host the Cardinals. Wainwright versus Means. John Means making his long-awaited debut since Tommy John a year and a half ago. Reds and Tigers, 6:40. Williamson on the bump for Cincinnati. Rangers are at the Blue Jays. Max Scherzer versus Ryu. and the Diamondbacks are at the Mets. Nelson for the Snakes, while the Yankees and Red Sox, second part of their doubleheader tonight, 7:10, Rodon versus Crawford. Brewers host the Marlins at 7:40. Rays are at the Twins, 7:40 as well. The Astros host the A's, 8:10. Verlander on the hill. Cubs are at the Rockies tonight with Assad versus Flexen. The Mariners host the Angels, Wu versus Sandoval. Giants host the Guardians, 9:45. Minaya versus Quantrell, and the Dodgers will host the Padres, 10:10 first pitch. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's The Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Oh, let's not go to the World Series without Stillwell's toys.
Can you send my baseball?
Sure. There.
Wow. Avoid the clap, Jimmy Dugan. Wow.
That's good advice.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit the field, and every man feels like a boy, and every wife could kill. He's been frying beer since August.
Welcome back.
Weather's cold, and 30
Hour number 2.
That's all the dental holds.
Dropping that deuce, as always, is Joey. Joey, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. Yeah, it was a fun weekend, sports-wise, obviously.
Got everybody's blood boiling on Saturday morning.
How'd the pool day end up afterwards? You have a little
did all right. You would not believe this. So I don't think I got on there that night. I think I was more the next morning looking at just I always like to see fans' reaction. I need to start. I wish they had a way to go into Twitter, not logged in, so that you can't react. You can just read it and get pissed off, right, and close it. But anyways, you go in there and you see these idiot fans who are overreacting to a couple of bad plays in a 66-13 win. I'm like, what are we doing, man? What are we doing? Does anyone remember how last year began? 3 losses to like Wake Forest and NC State and whatnot, and then like, what the hell are we doing? Anyway, oh, by the way, I don't think I've updated this. Yankees lead the Red Sox 3-2, top of 9, game 1. Obviously, the Yankees are out of it, but the Red Sox, man, you got to get it together, son. I said this all along. If they don't get in a winning streak in the next week or so, it's over.
Yep.
How the Cubs doing?
Last night we did lose our closer Alzaloy to the IL, so that was not what we wanted here because our bullpen. Yeah, and our bullpen is not. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's not good. It's very mediocre, so that makes a mediocre pen slightly below average now, and that's a little concerning. Last night we were up 3-1, and then the Rockies came back off of our relief pitcher, and then Michael Fulmer was in late to close the game, and it was a rocky road, but we got to the victory. So we're playing the Rockies in Colorado, which is the good news because we know how they've just been struggling so badly. But we take a bite to the bullpen. So even though the Cubs are looking okay right now, there's no breathing room. I mean, you're only 2 games up on Arizona for the last wild card, and they're only 3.5 up. Thank you, Miami, for losing on San Fran and Miami. So there's a lot of teams lurking with Cincinnati still alive. Hopefully the Cubs can stay healthy and finish this month strong.
Now we'll be able to help you out this weekend because we're heading to Miami. So,
thank you. Anything will help.
Big picture, Alzolay, how bad? How long?
Well, that's the thing. So he's been not pitching for a few days now because he was complaining a little bit of last week about pain. So right now that they only put him on, I believe, as I look into him right here, they put him on the 10-day IL, which could be retroactive. So I'm hoping for it not to be too long, but I can confirm in a minute what the exact deal is there, because as we all know, you lose your closer, you're not going to look too good in the long run, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, because I mean, if you're looking at him long term, I mean, okay, so what I'm looking at, big picture, right, is the fact that if you don't have him for the first series of the playoffs, who the hell's closing the games?
And right now, our best reliever's been Merriweather. Like I said yesterday, we used Fulmer, but he who just came back from injury, by the way. But Alzolay's battling a right forearm strain, and it went like I was saying, it did go retroactive to last Sunday. They're hopeful. It's not too long, but it's a little unclear right now. So you're going to see guys like Julian Merriweather, Mark Leiter Jr., and Michael Fulmer. It's just going to be a swanton of people here.
I guess come playoff time, you can grab someone out of the rotation, try to help fill the void. But, man, that's rough.
Well, Drew Smiley filled the void yesterday, and that guy stinks. So it's like,
that's not filling a void. That's causing a void.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, good night, Irene. He was done when we got rid of him, and that feels like a century ago. I mean, look, Drew Smiley is a great middle inning eater, right? If you just need someone to eat some innings, but you would hope he's not on the playoff roster.
No, I mean, absolutely. If anything, Stroman, his return is so questionable. So right now, luckily to, a couple of starters like Assad and actually Wills, who, I mean, they just been starters for this season, young guys here, and they've been coming through pretty dang clutch for the most part.
Tonight, isn't he? Isn't he starting?
Yeah, so we have Javier Assad tonight, and last night we had our other young guy go who just got called up. He has like 4 starts, and he's been on fire. So our young guys have been contributing, but at the end of the day, we're not going to win in the playoffs if you only have Steele and Hendricks, because Tyon has been very shaky this year. Assad is too young to count on, in my opinion.
Assad, Stroman. I haven't heard anything about Stroman in a while. What's the deal with him?
That's the thing. It's been mum's the word. They're saying he's throwing off a mound as of 1 minute ago, actually. No, that was 1 month ago, not 1 minute ago, but no update. That's what I mean. So he's throwing off a mound, just trying to get through the pain from his rib cartilage fracture that they diagnosed about 4 weeks ago now. So to me,
listen to this one. I found, what's Cubby's crib? Does that have any? Is that worth a damn, or is that?
It could be, but I have nothing on him.
Is Cubby's crib legitimate, or is that something that Tones tinkers with in the bathroom in the mornings?
Maybe with a bottle of milk. Yeah, I'm not sure on Cubby crib over here.
So according to them, if all goes well, Marcus Stroman. Now this was yesterday. 2 days ago. Marcus Stroman could be added to the Cubs bullpen later this week.
That would be nice.
That would be an interesting closer. If they feel like he can't be a starter for the rest of the year, is he willing to do it too? Because he's going to be a free agent.
Yeah, and apparently that source isn't too bad, because I'll confirm as of 6 hours ago, another source was saying the same thing, that so as I was saying, he threw batting practice over the past couple of days, but definitely bullpen's been talked about and considered. So interesting to see for sure. I would not mind that. I'd rather have Stroman somewhere in our rotation or bullpen rather than sit on the sidelines.
Yeah, I'm seeing Bleacher Nation and Sports Illustrated also. I don't like the fact that something called Sports Mockery reported it. They were the first ones to report it, Sports Mockery. So is this a...
Yeah, they are a mockery.
That's not good. But anyways, all right. Ready to shift gears into some football?
Let's do it.
All right, so here we go.
Not over yet!
I got an Armchair Top 10 updated. We didn't do it yesterday because of the doubleheader. Armchair Top 10. Are you ready?
Let's go. I'm ready let's see what you got.
Number 10, I put Utah. Put the Utes at number 10. I think Utah, look, and I don't go off of who would beat who. I'm going off of what have you done this year to impress us, right? Because last week we had Alabama in there and they ain't impressed anybody. So that's to me, that's what this is about. This is about what do you have? What have you done this year? That's essentially what I'm looking at. All right. Number 9, the Tennessee Volunteers. Okay. Now they have a chance to impress us this week.
Yes, they do.
But to me, I've got to see it on the field. They haven't really played anybody yet. So let's just, chill down with, thinking that they should be in the top 5. Number 8, I've got the Penn State Nittany Lions. I know they haven't been that impressive, but I also don't think they've been unimpressive. I think they've been about what we think they are. So I'm putting them at number 8. I think they'll have plenty of time to impress down the road. They haven't gotten to the meat of their schedule, but as of right now, that's where I have them at. They're number 7 in the power poll. See, now this is where I mean in the AP poll, which is the only one that I really pay attention to. All that other crap, what is this, SP Plus poll, whatever the hell that is on ESPN, I don't pay attention to that crap. I don't pay attention to the coaches poll. I know all polls are mundane and kind of stupid to begin with, but including ours. But the only one I'll ever reference is the AP poll because it's been around longer, and I still think it's somewhat legitimate, right?
That's what I go off of.
I'm not putting Alabama in the top 10. I'm sorry, but you got your lunch handed to you at home. Does this mean that you won't be in the top 10 the rest of the year? No. But as of right now, I can't put you in the top 10.
Fair.
Another team that I can't put in the top 10 right now, just I haven't been impressed by what they've done so far. They have a little bit of a chance to impress this week as they'll be at Michigan State. Not putting Washington in there just yet.
That's what I was going to ask about.
Just yet. I'm not quite just yet. But they're at Michigan State. I know they're going through a lot of crap. But as long as they don't go out there and lose to Michigan State, they can continue to climb, right? My next one, where did I stop off at? Penn State at number 8?
Yes.
Number 7 is the Southern Cal Trojans, USC. Still haven't been that impressed with them. But then again, they haven't really played anybody they're 3-0. They're cruising in all of them, but who the hell have they played, right?
Exactly.
They do get a bit of a test this weekend, sir. 10:30 Eastern, Saturday. No, I'm sorry, it's next weekend. So they're off this week. So, yeah, they won't climb up my pole at all. But next weekend at Arizona State, 10:30 Eastern. So it's an interesting one. Number 6, the Ohio State Buckeyes. Ohio State, yeah, they're 2-0, but have you been overly impressed with them?
No, I watched the game in week 1 against Indiana where it was on CBS and it was like 23-3. It was very uninspiring. Now, of course, last week against, a bad football team, they were able to get the offense going a little more, but I'm with you. I wouldn't have them in my top 5 as of right now. So I like where you have them spotted.
The only reason why I have them where they are is because of pedigree. So for an Ohio State fan that might get mad and say, no, we belong in the top. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt because if it wasn't for that, you wouldn't even be in my top 10. Number 5, the Michigan Wolverines. But once again, they're not up as high as other teams, and people might get bent out of shape about that. They haven't been tested yet. I've got to see a team get tested. You at least have to have one test, and then I'll say, okay, fair enough. It doesn't have to be an incredible test, but you got to play more than what the hell Michigan has gone up against so far.
And they got Bowling Green next, so that doesn't do.
Right, so they might actually slide out of my top 5. Right? Someone else impresses. Number 4, the Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
Woo!
I'm impressed that they went in North Carolina State. That is a very, very tricky place to play. And the fact that they went in there and dominated that second half, that to me was impressive. I don't care about anybody says on that.
Yeah, and at first, it didn't look so good. Our first couple of drives, that defense was stout, not letting us move the ball. Eventually, their offense just didn't have enough, and Sam Hartman does have enough with the running game. So we broke out of there with a nice victory, but it was a tough first half.
I know they're not going to wow anybody this week with Central Michigan, but their schedule does get more difficult.
Ohio State, a week and a half away.
Yeah. So that's where the rubber's going to meet the road.
In Notre Dame.
I'm assuming that's a night kickoff. For the love of God, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, it is.
Okay. Please tell me that's not like 11 a.m. junk you throw at us. Like, I can't start slamming beers at 11 a.m. I'll get nothing done on Saturday. All right.
It's the NBC game of the week that week.
Okay, good. I want to say the Braves will be done. I think next week, next Saturday, we're talking about a week from Saturday, right?
Correct.
I'm almost positive that we have a 1 o'clock first pitch, so I'll be well done with that. 9:23. Oh, you know what else that is? Florida State Clemson.
Ooh.
Woo!
Man, that's a day. This week's a little lighter on
that game. Better
the college
be a night
slate
game
compared to the week after.
I'm assuming Notre Dame, so they're at home, so that'll be the Peacock NBC game, right?
Yeah, that one's at 6:30, and then your game's at, oh my gosh, it's at noon. Florida State Clemson.
That could get flexed.
It could. I hope it does.
If it doesn't, there will be no Braves Nationals. I can tell you that right now, because we'll already have the division sewn up.
Right now, they have Texas Baylor and the ABC main slot. I hope they swap that with your game.
Either that, or maybe I should do it because it's the only way to keep me calm. Okay. Let me see here. What do we have next? So I finished off with Notre Dame. Number 3. I'm on the fence, but I'm going to make a last-minute change.
Oh,
I'm going to put Florida State at number 3.
Ooh.
And I'm going to put Texas at number 2. And the reason why I'm going to flip-flop that is because Texas went into Alabama and beat Alabama. Now, their win wasn't as impressive as Florida State's was over LSU. But if we're going to be fair, and I'm trying to be fair with these, I'm not trying to make some homer poll. If we're going to be fair, a road win in Tuscaloosa is more impressive than a neutral site game against LSU. And then the number 1, I've said this all along, until you beat the man, they're going to be the man. You can't take the 2-time defending national champions out of the number 1 slot unless they look just absolutely awful in a game. And they haven't looked awful. They haven't been that impressive, but honestly, they're just tuning up, man. They're not playing anybody of any if I was going across the board and being fair with this, I probably wouldn't even have them in the top 5 because of who they've played. But they're the 2-time defending national champion. And they get a little bit of a test this week. Not much of one, but they do get South Carolina this week.
Yeah, and honestly, after looking at your top 10, I mean, of course, I don't have much to argue with. The biggest difference from the AP poll to yours would be they have Notre Dame 9th, you have them 4th, and you do yours off the eye test. We kind of know how they do handle things over there. So I like where your top 10's at. Washington, you mentioned, you came in at number 8 in the AP poll. You have them out of the top 10. That's the only team that might have a beef. Bama, to me, doesn't have one. They lost a huge game on their home field. I'm fine with your top 10.
And something else that I do with my poll that I know the other voters don't do, I don't look at the previous poll. Okay? because I don't want that to affect. I don't want to go, well, where was Ohio State last week? Well, maybe that's where I should put them this week. No, I don't do that. I go off the scores. I may go off the standings, but I don't look at the previous week's top 10, top 25 as most most voters do that. It's human nature.
Right. Like, for example, a team that might move up, it could be 5 or 6 slots, but if they only had them ranked at a certain spot, they'll only move a couple. So I kind of like that strategy of not looking at last week's, because every week's a new week until we build up about halfway into the season.
I came close to putting Colorado back in my top 10.
Oh, yeah, I forgot you took them out of yours.
But their first half against Nebraska was not terribly impressive. And they're going to have their opportunities. I don't know if it's a week from Saturday or the one after that, but when they get up against Southern Cal and whatnot, that I figure that's when we're gonna. Because I'm not convinced that Nebraska's worth a damn.
Oh no,
and I am convinced that TCU is not. So would I put them in the top 15? Absolutely. Like, I see that they're ranked number 18. They'd probably be top 12, top 13, somewhere in that neighborhood for me. I saw a couple of folks were ranting and raving about Ole Miss. I mean, what did Ole Miss do? They struggled against a Tulane team that lost a lot of their talent.
Exactly.
So I'm not jumping up. I'll tell you one team that I left out, but I'm just keeping an eye. They've got to be tested first, but they are on my radar. Oregon State Beavers. They're on my radar.
Okay.
But I've got to see them up against somebody, because though I think they've been fairly impressive, who have they really been tested by?
And you know what? I'll give a slight shout out to Miami for Brian Cook, because I usually give him a lot of crud, but big win to me on Saturday. Because
the thing with Miami, I'd probably put them in the top 20. I think 22 is too low.
Agreed.
But beating Texas A&M is not what it's made up. Like, they beat an SEC team. And Texas A&M has been in shambles for the last 2 or 3 seasons.
Fair enough.
I'll tell you a team that probably deserves to be in there that I didn't put in there. I just can't quite get there just yet.
The Dukies? Yeah, the Dukies.
You can make the argument for North Carolina, though they stumbled. Now, that was my stupid underdog pick, and I almost hit it. And I was right. They were in there smelling themselves. They beat South Carolina. App State came in there. Appalachian State spit the bit. They should have won that game. But they've got opportunities. And in fact, they dropped 3 in the AP poll, even though they won the game. They get Minnesota this week, by the way. It's kind of a weird out-of-conference matchup, but interesting one.
Duke has Northwestern.
Is Oklahoma on your radar at all yet?
Not quite yet. I want to see a little bit more from them. Honestly, when I look at the top 25, I actually agree on Duke. And then other than that, after looking at the top 25, I can't really give it to anybody else. Ole Miss, I don't like. Oregon State, I want to see more. You know what? I'll give UCLA some credit so far, too. They just snuck their way into the top 25. 2-0 after losing DTR and others. I wanted to give them a little shout out.
Duke, to me, they would be top 15 for me. But like going in, like this week they're playing Northwestern. That's not going to get them climbing up the pole.
No.
They're going to have to. I do believe they play Florida State this year. I believe it's in Duke, so that's going to be a big one. And so a game that originally at the beginning of the season nobody had on their radar, now I think becomes a much bigger game, especially if Florida State can get past Clemson. Then we might be talking about a couple of teams squaring off. They actually could be just a precursor to 2 teams meeting in the ACC. But the ACC is more wide open now than a lot of people thought beginning of the year, because Miami looks a little better. Duke looks a lot better. And Clemson, they stumbled out of the gate, but they got it together on Saturday. And let's be fair with that. I thought it was incredibly dumb on the part of the Clemson scheduling to play a game on Monday night and then play Saturday morning 5 days. So 5 days later, you go from a night game on the road Monday night at Duke, and then you turn around, you get 4 days off to prepare, and then Saturday morning you're back at it. That's tough in college football. I can remember a couple times Florida State playing a Monday night game on the Labor Day weekend, and then they would play some nobody Saturday night, not even a day game, and they would still struggle. And this is back in the Bowden era. So and if you play that Monday night game, you almost need the next week off. Maybe play next Thursday or something, but don't play 4 or 5 days later. It's a disaster waiting to happen. All right, let's take a quick break, Joey. A little past 4:20, so smoke them if you got them when we come back. The National Football League. AR-15, or I guess AR-5 now, looked a lot better than a lot of folks thought they would.
Yes, he did.
We'll be back in a flash.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
I apologize for the distractions.
Braves Country on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk, Braves Country on WQEE and YouTube.com/@Braves Country.
I hear these fools on TV talking about defund the police and things like that. We need police reform and prison reform and things like that. Because you know who ain't going to defund the cops? Rich neighborhoods. So that notion they keep saying that, I'm like, wait a minute, we just going to leave. Who are people supposed to call? Ghostbusters when we have crime in our neighborhoods?
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Reggie Gillespie dives into the end zone. The winning points for North Carolina State. And the teams come together in the end zone, pushing, shoving between the pack and the heels as Gillespie has scored the winning points, his 5th rushing TD. But these teams need to be separated. The emotion boils over on the last play of the game as Gillespie goes to the end zone. And it's a sea of Carolina blue and State red.
And Carruthers gets into it, and they've doused him, and now we've got a big brawl out of the field. Marring would have been the 200th victories for Bobby Bodman. Look at this. That's an ugly mess down there. This is ugly. Starting to get it cleared up down there, although there's still some bodies flying around.
ACC football, backyard brawls all year long.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99 WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
What are you thinking about? Marriage? Family? Well, they're prisons. Man-made prisons. You're doing time. You get up in the morning, she's there. You go to sleep at night, she's there. Yeah, and you can forget about watching TV while you're eating. Because it's dinner time. And you know what you do at dinner? What? You talk about your day. What was your day today? Did you have a good day today or a bad day today? Well, what kind of day was it? Well, I don't know. How about you? How was your day?
Armchair.
Joe, you went to a Cubs game the other day, didn't you?
Yeah, and they lost 1-0 on the day I went, so.
Didn't you take a young lady with you?
I did, and she's still with me, so.
Hey! Chicken dinner.
For now.
So she saw you in public at a Cubs game and she didn't run, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm hoping.
To a W.
Yeah, no, I'm hoping the Irish, I go to Notre Dame this Saturday with my dad and my dad's friends, so, and Tampa Tones, so hoping Notre Dame has an easy victory. I told them if we're going to go all the way there, let's make it count. Let's get a W.
Notre Dame. Who are they playing?
They got Central Michigan this week. It should be.
The hell possessed y'all want to go to that?
Of course. Well, Tone said he wanted to see Central Michigan play. I wish I was lying.
Scouting for a stupid underdog picks.
I wish I was lying. He said he knows some guy who played quarterback. I don't know, but it's a bit of hoopla.
Oh, dear God.
I wanted to go to Ohio State, but I got beat out by Central Michigan.
Holy cannoli. Central Michigan.
He said because about Burt Emanuel Jr., who I think his dad played, if I'm not mistaken.
Burt Emanuel played for the Buccaneers.
Yeah, so that's his.
I should have known there was something, man.
There always is.
Oh, bless his heart.
Thank God it's my pick next year.
I should hope so. And probably the honestly it'll probably be your pick for the next 3 years after this. All right. Real quick on Braves baseball. News broke earlier today that the Braves have sent Jesse Chavez on a rehab assignment that'll start tonight. So typically we're going to be talking about, I don't know, a week or so. And then we'll probably be able to see Jesse Chavez. My guess would be best case scenario would be end of next weekend or possibly the following week.
Is this the best Braves team of all time? You are being asked.
Not unless they win a championship. Can we even make an argument for that?
There you go.
So yeah, they. I mean, you can't even put that into. That's something you ask in November.
Right.
But the only way you ask that, for me, is you got to. Okay, so regular season, you could make the argument. The only thing I will say about this Braves team as opposed to previous Braves teams, our starting rotation is not what teams of the 90s had, right? But those teams in the 90s didn't have the bullpen that the Braves have now. And I know a lot of Braves fans overreact and say, oh, man, there's just no way. There's just no way that you can compare this and blah, 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 blah. The Braves' biggest Achilles heel was always in the 90s that their bullpen wasn't as strong. The Braves bullpen now is ranked number 2 in Major League Baseball. That was never the case in the 90s. But this Braves offense, what we are lacking in the starting pitching department, and don't get me wrong, if everything goes well and you get Max Fried rolling, Spencer Strider rolling, Kyle Wright back to where he was a couple of years ago or last year, this starting rotation can be right up there with them. But you're talking about a starting rotation that had 3 Hall of Famers. It's kind of hard to touch. But the offense, this is the best Braves offense, that's for sure. And I mean, you can go all the way back to whenever. No one's ever had an offense in Atlanta. Very few teams have had an offense that you can compare with this Braves offense. I mean, this is 27 Yankees type of offense. This is unreal what they're doing. When you have guys at the bottom, I'm talking about the bottom of the lineup that are going to hit 20 home runs, that's a little ridiculous.
Absolutely.
It's made it to the point where, honestly, the average Braves fan is spoiled as hell right now.
And I mean, just take a look at if you're, the average fan and you want something, or how does that back that up? If you look at the run differential, the Braves are plus 238. The next closest team in the MLB is the Tampa Bay Rays at plus 198, which is 40 runs behind, a full 40 runs behind. So I know that's not the whole tale of the test, but that's a little snapshot of how good the Braves are playing this year.
Yeah, just looking at them long-term, big picture, I think it would be fun to see what this offense can do in an October run, right? But if they go, no one's going to remember any of this crap if they go into October and run out of gas again.
pull the Dodgers. Just don't be clutch.
Regular season, yeah, it's the best Braves offense ever. But they're going to have to show up in big time. You know, no one really thought that Braves offense was going to take off in 2021. No one in their right mind would have thought Jock Peterson, Jorge Soler, Eddie Rosario were all just going to become basically Lou Gehrig 2.0, right? I mean, it's funny, they each took turns just hitting out of their mind. But if you can get this going, it's funny. I saw someone do a quote tweet last night. I guess it was a screenshot they saved from there's a Twitter account that's fairly popular, but they always have terrible takes called Sports Talk ATL or Sports ATL Talk, something like that.
Okay.
And I guess they made the tweet shortly after the trade talking about the trade for Matt Olson was going to be one of the worst moves in the it was the contract when they extended him. It was going to be the worst contract in the history of Atlanta sports. And now he's got 50 home runs. He's got damn near 130 RBI.
I remember us talking at the beginning of the season about Ozuna and saying, how is this guy got a dang roster spot? We're saying, and like you said, some guys just find a knack. When you think their time might be over, some people just come through, and look at him, 33 homers, 78 RBIs. So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at that and you make that comment and you make that tweet, and a lot of times when they do this, they're doing it for like shock jock value, right?
Yeah. Get somebody to wait a minute. What did I just read?
They what I want to know long term is this, when you start talking about that kind of stuff, is what basis was that on? Matt Olson was already a perennial all-star, right? Matt Olson was already a guy that was was he 27, 28 when he signed the deal?
Yeah,
and
very
they didn't overpay at all.
No.
They did not overpay at all.
Yep, 27 years old.
So what the hell are we talking about here? Like, why would anyone make that statement that Matt Olson being locked up long-term for much longer term, but less money AAV than Freddie Freeman? And Freddie Freeman's having a phenomenal year, don't get me wrong. But would you rather have Matt Olson right now, or would you rather have Freddie Freeman? We're talking about for the. I'm not just talking about the home runs. I'm talking about the fact that Freddie Freeman, dude, Father Time's undefeated.
Yep.
So it's
from an outsider's perspective, it's totally Matt Olson. I mean, like you said, it Father Time gets to everybody. It was the perfect replacement. You guys couldn't have done it in a better way, landing him, and stats and age back that up. So can't argue it too much, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Just those kind of comments are just absurd. Look, I know a lot of us overreacted when they traded Will Contreras for Murphy. And I even mentioned at the time that I was going off at pure emotion because I was just such a big Contreras fan. But I knew logistically it was a smart move. I just hated to. I still feel like Contreras is going to have a phenomenal bat long term. But the honest engine is he was always a problem behind the plate. Right?
Yep.
I don't think Murphy's going to be this outstanding defensive catcher that everyone made him out to be. From what I've seen this year, he's a very good catcher. But we were being told that he was, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Joey, we were being told that he was like next level, that he was up there with JT Realmuto. I have not seen that. I've seen a guy who's good, very good, but they're still running on him. And there's a big difference when you start talking about taking the elite. But with that being said, Murphy was worth the trade.
Absolutely. I mean, I know Wilson Contreras, obviously, from his playing days here pretty well. And offense is nice, but their defense usually lacks. And while we're talking about bad trades, thank you, because they got a new president today. I saw the Mets, or maybe it was yesterday. But thank you to the old regime for getting rid of Pete Crow Armstrong, to us who just got called up for the Cubs when we traded Javier Baez as a rental to the Mets. So talk about a terrible deal there as well. I just wanted to shout out the Mets for continuing.
Yeah, I saw the Mets went and they got Stern as their
from the
GM,
Brewers,
which everyone's been predicting that forever.
Right.
So that makes me a little less happy because he's actually pretty damn good.
He did a good job in Milwaukee.
I don't think he's going to struggle the way some of the other knuckleheads have. And now I'll tell you what else this will mean. I think it means it's the end of an era for Buck Showalter. I think he's gone, and I don't think he gets another chance.
I agree.
I think he's done. He will probably end up. I don't have it in front of me, but I'd be curious to see what Council's contract is, because if he has an opportunity, I think he would try to bring Council into New York. Craig Council.
Yeah, I was trying to look up his current deal right now. He's extended through the end of the 2023 season. Oh, that's it. Oh, he got through the end of 2023.
He's what?
His contract only goes, Craig Council, until 2023. He got it extended in 2020.
This is his last year?
Yep.
Oh, then you can go ahead and book it.
Right? That's wow.
Council's heading to the Mets.
Yeah, 53 years old in the final year of his contract.
I don't think there'll be a threat to the Braves and Phillies next year, because I do believe they're going to a full rebuild, which they should. I do think they're going to trade Pete Alonso. I know a lot of Mets fans don't want to hear that, but I do think they're going to trade Pete Alonso, and I think he should at this point, because he is going to command a ridiculous amount of money at the end of his contract, which he's a free agent at the end of next season. And you'd be a damn fool to load up a contract for a first baseman when you're probably 3 years away from really competing. Yeah, I agree with JJ when you're talking about with the Murphy's had a better year this year. I get that, but JT Realmuto is phenomenal. I've been a fan of his back when he was a Marlin, and he to me is still the best catcher in baseball.
I would agree.
I don't think it's even particularly close, to be honest with you. And he can still cut. Did you? Oh my God! I don't know if everyone saw this. I mentioned it during the broadcast last night. Last night, Eddie Rosario struck out. The ball went in the dirt. It rolled behind him. Got away a little bit, honestly. Realmuto jumped up, grabbed the ball. This is in the second game of the doubleheader. And Eddie Rosario's lazy ass didn't even offer to run to first base. He just kind of turned around and just shrugged and went to the base. And you should have seen the look on JT's face. He had a look like, you're not even going to try to run? What are you doing, son? And I know Snicker does not have a freaking backbone, but he ought to bench his ass over that. I mean, immediately. But the problem is the Braves media won't jump on that subject. They'll let it wash right over. But this is becoming a problem with Eddie Rosario. He's lazy. Yeah, he gets hot from time to time, but he's a terrible defensive outfielder. And that laziness right there, dude, you never know. You got to go running out. I'm not saying blow out your hamstring running down the line, but at least give an effort. It was a 2-1 game at the time. If it was 11-1 in the 8th, I get it. Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
But it was a 2-run game. He's lazy, man. I'm telling you. Nobody wants to hear that because everybody remembers the big home runs he hit in 2021. He's lazy. And he's a terrible defensive outfielder. Anyways, back to the National Football League.
Dun, dun, dun.
What'd you think about your boy, AR5?
Yeah. Maybe I'll start rolling with that a little bit more, honestly. But no, in reality, I thought it was an overall good performance. Look, Jacksonville is a team this year that's coming in with higher expectations. They should win the division pretty handily. And on top of that, maybe make some playoff noise. And their defensive front, they got after it a little bit. The Colts offensive line didn't play that well, but Anthony Richardson found ways to make good plays. He was 24 of 37, and he threw for about 223 yards. So overall, it was a good effort by him, and I'm pretty happy about it.
I watched quite a bit of that game. Oh, by the way, and to that point, Rosario's in the damn lineup tonight. And I don't care if he runs into a home run. That's not the point. The point is you got to set the tone, and Snicker didn't set the tone. He'll bench Ozuna for not running out a towering shot that looked like it was leaving the damn building. And Ozuna took it. It was stride. He said, "Yep, I should have ran it out. I thought it was gone, blah, blah, blah." But he won't. But he won't bench Rosario. And this is the third time Rosario's done this in 2 months, where he's done something where you're like, that's just lazy. Back to AR5. Sorry,
I did like Trevor Lawrence's comment really quickly too after the game when Lawrence and Richardson met at midfield. Lawrence said, "Hey, I love what you're doing, but let's slide a little bit," because Richardson did get every time he gets hit. He's a big boy. Yes, he does damage to the defense, but he doesn't really know how to slide, which Andrew Luck never really learned how to slide, and we saw how that ended up. So, Rich, I love you, and I know our running backs are trash without Jonathan Taylor, but please slide and get out of bounds.
Yeah, AR-15, what I saw, what little bit because, so many games going at once, but what I did see, man, I thought he looked pretty good. I thought it was interesting. He looked better as a NFL quarterback than a college quarterback. That tells you a lot about what's going on in Gainesville, but it's true. It's true. Look, some of it was sloppy play, but that's what you're going to get the first 2 to 3 weeks in the NFL nowadays. Like I have to start lowering my expectations as a fan. I no longer am running to the television in weeks 1 and 2, and probably going to be that way in week 3 because you're getting a bad product. So the Jaguars look sloppy, but they got the win on the road. That's really all that matters when it's all said and done. But I thought for the Colts, I thought they looked pretty good. And remember, this team didn't even have Jonathan Taylor.
Exactly. The talent around, you're 100% right, by the way. I tell everybody, weeks 1 and 2 these days, you can't take, yes, okay, you could take some of it into consideration, but not really because nobody does training camp like the old days, and preseason is just hogwash. So weeks 1 and 2 is a lot of feeling out process. That being said, AR5, he answered the bell. Yes, did he have a few passes that were off target? Of course, but he threw the ball 37 times, and he threw for a completion percentage that would rank good amongst the top NFL QBs. So I like where he was at. He could, of course, improve on some things. But like you said, Jonathan Taylor out. We don't have a lot of receiver weapons, tight end weapons around him either. So good for him in his first start. Shane Steichen is a rookie coach. All rookie coaches went 0-5 this week. Not just rookie coaches that are first time. So 0-5 the new coaches went. So a lot of feeling out process. And a lot of rookies all went 0-3. C.J. Stroud, Bryce Young, that lost their games as well.
All right, are you ready for the Power 5 in the National Football League for after week number 1, heading into week 2?
Let's do it.
It's really hard to decipher after just one game, especially because these are basically become preseason games, right? This is like basically what we saw on Sunday is week 3 of the NFL preseason that we used to see.
Yes.
Hey, look, everybody's playing. Look at there.
Dress rehearsal.
Stupid flags, guys dropping balls. Some of them look like they don't even know. They forgot what sport they were playing. But anyways, even with that, I'm still going to do the Power 5. You got to do it. You got to grind through it. So, number 5 team, I got to put the Miami Dolphins there. Defense looked like a sieve, but Tua and company put the ball up and put it all up often. I will say this. Everyone is jumping way out in front and saying, hey, look at this team. Look at Tua. He could win the MVP. Said the same damn thing last year.
Yeah.
By week 4, he had scrambled eggs above the neck. Okay. Number 4. You ready for number 4? The Detroit Lions.
The Dan Campbells.
You go in and beat the defending champ. I don't care that they had guys missing. You beat the defending champ on the road. Thursday night game. It's impressive. You had to put them there. Number 3. They didn't look great, but I did side with the fact of what they did last year. Give me the Philadelphia Eagles. They about choked it away, right? They about choked. I mean, if you watch that game,
they got outgained by New England.
They're about to Brady the Eagles on Tom Brady Day. Did you see the end of that game where they had a chance?
Oh yeah, and the Eagles got outgained a ton by New England.
Right, but the Eagles, all in all, I still got to put them there just because of the talent they have. I do think they're going to have a bit of a letdown this year at the beginning of the season, which they almost got, and they'll be much stronger at the end. But number 2, they got a quarterback. Give me San Francisco 49ers. San Francisco 49ers, they were churning up the Steelers for breakfast.
Yeah, that was surprising to me a little bit, how bad it was.
And the number 1 team in the National Football League that I saw in week 1 that impressed me the most.
Give it to me.
How about them Cowboys?
Yeah!
Dude. Now, granted, the Giants look like that they had, seen a ghost. I've seen so many funny videos related to that game. I don't think the Giants are that bad, nor the Cowboys that good, but in week 1, you got to give it to the Cowboys. 40-0 on the road. Sunday Night Football.
You like that?
What a terrible look. Couple of goofy things happened to that led to this. The field goal kicking just all of a sudden Gano couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. I think they actually called it an interception, but it was really a fumble by Barkley. The ball that he caught and then bobbled.
Squirted out of him.
Yeah. Technically, it is an interception, but come on. That was Saquon Barkley. And really, when they got the block kick and then you compound it with that was it, man. That was it. The game was over.
Well, and why did the heck, when they pulled out Barkley, they left in Daniel Jones? I don't know what. I'm not as high on the Giants this year before it. I don't think yesterday was an example of what the full season will be like, or 2 days ago, sorry. But just an abysmal mess. And then on the other side, like you mentioned with Dallas, I really like that they added guys like Stephon Gilmore, Brandon Cooks, got some veterans in there. We'll see how far it takes them. But how about them Cowboys? Sorry to the Giants.
I won't do it this week because it's week 1. We'll probably start this around week 3 or 4. So remind me. But we will start giving the probably do 3 the most disappointing teams from the previous week, right? Week 1, it's a little hard, but let me ask you something, Joey. If I gave you 2, just give me 2. What 2 teams? And we'll go ahead and throw the Giants out of there because my God, that was just a dumpster fire. Give me 2 teams that you're like, dude, what happened?
Well, I'm going to start off first things first with the Cincinnati Bengals and say, hey, I get it. Joe Burrow missed summer camp and things happen, but Deshaun Watson was getting booed in the second quarter in a 6-3 game, and the Bengals just couldn't do anything right. I know the weather was off, but to get 3 points, come on, they got to do better.
They stumbled out of the gates last year, remember?
Yeah.
And look, and to your point of the injury with Watson, I get that part. Burrow, I get that part of it. But, man, it is so critical for Cincinnati to have a good record because they don't want to have to go to Kansas City for the AFC Championship game.
Yep.
That needs to be in your house. Give me one more team.
Oh, I'll give you one more because the city of Chicago is in flames already. Bears fans are not only was it a week 1 loss on their home turf, it was to the Green Bay Packers.
Our predictions look like trash.
They did not throw the ball in the first half past like 5 yards downfield. It was one of the worst offenses. I had so many people at the game. Chase Claypool should be cut. He's an embarrassment to the NFL the way he does plays. The Bears offensive line, Matt Eberflus as head coach. was quoted saying, like, maybe we'll redo preseason next year and do things different. Hey, buddy, you ain't making it to next preseason. Let me talk to you.
If I was going to take two that you didn't mention, and I'm not going to mention the Giants, good night, Irene. Teams that really just disappointed me that I was like, what am I watching here? Number one, I'm not even going to take the low-hanging fruit. Give me, if you look at what the preseason projections were for most of these teams, the hell the Buffalo Bills doing losing to an Aaron Rodgers-less Jets team? What was it, 3 or 4 interceptions Josh Allen had? The hell was that?
Oh.
I thought they were going to have DeMar Hamlin fake another injury and just shut the game down because they were playing like a disaster. Oh, too early. Too soon.
Yowzies.
The other team, if I was going to grab one more, I don't know. Probably going to go out west to Seattle. I don't know what the hell they were doing, but they weren't playing football.
That was the most boring game of the weekend. They get that award.
What is your walk-off, sir? We're running out of time.
My walk-off is my lock. I'm being a homer here for Braves country, but anytime the Braves are under minus 150, I'm doing it. Free night. Let's go, Braves. Chop on.
Buyer beware, man. Wheeler has owned the Braves. I'm going to take the under in that game. It's 8.5. I think it's way too high. Way too high. Give me the under in that game. Fried versus Wheeler. That's got 1-0. Marcell Ozuna ripping one out for the dub.
Absolutely.
That dude, even when he misses home runs, he still just tears the cover off the ball. All right, brother, we'll see you. What are you, Thursday? We'll see you Thursday.
Yes, sir. See you Thursday.
We'll see y'all 6:40 first pitch. Braves Phillies. We'll be back in just a bit. Y'all have a great day, Braves country, and hopefully a better night. Let's get it.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Oh, let's not go to the World Series without Stillwell's toys.
Can you send my baseball?
Sure. There.
Wow. Avoid the clap, Jimmy Dugan. Wow.
That's good advice.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit the field, and every man feels like a boy, and every wife could kill. He's been flying beer since August.
Welcome back.
Hour
number 2.
That's all the dental holds.
Dropping that deuce as always is Joey. Joey, how are you, man?
Oh, I'm doing great. Yeah, it was a fun weekend, sports-wise, obviously.
We got everybody's blood boiling on Saturday morning for this show.
How'd the pool day end up afterwards? You have a little...
I did all right. You would not believe this. So I don't think I got on there that night. I think I was more the next morning looking at just I always like to see fans' reaction. I need to start. I wish they had a way to go into Twitter, not logged in, so that you can't react. You can just read it and get pissed off, right, and close it. But anyways, you go in there and you see these idiot fans who are overreacting to a couple of bad plays in a 66-13 win. I'm like, what are we doing, man? What are we doing? Do anyone remember how last year began? 3 losses to like Wake Forest and NC State and whatnot. And then like, what the hell are we doing? Anyway, oh, by the way, I don't think I've updated this. Yankees lead the Red Sox 3-2, top of 9, game 1. Obviously, the Yankees are out of it, but the Red Sox, man, you got to get it together, son. I said this all along. If they don't get in a winning streak in the next week or so, it's over.
Yep.
How the Cubs doing?
Last night we did lose our closer, Alzaloy, to the IL, so that was not what we wanted here because
seriously?
Our bullpen is not, it's not terrible, but it's not good. It's very mediocre. So that makes a mediocre pen slightly below average now. And that's a little concerning. Last night we were up 3-1, and then the Rockies came back off of a relief pitcher. And then Michael Fulmer was in late to close the game. And it was a rocky road, but we got to the victory. So we're playing the Rockies in Colorado, which is the good news because we know how they've just been struggling so badly. But we take a bite to the bullpen. So even though the Cubs are looking okay right now, there's no breathing room. You're only 2 games up on Arizona for the last wild card, and they're only 3.5 up. Thank you, Miami, for losing on San Fran and Miami. So there's a lot of teams lurking with Cincinnati still alive. Hopefully the Cubs can stay healthy and finish this month strong.
Now, we'll be able to help you out this weekend because we're heading to Miami. So
thank you. Anything will help.
Big picture, Alzolay, how bad? How long?
Well, that's the thing. So he's been not pitching for a few days now because he was complaining a little bit of last week about pain. So right now that they only put him on, I believe, as I look into him right here, they put him on the 10-day IL, which could be retroactive. So I'm hoping for it not to be too long, but I can confirm in a minute what the exact deal is there because as we all know, you lose your closer, you're not going to look too good in the long run.
Well, yeah, because, if you're looking at him long term, okay, so what I'm looking at, big picture, right, is the fact that if you don't have him for the first series of the playoffs, who the hell's closing the games?
And right now, our best reliever has been Merriweather. Like I said yesterday, we used Fulmer, but he who just came back from injury, by the way. But Alzolay is battling a right forearm strain, and it went like I was saying, it did go retroactive to last Sunday. They're hopeful. It's not too long, but it's a little unclear right now. So you're going to see guys like Julian Merriweather, Mark Leiter Jr., and Michael Fulmer. It's just going to be a swan of people here.
I guess come playoff time, you can grab someone out of the rotation, try to help fill the void. But, man, that's rough. Because
Drew Smiley filled the void yesterday, and that guy stinks. So
that's not filling a void. That's causing a void.
Exactly.
Good night, Irene. He was done when we got rid of him, and that feels like a century ago. Look, Drew Smiley is a great middle inning eater, right? If you just need someone to eat some innings, but you would hope he's not on the playoff roster.
No, I mean, absolutely. If anything, Stroman, his return is so questionable. So right now, luckily to, a couple of starters like Assad and actually Wills, who, I mean, they just been starters for this season, young guys here, and they've been coming through pretty dang clutch.
Assad's pitching tonight, isn't he? Isn't he starting?
Yeah, so we have Javier Assad tonight, and last night we had our other young guy go who just got called up. He has like 4 starts, and he's been on fire. So our young guys have been contributing, but at the end of the day, we're not going to win in the playoffs if you only have Steele and Hendricks, because Tyon has been very shaky this year. Assad is too young to count on, in my opinion.
What's the deal with Stroman? I haven't heard anything about Stroman in a while. What's the deal with him?
That's the thing. It's been mum's the word. They're saying he's throwing off a mound as of 1 minute ago, actually. No, that was 1 month ago, not 1 minute ago. But no update. That's what I mean. So he's throwing off a mound, just trying to get through the pain from his rib cartilage fracture that they diagnosed about 4 weeks ago now. So to me,
listen to this one. I found. What's Cubby's crib? Does that have any? Is that worth a damn, or is that? Like
it could be, but I have nothing on it.
Is Cubby's crib legitimate, or is that something that Tones tinkers with in the bathroom in the mornings?
Maybe with a bottle of milk. Yeah, I'm not sure on Cubby crib.
So according to them, if all goes well, Marcus Stroman. Now this was yesterday. 2 days ago. Marcus Stroman could be added to the Cubs bullpen later this week. That would be an interesting closer. If they feel like he can't be a starter for the rest of the year, is he willing to do it too? Because he's going to be a free agent.
Yeah, and that apparently that source isn't too bad, because I'll confirm as of 6 hours ago, another source was saying the same thing, that so as I was saying, he threw batting practice over the past couple of days, but definitely bullpen's been talked about and considered. So interesting to see for sure. I would not mind that. I'd rather have Stroman somewhere in our rotation or bullpen rather than sit on the sidelines.
Yeah, I'm seeing Bleacher Nation and Sports Illustrated also. I don't like the fact that something called Sports Mockery reported it. They were the first ones to report it, Sports Mockery. So is this a
yeah, they are a mockery.
That's not good. But anyways, all right. Ready to shift gears into some football?
Let's do it.
All right, so here we go.
Not over yet!
I got an Armchair Top 10 updated. We didn't do it yesterday because of the doubleheader. Armchair Top 10. Are you ready for this?
Let's go.
Number
I'm
10.
Ready. Let's see what you got.
Number 10, I put Utah. Put the Utes at number 10. I think Utah, look, and I don't go off of who would beat who. I'm going off of what have you done this year to impress us, right? Because last week we had Alabama in there and they ain't impressed anybody. So that's to me, that's what this is about. This is about what do you have? What have you done this year? That's essentially what I'm looking at. All right. Number 9, the Tennessee Volunteers. Now they have a chance to impress us this week.
Yes,
but
they do.
To me, I've got to see it on the field. They haven't really played anybody yet, so let's just, chill down with, thinking that they should be in the top 5. Number 8, I've got the Penn State Nittany Lions. I know they haven't been that impressive, but I also don't think they've been unimpressive. I think they've been about what we think they are. So I'm putting them at number 8. I think they'll have plenty of time to impress down the road. They haven't gotten to the meat of their schedule, but as of right now, that's where I have them at. They're number 7 in the power poll. See, now this is where I mean in the AP poll, which is the only one that I really pay attention to. All that other crap, what is this SP plus poll, whatever the hell that is on ESPN? I don't pay attention to that crap. I don't pay attention to the coaches poll. I know all polls are mundane and kind of stupid to begin with, but including ours. But the only one I'll ever reference is the AP poll because it's been around longer, and I still think it's somewhat legitimate, right?
That's what I go off of.
I'm not putting Alabama in the top 10. I'm sorry, but you got your lunch handed to you at home. Does this mean that you won't be in the top 10 the rest of the year? No. But as of right now, I can't put you in the top 10.
Fair.
Another team that I can't put in the top 10 right now, just I haven't been impressed by what they've done so far. They have a little bit of a chance to impress this week, as they'll be at Michigan State. Not putting Washington in there just yet.
That's what I was going to ask about.
Just yet. I'm not quite just yet. But they're at Michigan State. I know they're going through a lot of crap, but as long as they don't go out there and lose to Michigan State, they can continue to climb, right? My next one, where did I stop off at? Penn State at number 8. Number 7 is the Southern Cal Trojans, USC. Still haven't been that impressed with them, but then again, they haven't really played anybody of. I mean, they're 3-0. They're cruising in all of them, but who the hell have they played, right? Exactly. They do get a bit of a test this weekend, sir. 10:30 Eastern, Saturday. No, I'm sorry, it's next weekend. So they're off this week. So yeah, they won't climb up my pole at all. But next weekend at Arizona State, 10:30 Eastern. So it's an interesting one. Number 6, the Ohio State Buckeyes. Ohio State, man, they're 2-0, but have you been overly impressed with them?
No, I watched the game in week 1 against Indiana where it was on CBS, and it was like 23-3. It was very uninspiring. Now, of course, last week against, a bad football team, they were able to get the offense going a little more, but I'm with you. I wouldn't have them in my top 5 as of right now, so I like where you have them spotted.
The only reason why I have them where they are is because of pedigree. So for an Ohio State fan that might get mad and say, no, we belong in the top. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, because if it wasn't for that, you wouldn't even be in my top 10. Number 5, the Michigan Wolverines. But once again, they're not up as high as other teams, and people might get bent out of shape about that. They haven't been tested yet. I've got to see a team get tested. You at least have to have one test, and then I'll say, okay, fair enough. It doesn't have to be an incredible test, but you got to play more than what the hell Michigan has gone up against so far.
And they got Bowling Green next, so that doesn't.
Right, so they might actually slide out of my top 5, right? If someone else impresses. Number 4, the Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
Woo!
I'm impressed that they went in North Carolina State. That is a very, very tricky place to play. And the fact that they went in there and dominated that second half, that to me was impressive. I don't care about anybody says on that.
Yeah, and at first, it didn't look so good. Our first couple of drives, that defense was stout, not letting us move the ball. Eventually, their offense just didn't have enough, and Sam Hartman does have enough with the running game. So we broke out of there with a nice victory, but it was a tough first half.
I know they're not going to wow anybody this week with Central Michigan, but their schedule does get more difficult.
Ohio State, a week and a half away.
Yeah, so that's where the rubber's going to meet the road.
In Notre Dame.
I'm assuming that's a night kickoff. For the love of God, please tell me.
Yes, sir. Yes, it is.
Okay. Please tell me that's not like 11 a.m. junk they throw at us. Like, I can't start slamming beers at 11 a.m. I'll get nothing done on Saturday. All right.
It's the NBC game of the week that week.
Okay, good. I want to say the Braves will be done. I think next week, next Saturday, we're talking about a week from Saturday, right?
Correct.
I'm almost positive that we have a 1:00 first pitch, so I'll be well done with that. 9:23. Oh, you know what else that is? That's Florida State Clemson.
Ooh.
Woo!
Man, that's a day. This week's a little lighter on
that game. Better be a night
college
game.
slate compared to the week after.
I'm assuming Notre Dame, so they're at home, so that'll be the Peacock NBC game, right?
Yeah, that one's at 6:30, and then your game's at, oh my gosh, it's at noon. Florida State Clemson.
That could get flexed.
It could. I hope it does.
If it doesn't, there will be no Braves Nationals. I can tell you that right now. We'll already have the division sewn up.
Right now they have Texas Baylor and the ABC main slot. I hope they swap that with your game.
Either that or maybe I should do it because it's the only way to keep me calm. Okay. Let me see here. What do we have
Number
next?
3.
So I finish off with Notre Dame. Number 3. I'm on the fence, but I'm going to make a last-minute change. I'm going to put Florida State at number 3.
Ooh.
And I'm going to put Texas at number 2. And the reason why I'm going to flip-flop that is because Texas went into Alabama and beat Alabama. Now, their win wasn't as impressive as Florida State's was over LSU. But if we're going to be fair, and I'm trying to be fair with these, I'm not trying to make some homer poll. If we're going to be fair, a road win in Tuscaloosa is more impressive than a neutral site game against LSU. And then the number 1, I've said this all along, until you beat the man, they are going to be the man. You can't take the 2-time defending national champions out of the number 1 slot unless they look just absolutely awful in a game. And they haven't looked awful. They haven't been that impressive, but honestly, they're just tuning up, man. They're not playing anybody of any, if I was going across the board and being fair with this, I probably wouldn't even have them in the top 5 because of who they've played. But they're the 2-time defending national champion. And they get a little bit of a test this week. Not much of one, but they do get South Carolina this week.
Yeah, and honestly, after looking at your top 10, I mean, of course, I don't have much to argue with. The biggest difference from the AP poll to yours would be they have Notre Dame 9th, you have them 4th. And you do yours off the eye test. We kind of know how they do handle things over there. So I like where your top 10's at. Washington, you mentioned. You came in at number 8 in the AP poll. You have them out of the top 10. That's the only team that might have a beef. Bama, to me, doesn't have one. They lost a huge game on their home field. I'm fine with your top 10.
And something else that I do with my poll that I know the other voters don't do, I don't look at the previous poll. Okay? Because I don't want that to affect. I don't want to go, well, where was Ohio State last week? Well, maybe that's where I should put them this week. No, I don't do that. I go off the scores. I may go off the standings, but I don't look at the previous week's top 10, top 25, as most most voters do that. It's human nature.
Right. Like, for example, a team that might move up, it could be 5 or 6 slots, but if they only had them ranked at a certain spot, they'll only move a couple. So I kind of like that strategy of not looking at last week's, because every week's a new week until we build up about halfway into the season.
I came close to putting Colorado back in my top 10.
Oh, yeah, I forgot you took them out.
But their first half against Nebraska was not terribly impressive. And they're going to have their opportunities. I don't know if it's a week from Saturday or the one after that, but when they get up against Southern Cal and whatnot, that I figure that's when we're gonna. Because I'm not convinced that Nebraska's worth a damn.
Oh no,
and I am convinced that TCU is not. So would I put them in the top 15? Absolutely. Like, I see that they're ranked number 18. They'd probably be top 12, top 13, somewhere in that neighborhood for me. I saw a couple of folks were ranting and raving about Ole Miss. I mean, what did Ole Miss do? They struggled against a Tulane team that lost a lot of their talent.
Exactly.
So I'm not jumping up. I'll tell you one team that I left out, but I'm just keeping an eye. They've got to be tested first, but they are on my radar. Oregon State Beavers. They're on my radar, but I've got to see them up against somebody because though I think they've been fairly impressive, who have they really been tested by?
And you know what? I'll give a slight shout out to Miami for Brian Cook because I usually give him a lot of crud, but big win to me on Saturday.
So the thing with Miami, I'd probably put them in the top 20. I think 22 is too low.
Agreed.
But beating Texas A&M is not what it's made up. Like they beat an SEC team. And Texas A&M has been in shambles for the last 2 or 3 seasons.
Fair enough.
I'll tell you a team that probably deserves to be in there that I didn't put in there. I just can't quite get there just yet. Duke.
The Dukies? Yeah, the Dukies.
Duke. You can make the argument for North Carolina, though they stumbled. They almost – now, that was my stupid underdog pick, and I almost hit it. And I was right. They were in there smelling themselves. They beat South Carolina. App State came in there. Appalachian State spit the bit. They should have won that game. But they've got opportunities. And, in fact, they dropped 3 in the AP poll, even though they won the game. They get Minnesota this week, by the way. It's kind of a weird out-of-conference matchup, but interesting one.
Duke has Northwestern.
Is Oklahoma on your radar at all yet?
Not quite yet. I want to see a little bit more from them. Honestly, when I look at the top 25, I actually agree on Duke. And then other than that, after looking at the top 25, I can't really give it to anybody else. Ole Miss, I don't like. Oregon State, I want to see more. You know what? I'll give UCLA some credit so far, too. They just snuck their way into the top 25. 2-0 after losing DTR and others. I wanted to give them a little shout-out.
Duke, to me, they would be top 15 for me. But, like, going in, like, this week they're playing Northwestern. That's not going to get them climbing up the pole.
No.
They're going to have to – I do believe – they play Florida State this year. I believe it's in Duke, so that's going to be a big one. And so a game that originally at the beginning of the season nobody had on their radar now I think becomes a much bigger game, especially if Florida State can get past Clemson. Then we might be talking about a couple of teams squaring off. They actually could be just a precursor to 2 teams meeting in the ACC. But the ACC is more wide open now than a lot of people thought at the beginning of the year because Miami looks a little better. Duke looks a lot better. And Clemson, they stumbled out of the gate, but they got it together on Saturday. And let's be fair with that. I thought it was incredibly dumb on the part of the Clemson scheduling to play a game on Monday night and then play Saturday morning 5 days. So 5 days later, you go from a night game on the road Monday night at Duke, and then you turn around, you get 4 days off to prepare, and then Saturday morning, you're back at it. That's tough in college football. I can remember a couple of times Florida State playing a Monday night game on the Labor Day weekend, and then they would play some nobody Saturday night, not even a day game, and they would still struggle. And this is back in the Bowden era. So and if you play that Monday night game, you almost need the next week off. Maybe play next Thursday or something, but don't play 4 days later. 4 or 5 days later, it's a disaster waiting to happen. All right, let's take a quick break, Joey. A little past 4:20, so smoke them if you got them. When we come back, the National Football League. AR-15, or I guess AR-5 now, looked a lot better than a lot of folks thought they would. We'll be back in a flash.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
I apologize for the distractions.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Almond Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important it is?
You have
Trying to
any
save the
idea?
bubble. Really, this is
You
what
have
you're doing?
any
This is what
idea?
you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
Same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee. I don't know much, but I know one thing. Actually, I don't. What the hell did Jets going to do? Gosh darn it! They ruined my Super Bowl pick.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? So one of the things that jumps off at me immediately with this whole thing with Aaron Rodgers, and we're going to get more into it as we go along in the show. Do you realize how many primetime games they had the Jets and Aaron Rodgers ready to roll with? What the hell do they do with that? They're already looking for flex options. Anyways, let's go ahead and we're going to talk a lot of on Tuesdays going forward. We have changed our platform a little bit on Tuesdays because of fantasy football, because of how important it is to know what to do Tuesday night as you go to make pickups on Wednesday morning. We are going to be doing the fantasy football on Tuesday after we do Braves Country, heading into Joey coming up at 4. So with no further ado, let's dive into Braves Country because we got a little time to do a lot.
You're in Braves Country.
All right. Nothing's more distracting when you look at one of the monitors, because I always have a couple monitors going to make sure I know what's going on in the world of sports. And I look up and I about have a damn seizure because one of my monitors, it was one of the ESPN channels. The video was literally just shaking left and right. I was like, what the hell, man? You talk about throwing you off. And man, it's doing it again. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know if that guy's trying a new dance or whatever. But anyways, we'll talk about some of the nonsense that they have been saying is an option for the Jets. It's not, but we'll talk about it. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into Braves Country and the Atlanta Braves news. Big news today. If you missed it, you might have missed it. Kind of slid under the radar. We have been asked about this I don't know how many times, and mum has been the damn word, I mean, forever. They won't even give you any idea. It's gotten to the point where they must have been strong-armed the spineless Braves media because they quit asking the question. But we got news today. Jesse Chavez begins a rehabilitation assignment tonight with the AAA Gwinnett, which means he should be back sometime next week. Best case scenario. They may stretch him out for a little bit and have him come back the following week, but within the next few weeks, which honestly plays in perfectly. And I always thought they were trying to save his arm. But then it got to the point when you're sitting there going, all right, there's a difference between saving his arm and flat out going, I don't know if he's pitching again this year, but evidently they've been saving his arm. And remember, he had the comebacker off the mound, months ago. And they, at the time, do you remember at the time they said that, well, he probably could have avoided the IL, but we didn't want to go that long without an extra relief pitcher, so we went ahead and put him on. This is right before the All-Star break. Shortly before the All-Star break. And then we started playing it out in our head going, well, they're probably going to wait till after the All-Star break to bring him back. And then you're looking at, all right, well, maybe early August. Maybe they're taking time. And then I hear early August that he's walking around the clubhouse with a damn cane. And I'm like, wait a minute. Why is nobody in the Braves media growing a spine and saying, yo, what's going on? Anyways, they finally released the information. Jesse Chavez, we know what we deal with when you talk about the Braves media. I'm sorry, but there's one guy in that entire Braves media that I respect the cojones, and even he's not very aggressive. The rest of them are just basically road bumps. And it really is. It's irritating as a fan when you watch this. Even some of their and these aren't even Brave sponsored channels, but I'm talking about even some of the junk that you get from the YouTube and Facebook and whatnot. They're all just falling in line because they're all trying to suck up because they hope one day to be sitting there getting spoon fed. I can't do that. I'm, as a fan, want to know what the hell's going on. And things like when Snicker makes bad decisions, we want someone to go, yo, what the hell, man? Instead, well, they just look at them. They got the best record in baseball. That's not what we want. It's not what fans want. It must be nice being a fan of a team in the other markets where you've got so many sports writers that they come after you, right? But in the Atlanta sports market, especially with the Braves, and just in general, and this is like this in a lot of the smaller southern towns. I've seen it in Nashville. I've seen it in Jacksonville. They're not comfortable with standing their ground because they're afraid they're going to get boxed out. That's what it really comes down to. Whereas in your larger markets, they'll come after you because they're looking at us. Look, there's so many outlets giving you the information about about the Mets, the Jets, the Yankees, the Giants, you name it, the Rangers, the Islanders, that they have to compete to be able to bring you different coverage. But in the smaller markets, they're okay with just kind of status quo. But the Braves will get Jesse Chavez back shortly, it looks like. Kyle Wright, you hit that real quick. Kyle Wright, I mentioned it when it first started, and it unfolded the way we kind of thought it might. He needed at least one more start down on the farm. And it was funny because after he gives the start, then one of the writers, they said it tongue-in-cheek, but they didn't really come after the Braves, but they said after getting blown up, essentially, maybe he needed more work down in Gwinnett. Of course he did. He was terrible down in Gwinnett. When you're out 4 months, you're not just looking to build up innings and build up stamina. You are looking for someone to go out there and pitch competitive games. And if you're going to do this with Kyle Wright, why didn't you set it up where he went up against the Pirates and give win-ins against Philadelphia? At least you give yourself a fighting chance. Anyways, the Braves do split the doubleheader. So you don't hate what happened yesterday, but it was irritating because my biggest concern with Kyle Wright is the guy is still fragile mentally. Remember, it was just a couple of years ago that we didn't know if Kyle Wright would ever be an Atlanta Brave ever again. And then he had the big showing in 2021 in the playoffs. Out of nowhere, they pull him up. He looked great, but no one still believed in him going into 22. Then he had the phenomenal 22. Then he comes out in 23, looks terrible. Then he goes on the IL after a month. And you're just wondering, are you gonna cause issues? Are you going to cause issues if you send him out there and he doesn't have success? Now, hopefully his next time out, I would hope it would be Sunday. For the love of God, don't make it against the Phillies again. I mean, you're not doing him any service if you do that. I would like to see him pitch again Sunday or Saturday, either one, against the Marlins. Because, first of all, he gets a different opponent. Second of all, the Marlins offense is not the Phillies offense. But I don't want his first two starts to be back-to-back against Philadelphia. Back-to-back against anybody, but much less one of the top 8 offenses in baseball. They're not quite as dynamic as they were last year, but they're still pretty darn good. Tonight, we got Max Fried on the hill. We've got Wheeler on the hill. As far as that game is concerned, 6:40 first pitch, and we'll go through all the lineups and whatnot. It looks like that the Phillies, by the way, they're going with Schwarber at DH tonight, and they're not going with him out in left field. They were fortunate. He actually made a couple of plays, but he's terrible defensively. He made a couple of plays, and then he made one play that you're looking like, you're seeing him out there, you're like, my God, dude, I've played restaurant league slow pitch softball with guys more athletic than this guy. But with the lefty on the mound, Max Fried, they're going with Pache out in left field. So if you look at it realistically, they've got a pretty darn good defensive outfield out there tonight. They're doing that because Wheeler normally shuts the Braves down. He normally pitches them very, very tough. And so with that being said, you can't really go out here and expect a high-scoring game. So Philadelphia is looking at it logically saying, look, we need to have our best defensive team out there right now. Now, they didn't put Stott in there because he's the lefty and he would struggle against Max Fried, but they did put Sosa at second base. That could be the one hole. But Sosa's at second base because he's 2 for 7 lifetime against Fried. As far as guys who have banged the ball hard against Max Fried, here are some guys to keep an eye out. And it's a list. Trey Turner, 13 of 32 with a home run, 2 RBIs, 406 average. Alec Boehm, 5 of 18, not great, not terrible, about solid. No home runs, 3 RBIs, 5 strikeouts. Bryce Harper, 9 for 29, a 310 average, but 2 home runs. JT Realmuto, 342 average against some 3 home runs, 9 RBI. And here's the one. Good night, Irene. Nick Castellanos, 636 average against him. Now, he doesn't have any home runs, so it appears that most of his hits that he's gotten, and I looked at his OPS, it looks like a lot of them are singles, but still, it's going to be tough sledding. And as far as the Braves going up against Zach Wheeler, he has been dominant against the Braves. He has pitched really well, and it's really strange. And of course, maybe it's got something to do with the fact that the man's from Smyrna, Georgia. I don't know. But he can go out and have bad outings, and he's actually pitched pretty well recently, but he can go out and have bad outings and still go out there and mow down the Braves. It really is dumbfounding. He did it back in late May, where he had really been scuffling to start the year. Then he goes out in Atlanta and fires 8 scoreless innings, 12 strikeouts. I think a lot of y'all would remember that one. It was a Saturday afternoon game. We did the game, but I think you would remember the fact that we were expecting to be able to get to him finally, and he just absolutely dominated that game. I mean, absolutely dominated the game. They ended up winning the game 2-1. It was a game where Charlie Morton pitched really well in his own right. Charlie Morton went 5 1/3 and only gave up 2 runs, but those 2 runs were enough. And in fact, the only run we scored off of Zach Wheeler was a home run by Sean Murphy off of Kimbrell in the bottom of the 9th inning. If you remember that, we were down 2-0. He came up in a home run, but Kimbrell ended up closing the door. So it's going to be a tough one tonight. This is the one that I've been worried about the most in the series, along with obviously when you the second part of a doubleheader and you got a guy pitched in 4 months. But Zach Wheeler tonight, the game itself, what are the odds in the game itself? Well, the Braves are -125. I think that's a little, I would not touch that. But the Braves are -125 and the over-under is 8.5. I actually think the over-under is pretty high. I think you're going to get a game. Now, I'll never pick the Braves to lose. I think you're going to get a very low-scoring game. Zach Wheeler is beyond dominant. Their bullpen, the back of their bullpen, pretty much intact. They had to use Kimbrell last night, but there's no reason why he can't go back-to-back nights. So give me the Braves to win, but I mean a tight one. And I mean a tight one. Give me the Braves to win this one. We'll say 3-2. And hopefully, Matt Olson, how about that? 50 home runs. How about that? He was 49 and 50 last night. Moment I put up the poll, do we clinch the division or do we get to 50 home runs first? He goes out there and slams 2 out of the building. So Matt Olson's going to get somewhere between 55 and 60 this year. And that's just a phenomenal. He's going to crush the all-time Braves records. And somehow he's not in the conversation for MVP. I beg to differ. I think the guy's been incredibly valuable. But Acuna's having a special year with the stolen bases, and people are really focusing on that. I really think it's a little disingenuous to focus on the stolen base numbers when we know that they changed how easy it is to get stolen bases compared to past years. But usually sports writers that vote, they're usually a few years behind the actual analytics of it all and the actual breaking it down. But that's okay. As long as one of the Braves get the MVP trophy, I'm for it. But now, to me, I mean, Matt Olson going out there, and with the injury to Mookie Betts, and he's going to be out of the lineup, his stats are going to go by the wayside. Acuna's a slam dunk, and I mean, I'm starting to look at Olson as very real possibility to finish second in the MVP voting. Okay, let's take a really quick break. Taking the Braves pick to click with the righty on the mound. You know what? Go ahead and give me Matt Olson one more time. I'm not loving anybody to click against Wheeler, but Braves win it 3-2. We'll be back in a flash.
How do three men in their 30s not have $800 between them?
The economy is in shambles right now. Taking the NASDAQ marketplace right now. Dow Jones.
Stop talking, fine.
On a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
You can't drink like me. You can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive, let's see it. One run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
you're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the rampart 'cause we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare was bursting in air. It broke through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball! Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Citizen Bank Field in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, leading off and playing right field for your Atlanta Braves. It's Ronald Acuna Jr. Comes in with 36 home runs, 95 RBI, 65 stolen bases, batting .334. Batting second, playing second, Ozzie Albies, 29 homers, 93 RBI, 12 stolen bases, batting .266. Austin Riley, batting third, playing third, with 34 home runs, 85 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .274. Matt Olson, batting cleanup with 50 home runs, 127 RBI, a stolen base, and a .279 average. Your designated hitter and batting fifth is Marcell Ozuna, 33 home runs, 78 RBI, a .266 average. Travis d'Arnaud, behind home plate tonight with 11 home runs, 38 RBI, batting .234. Eddie Rosario, batting seventh and playing left, 21 home runs, 70 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .263. Batting eighth, playing short, Orlando Arcia, 17 home runs, 59 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .275. Michael Harris II, batting ninth and patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves, 16 home runs, 50 RBI, 20 stolen bases, batting .295. On the mound for your Atlanta Braves, it's Max Fried. He's 7-1 with a 2.7 ERA, 1.17 WHIP, 66 2/3 innings, 63 hits allowed, 67 strikeouts, 15 walks, 5 home runs given up. Zach Wheeler will go head-to-head with Max Fried for the Philadelphia Phillies. He's 11-6 with a 3.49 ERA, 105 WHIP, 170 innings pitched, 146 hits allowed, 192 strikeouts, 32 walks, 16 home runs given up. Backing up Wheeler in the bottom of the first inning, playing designated hitter, Kyle Schwarber, 43 home runs, 94 RBI, batting .201. Trey Turner, batting second, playing short, 25 home runs, 73 RBI, 26 stolen bases, a .269 average. Alec Bohm, batting third, playing third, 16 home runs, 89 RBI, 4 stolen bases, batting .278. Bryce Harper is batting cleanup with 16 home runs, 60 RBI, 9 stolen bases, batting .294. JT Real Muto, behind home plate with 18 home runs, 55 RBI, 13 stolen bases, batting .251. Nick Castellanos is in right field with 22 home runs, 89 RBI, 8 stolen bases, batting .268. Sosa is at second tonight with 9 homers, 28 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .256. Christian Pache is in left field with 2 home runs, 9 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .288. Rojas is in center field, 1 home run, 18 RBI, 9 stolen bases, batting .280. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate tonight, it's Edwin Moscaso. DJ Rayburn is your first base umpire. Second base, will be manned by Larry Vanover, and down the third base line, it's David Rackley. Atlanta comes in minus 120 on the money line. The over-under is 8.5. Looking for clear skies here in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Game time weather starting at about 80 degrees and dropping into the mid-70s by the end of the game. Citizens Bank Park holds 42,901, expecting a good crowd on a Tuesday night. Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies, game 3 of a 4-game series. Braves and Phillies split a doubleheader yesterday. Braves taking the first one 10-8, Phillies second one 7-5. In the season-long series, your Atlanta Braves have won 4 of 6 contests versus the Phillies. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves Phillies. Max Fried versus Zach Wheeler. 2 aces going head-to-head in the city of brotherly love. Get your game face on, Braves country. Good evening, friends. You are listening live, and we are here in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, as the Atlanta Braves are set to take on the Philadelphia Phillies in Game 3 of a 4-game series. And it is about that time before they get set.
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back. Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves country.
Time for roll call here on Braves country. The Atlanta Braves will be wearing their dark, or their road grays. They're not really dark, lighter grays with Atlanta across the chest, red tomahawk underneath, Navy names on the back, Navy ball caps with the white A. Good evening, Rebel, Isaac, Robert, Grady, Sean, Jeremy, Goat, Underwater, Keith. Thought I saw AY. And good evening to everybody out there in Braves country. If we missed you, jump back in the chat and we'll say hello. Philadelphia Phillies are going to be wearing their home whites with the pinstripes, Phillies across the chest. As we are just about set as Zach Wheeler, right-handed power pitcher, strikeout machine, is about to take the bump. Pitched a phenomenal game against the Braves earlier this year. We talked about that in the pregame. 8 innings, shutout ball, and beat Atlanta in that first matchup. A game where Charlie Morton pitched and pitched well as well. Low scoring game. 2-1 was the final. Braves scored 1 run in the 9th off of Craig Kimbrell in that game. Ronald Acuna Jr. is coming to the plate, saying his hellos to the home plate umpire. Home plate umpire tonight, Edwin Moscaso. Of course, JT Realmuto behind home plate for the Philadelphia Phillies. And as he gets set, it is just about baseball time in Braves country. First pitch on the way from Zach Wheeler is outside for a ball. Or actually inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Wheeler, kicks and deals. Swing and a miss, 96 up top. 1-1. The 1-1 from Wheeler. Swung on and fouled back out of play. 97 miles an hour on the outer edge. Just got a piece of that. Do it again. Zach Wheeler, of course, originally a New York Met, signed the big contract with Philadelphia coming over a few years ago. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on, pops it up. high in the sky, but not very deep. Underneath it is the center fielder, Rojas. He'll make the catch, and there's one away. Braves will have Max Fried on the bump tonight. So we're expecting a pitcher's duel. Of course, the best laid plans of mice and men, but you do expect runs to be at a premium. That'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. Good evening, Sean and Jacob. Ozzie takes the first pitch up top, 97 miles an hour. For a strike, it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch inside gets him dancing out of the way with an off-speed pitch. Evens up the count at 1-1. Went four-seam fastball to start the game. Curveball to set up the next. The 1-1 pitch swung on and chops that foul down the first base line. It's 1-2. Braves nothing. Phillies nothing. Hope you're enjoying your Tuesday evening. Doesn't quite have that playoff atmosphere because of the big gap in the divisions, but this rivalry is still real. The 1-2 pitch. Down and in. Good take by Ozzie. You can tell he wanted to take a whack at that, but he held up. Evens up the count at 2-2. If y'all got predictions on the games to click or the score, we'd love to see them in the chat. The 2-2 pitch. Wheeler kicks and fires. Curveball caught looking, strike 3. Ozzie looked back at the home plate umpire, but that pitch was definitely right there for a strike. I think it might have buckled Oz. That curveball kept diving out there towards the edge and just caught the outside corner at the top of the zone. So 2 down, and that'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Austin Riley, first pitch on the way, swing and a miss, 96 just off the edge. It's 0-1. Jacoba says you got to bet on the Braves tonight. I'm assuming money line, the 0-1 pitch. Up top, 97 miles an hour. Guess they're going to call that a ball. Looked like it grabbed the zone, but home plate umpire Moscaso, he's known to have east and west and not north and south leans on his balls and strikes. The 1-1 pitch. Down below the knees. 2-1. Wheeler doesn't like it. I'm sure he's saying, well, if the one up top isn't a strike, then the one down below's got to be. The 2-1 to Riley, 34 home runs on the year, 85 RBI, 842 OPS. The 2-1, up high, ball 3. So a 3-1 count to Riley. Standing on deck is Matt Olson. The 3-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 96 miles an hour. Right over the top of it. It's a full count now to Austin Riley. Nobody on, 2 out. Top of the first inning. Wheeler kicks and deals. Swing and fouls that straight back. Just missed that one. Fouled it straight off the mask of Real Muto. You see a ball go straight back like that, you know the batter just missed it. So full count, Wheeler, 16th pitch. On the way. Swing, and that ball's rifled down the third base line. Foul. Plenty foul. But a hard hit ball nonetheless. Full count once again. Nothing else. Austin Riley making them work, so you love to see that. The 3-2 pitch on the way from Wheeler. Curveball just misses. Ball 4, and Austin Riley will head on down to first. I think Wheeler might be a little frustrated. The shoe's on the other foot. I can definitely see it because Wheeler didn't get the the benefit of the doubt on the high pitch, low pitch, or the outside pitch. So that'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Matt Olson hit his 50th home run and 49th home run last night. First pitch on the way, off the plate wide for a strike. It's 0-1. Talked about Moscoso. I remember him several times we've seen him, and he always seems to call a wide east and west, very narrow north and south strike zone. The 0-1 pitch swung on and rifled foul. 97-mile-an-hour fastball shot down the third base line. We'll do it again. It's 0-2. This will be Zach Wheeler's 20th pitch of the inning, so if nothing else, the Braves have made him work. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Kind of a calm wind coming out of center field. As the sun sets, the 0-2 pitch swung on, fisted over to second. Should be an easy play for Sosa. It is. 4-3 put out, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves threaten but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
You know what your problem is? You're really cute, so no one ever told you to shut your pie hole.
You think I'm cute?
Shut your pie hole!
When Larry Bird finally returned to the court after missing basically an entire season with foot surgery and a back injury, he faced prime Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen. 10 seconds to go, it was a tie game. The Celtics had the ball, and the Bulls put their two best defenders, Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, both on Larry Bird, and then this happened.
Let's see if they wind it all the way down. Inside Bird low, Bird low. You can't double yet. Now you can quickly. Bird's jumper, good. Larry Bird gives the Boston Celtics a 2-point lead. Everybody in this building had to know what was going on. Michael came over to help out.
But maybe a quote from NBA Hall of Fame coach Pat Riley can explain. In an interview, Pat Riley said this iconic quote, "If I had to choose a player to take a shot to save a game, I'd choose Michael Jordan. If I had to choose a player to take a shot to save my life, I'd take Larry Bird."
By the 1880s, newspapers and magazines, and now baseball cards, printed up to help boost the sale of cigarettes, brought into the homes of young boys a generation of baseball heroes they would never get to see in person. Pete Browning, the old gladiator of the Louisville Eclipse, had a lifetime batting average of .343 and was the idol of Kentucky fans. One day in 1884, he broke his favorite bat. After the game, an apprentice woodworker named Bud Hillerick offered to make Browning a new bat. The next day, Browning went 3 for 3. Thereafter, he would use no one else's bat. It was the first Louisville Slugger, and Browning would eventually own more than 200 of them, to each of which he gave a name taken from the Bible.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Max Fried is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Lefty-lefty matchup. Kyle Schwarber leading off for the Phillies. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-2. Got to figure with these two pitchers on this pitching matchup, really don't want to see a crooked numbers given up. Anything other than that you can probably live with today. The 0-2 pitch misses. It's 1-2. Darnode was set up outside, and the pitch just dipped a little further lower than what they wanted. Probably tried to get him to chase. The 1-2 pitch. Tried to get him to chase again. They're going to check down home plate umpire. Third base umpire, excuse me, David Rackley, and he rings up a strike, says he went around. Ooh, I don't know about that one. Schwarber doesn't like, he's holding his tongue, but he's got pretty good reason to complain. And now he turns and says something as he gets to the dugout. Doesn't seem like it was enough to get him ejected, but we'll keep an eye on that. Max Fried will go to work on Turner. The first pitch on the way to Trey is off the plate, up and away. It's 1-0. Remember, Rackley was behind the plate yesterday and had a really suspicious strike zone, is the best way we can put that. The 1-0 pitch, just off the plate wide, 2-0. So a 2-0 count, lefty-righty matchup. Max Fried kicks and deals. Swing and hit to the opposite side, right at the second baseman. Ozzie Albies got it. A 4-3 put out for out number 2. Atlanta Braves splitting the doubleheader yesterday. We'll be hoping to at least split the series here in Philadelphia. Magic number is 4. If they win the next 2 games, they clinch the division on September 13th in Philadelphia. First pitch on the way to Alec Boehm is outside wide, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Alec Boehm, we like to remind all people, he still has not touched home plate on that Sunday night. The 0-1 pitch. Down and away, it's 1-1. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Keep you up to date on other games of interest going around the league. Really the only one right now of interest, Baltimore trails St. Louis 1-0, top of the second. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 94 right down the pipe, and it's 1-2. Baltimore chasing Atlanta for best record in baseball. More on that here in 1 second. The 1-2 pitch, swung on, hit on the ground right at Olsen. He'll step on the pillow, and that'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down. Good start for Mad Max. We'll be back in a flash here in Philly.
Check this out. Did you guys know that Pittsburgh is in Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Yeah. But think about that, though. That's crazy. Like 2 cities in 1 state?
No, that's not crazy.
No, not at all. No. All right. I don't think you understand. There's 2 cities in the same state. Like, how's that even possible?
All
totally
states have more than one city.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
There's Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Yes.
So that's what Pennsylvania is.
Oh, no.
Oh, so Philadelphia's not Pennsylvania?
No, Philadelphia is in Pennsylvania. What is this man talking about?
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. The 1960 World Series was between the Pirates and the Yankees and ended with a walk-off homer by Pirates second baseman Bill Mazeroski. The MVP of that series wasn't Mazeroski, but instead it was Yankees player Bobby Richardson. His 12 RBIs led him to becoming the only World Series MVP who was on the losing team.
It is important to remember in an imperfect and fretful world that we have an institution which is practically above reproach and above criticism. Nobody worth mentioning wants to change its constitution or limit its powers. The government is not asked to inspect it, regulate, suppress, guarantee, or own it. There is no movement afoot that we know of to uplift it like the stage, or to abolish it like marriage. No one complains that it is vulgar like the newspapers, or that it assassinates genius like the magazines. It rouses no class passions, and while it has magnates, they go unhung with our approval. This once comparatively perfect flower of our sadly defective civilization is, of course, baseball, the only important institution, so far as we remember, which the United States regards with a practically universal approval. Saturday Evening Post.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Good evening to Mark and Chris. Chris said he had a hard time getting the chat up. You know, from time to time, the YouTube app just has some issues. I noticed the other day I was going into a show to watch as the first pitch on the way from Wheeler. Ozuna's way inside, 95 miles an hour, misses for a ball. It's 1-0. And it didn't have any sound. And I thought it was the show I was watching. I go in and out, and the sound was instantly there. So it's got some glitches from time to time. I think it's because they do a lot of updates. The 1-0 pitch swung on, grounded over to third, scooped up and flipped over to first. 5-3 put out. It's a high chopper. Tell you what, pretty risky attempt by Boehm. He had plenty of time. He charged it in almost like an Olay type of deal. He was fortunate that he got that ball right into the webbing. That could have easily kicked off the glove. In fact, they just flashed over to his manager, Thompson, and he's shaking his head like, what in the hell is he doing? First pitch on to Travis d'Arnaud is on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. Wheeler sitting at 23 pitches. The 0-1 pitch. JT sets up outside, just off the plate. It's 1-1. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing, top of 2. The 1-1 swung on and miss. Good slider there, just over the top. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count to Travis d'Arnaud, a 712 OPS, 11 home runs this year. Wheeler spins, kicks, and deals. Off the plate wide, 2-2. Tried to get him to chase that sweeper. The 2-2 pitch from Wheeler sets up and lets it fly. Way outside wide, 96 miles an hour. Probably about 4 or 5 inches off the plate. We'll do it again. It's a full count. So a full count to Travis d'Arnaud. Standing on deck is Eddie Rosario. The full count offering. Swing and fouls it straight back, 96 miles an hour. We'll do it again. The one thing you do love from this so far is you do see the Braves working the count, whether it was a part of the game plan or just how things have been unfolded. Wheeler is at 28 pitches, 1 out into the second. The payoff pitch swung on and fouled that straight back, 96 miles an hour. We'll do it again. So after 2 straight sweepers, he's gone fastball sinker, upper 90s or mid 90s. See where he goes here. The 3-2 pitch on the way, swung on, and that ball is going to get sent out to right field. But right there is Castellanos for a pretty long out, number 2. Castellanos had to drift back and make the catch, not too short of the warning track. Remember, this is a very short porch in left field, and a pretty short porch, in right field, and a pretty short porch in left field as well. The place you don't want to hit it is to deep center, deep left center. That is a canyon. First pitch on the way to Eddie Rosario's down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. If you missed the pregame show, missed the news, Jesse Chavez is the 1-0 pitch. Wheeler kicks and deals, swung on, fouled straight back. It's 1-1. Jesse Chavez will begin his rehabilitation assignment tonight. So you'd hope to have him back in the next week or two, depending on how much action they want to get him. With relievers, it's usually not as long of a stint, but remember, he has not pitched in quite some time. So they may take their time considering the Braves' big lead. The 1-1 from Wheeler, righty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way, swung on, just got a piece of that. Taps it foul off the plate. It's 1-2. Still go back to that encounter between Rosario and Wheeler last night when Rosario and JT Realmuto last night when Rosario swung and missed and then did not try to run down to first on the ball that got away, and the look that JT Realmuto gave him was absolutely priceless. The 1-2 pitch on the way, swung on. That ball is going to get dropped into right field, down towards the right center gap, but Castellanos cuts it off, gets it back in quickly, and it's a leadoff 2-out single, the first base hit for your Atlanta Braves. Second base runner of the night. Braves might have something cooking here in the top of the second. Hit it into right center, but it didn't have a whole lot of oomph on it. So it died quickly. Castellanos was able to cut it off. So 1 down, and Orlando Arcia will come to the plate. Orlando stands in with a 275 average, a 771 OPS. The first pitch on the way, down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Arcia 17 home runs, 59 RBI. St. Louis leads Baltimore 2-0, so good news in Maryland. The 1-0 pitch, down below the knees, 2-0. So you got a 2-0 count. case you missed it last night, the Dodgers did lose. So the Braves picked up yet another game. Magic number is 13, but really 12 because of the tiebreaker for best record in the National League. The 2-0 pitch, swing and a miss. Underneath the hand sinker, over the top, it's 2-1. Magic number for the East is 4 for the National League. It's really 12 because of the tiebreaker, and it's really 16 because of the tiebreaker for the best record in baseball. The 2-1 pitch, swung on and missed. It's 2-2. Arcia chased one off the plate wide. The count in his favor. Sure, he'd like to have that one back. So you got a 2-2 count. Wheeler's at 38 pitches here in the top of the second. Runner on first, 2 outs. He'll be going at the crack of the bat. The pitch on the way, high and inside, ball 3. And you got a full count. Reddy Rosario will be moving on the pitch. Anything that gets down into the gap should score the run. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing, top of 2, 2 outs. Arcia set, the payoff pitch. Swing and drags that foul down the third baseline. We'll do it again. Arcia limping a little bit. I believe that ball got him on the instep front of his foot. Looking at the replay, trying to see where it got him. Might have actually hit the shin guard. Yeah, it did. It ricocheted off the shin guard, but must have really bit him because he was hopping around for a second. Appears to be okay. So once again, a 3-2 count. Runner on first, the payoff pitch. Inside, ball 4. And Orlando Arcia works himself a walk. That's the 44th, the 41st pitch for Zach Wheeler here. Top of the second inning. So runner on first and second, 2 outs, and Michael Harris II comes to the plate. MH2 comes into tonight. The .295 batting average, .814 OPS. The first pitch on the way, swung on, bangs that foul down the first base line. It's 0-1. 16 home runs for Michael, 50 RBI. The 0-1, Wheeler comes set. Pitch on the way, inside high, 1-1. You love, if nothing else, the fact that the Braves are really working this count. Get them in that postseason mode where that's going to be key to go deep into the playoffs. The 1-1 pitch, high and out of the zone, ball 2, 2-1. So Wheeler really having a hard time finding the zone. This is a pretty long inning for him. A 2-1 count, 2 on, 2 out, top of 2, deuces wild in Philadelphia. The 2-1 pitch, swung on, tap foul off the plate, high, plenty foul, rolls away, it's 2-2. So deuces really wild now. You got 2 on, 2 out, a 2-2 count, top of 2. Standing on deck is Ronald Acuna Jr. The payoff pitch, swung on and fouled straight back. Do it again at 2-2. 95-mile-an-hour fastball right up there in his kitchen. Couldn't quite catch up. Probably chased one a little bit out of the zone, but really close on a 2-strike pitch. So a 2-2 to MH2. Wheeler comes set. Pitch on the way. Swung on and missed, strike 3. 96 miles an hour, blew it right by him. The Braves failed to score, but they ran that pitch count up. We'll be back in a flash. Harper, JT, and Castellanos coming to the plate.
I was going to Colombia, for Christ's sakes. Wants to be some kind of a professional woman, like you.
A psychiatrist?
And I have to listen to guys like me whine all day.
Here's payoff pitch and swing on and miss. Strike three. Yak 'em. We're 1 out away, Braves country, from a trip to the World Series. Whatever superstition you got, do it. The entire city of Atlanta, the entire South is standing on their feet, trying to will the Braves into the World Series. Here's the 1-0 pitch. And swung on and ripped over to Dansby Swanson. Dansby's got it. He fires over to first. Baby, sound the trumpets. Do the chop through the streets. Your Atlanta Braves are headed to the 2021 World Series. Oh, baby. We have not been into the World Series in 22 years. But come Tuesday night in Houston, we'll have first pitch. Go dance in the streets, baby.
Have you ever protested anything?
Sure, every time I get thrown out of the pub.
By the end of the Civil War, baseball was the national pastime, North and South, West as well as East. Soldiers took the game home with them, and it grew.
It's our game. That's the chief fact in connection with it. America's game. As the snap, go, fling of the American atmosphere. It belongs as much to our institutions, fits into them as significantly as our Constitution's laws, is just as important in the sum total of our historic life. Walt Whitman.
Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves 0-0 with the Philadelphia Phillies. Max Fried will go back to work. Bottom of the second inning, his 13th pitch of the night, and the first pitch on the way is swung on and fouled away. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, down and away to Bryce Harper, misses. 1-1. Braves 0, Phillies 0. Lefty-lefty matchup. The southpaw lifts his glove, kicks and deals. Tried to get him to chase off and wide, but Harper holds up. 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Fried lets it go and misses outside, way wide. Ball 3, 3-1. So a 3-1 count. Fried looks into Darno and lets it go. Swing, and that ball's chopped over to Olsen. Olsen has it, flips it to Fried covering first, and it's a 3-1 putout. Good defensive play by both. Good hustle by Harper, and there's one away. So one down. That'll bring JT Realmuto to the plate. JT comes in tonight, batting .251 on the year. He'll take the first pitch away for a ball. It's 1-0. Realmuto, 18 home runs, a .769 OPS, 55 RBI, 13 stolen bases. The 1-0. Kicks and deals, swung on and fouls it straight back. It's 1-1. The 1-1. Fried looks into Darno. Comes set. Realmuto with a bit of an open stance from the right side. The 1-1 pitch just misses off the plate. 2-1. Would have liked to have had that call. But instead, it's going to be a 2-1 count to Realmuto. One down. Fried comes set and lets it go. Swung on and fouled straight back. It's 2-2. Max Fried comes set and lets it go. The 2-2 pitch. Inside, down and in, ball 3. So a full count with 1 down. Standing on deck is Castellanos. In the hole is Sosa. The 3-2 pitch. Max Fried lets her fly. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Pump 95 right down the pipe, and there's 2 away. Good pitch. Didn't know if he was going to go with something off speed, and he might have caught JT Realmuto a little flat-footed with that one. Realmuto was trying to time that up and was a touch behind. So 2 down. Max Fried. Second strikeout of the night. First pitch on the way to Castellanos is swung on, and that ball's lifted high in the sky, and that ball is gone. A solo shot over the right field wall. And Philadelphia takes a 1-0 lead. So Max Fried's been pitching pretty well. That fastball got a little too much of the plate. Really let Castellanos get his arms extended. He just drove it into the short porch out there in right field, and Philly takes the early lead, 1-0. Fried will go back to work. Sosa comes to the plate, and he takes the first pitch right there at the knees. Breaking pitch, it's 0-1. The 0-1, swing and a miss, it's 0-2. Howdy, Jacob, and I see Edward in there now. Sean, Goat, the 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. So Max Fried gives one up but settles back down. We'll be back in a flash. Braves trail 1-0.
Where's my tickets to the Sonics game? They were here just a second ago. Somebody stole my tickets to the Sonics game! This stinks! This is total BS! This is... Oh, got it. Got it. Hey, where the hell's my Lasorda tape? This is total...
So take us to 1955. Where were you when they won it all?
I was in the last period of the day in math class with Mr. Rabin. And it surprised me when I moved south that we weren't doing this. But of course, coming from the New York area, there was always at least one team in the World Series. So each fall, they played the World Series on the radio over the PA system. Remember, this is the 1950s.
So they played it during the entire broadcast.
Yes. And
Okay.
teachers had the right, to turn it on and off, maybe teach a little math and then go. But I distinctly remember being in there and, grabbing the side of the desk and just praying, and all of us feeling that way. And then when we won, of course, and I guess it must have been during math class, my best memory, that the game was won by the Dodgers, and we just burst out. And I still remember Mr. Rabin looking at us and say, okay, no homework tonight for you Dodger fans, but don't you ever mention this again. He loved the Yankees.
They were playing the Yankees.
Yes.
Johnny Padres will go down in infamy.
I remember hearing a report one night that, of course, the celebration broke out all over the streets of Brooklyn. And there was a pregnant woman who delivered a baby in the middle of all this. And he was named Johnny Padres, whatever. So there may be somebody still wandering around the streets of New York with that name. Armchair.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Ronald Acuna Jr. will stand in. Braves trail 1-0. It's the bad news. The good news is Zach Wheeler's at 47 pitches. The first pitch on the way, swung on and grounded into the hole, but Turner's going to get it and put Acuna out by a mile. It's one away. So as quickly as you mention it, Ronald Acuna Jr. goes up there swinging at the first pitch. Kind of bails Wheeler out. Nifty play by Turner. Not a great throw, but with Acuna just kind of jogging down to first, beat him by about a mile or so. So 1 down. And Ozzie Albies will come to the plate. Ozzie takes the first pitch outside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Ozzie Albies 0 for 1 with the strikeout in the first. The 1-0 offering as Wheeler comes set. Pitch on the way. Swing and fouls it back. It's 1-1. Philly 1, Braves nothing. Top of 3, 1 out. The 1-1 pitch. On the way, swung on and tapped foul off the plate. We'll do it again at 1-2. The 1-2 to Ozzie. Open stance from the left side. Pitch on the way. Swung on and grounded over to first. Easy play for Harper. And a quick 2 outs here to start the third. So 2 outs, top of the third, and be up to Austin Riley to make Wheeler work here in this inning. Austin Riley walked his first time up. The first pitch on the way to Riley. Fastball top of the zone. Missed a little high, but called for a strike by Moscaso. It's 0-1. Good frame by JT got him the call. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on and rifled foul and out of play. And he's quickly down 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Wheeler with a high pitch count could get out of this inning in just 8 pitches. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Off the plate wide, 1-2. St. Louis leads Baltimore 2-0 in the third. Cincinnati, Detroit tied up in the second. The 1-2 pitch off the plate wide, 2-2. Kind of a close call considering Moscaso's strike zone, but he did give it a ball. So a 2-2 count. Riley ready for the delivery. Wheeler turns and deals. Swung on, hit hard down the third baseline, but plenty foul. Do it again at 2-2. 2 outs, a 2-2 count. Matt Olson stands on deck. The 2-2 on the way. High ball 3. So a full count now to Riley. Great job by Austin to make him work. The first 2 batters getting with those quick outs. Good to see Riley grinding in this at bat. 2 outs, a 3-2 count. Wheeler, the payoff pitch. Caught looking, strike 3. Riley couldn't pull the trigger. That ball grabbed the outer part of the zone, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down, but Wheeler is up near 60. We'll be back in a flash.
Sit sharp. I'm not playing your stupid game.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans. We're 1 out away, Braves Country, from a trip to the World Series. Whatever superstition you got, do it. The entire city of Atlanta, the entire South is standing on their feet. trying to will the Braves into the World Series. Here's the 1-0 pitch. And swung on and ripped over to Dansby Swanson. Dansby's got it. He fires over to first. Baby, sound the trumpets. Do the chop through the streets. Your Atlanta Braves are headed to the 2021 World Series. Oh, baby.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
The batter has only a few thousandths of a second to decide to hit the ball. And yet the men who fail 7 times out of 10 are considered the game's greatest heroes.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch from Max Fried is a bender on the outer edge for a ball. It's 1-0. Lefty-righty matchup to Pache. The 1-0. Uncle Charlie comes in and clips the knee on the inside. It's 1-1. Phillies 1, Braves nothing. Bottom of 3. The 1-1. Right there for a strike. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. He's gone curveball, then a changeup on the outer edge up top. The 1-2 offering from Max. Pitch on the way, down and away, 2-2. Christian Pache, former Atlanta Brave. The 2-2 from Max. Lets it fly, up high, 3-2. So once ahead 1-2, now is fallen behind 3-2. Don't want to walk Pache to start the inning, especially with his speed. The payoff from Max. Pitch on the way, swung on, high chopper over to Arce. He's got all day as Pache slip coming out of the batter's box. Appears to be okay, but it's a 6-3 put out for out number 1. Looked like Pache on the pitch. Looks like he might have slipped on home plate when he went to run. But he made it down the line, so you'd think he would be okay. That'll bring Johan Rojas to the plate. 280 average, 1 home run, 717 OPS with 18 RBI. First pitch on the way. A teardrop, a beauty of a curveball right above the caps on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Max. Swung on and fouled straight back. So an 0-2 count from Fried. Rojas takes his timeout and gets back in the box. The 0-2 pitch. Max kicks and deals. Swing, and that ball's off his foot, foul. Austin Riley gathered the ball, but it was a foul ball as it went off his foot before making it out there to third base. Hard hit ball right on the top of the shoe, it looks like. Rojas walking it off for a second. Home plate umpire Moscaso giving him a second to kind of gather himself. You got an 0-2 count. Lefty-righty matchup, 1 down. Moscaso giving him another chance to gather himself after the timeout. The 0-2 from Fried. Max kicks and deals. Swung on, just got a piece of that. We'll do it again. It's 0-2. Setting him up with the hard stuff on the last one. Tried to get him to swing and miss on the curveball. So you got an 0-2 count. They set up again. Looked like it hit the zone, but d'Arnaud dropped the ball, so he wasn't going to get the benefit of the doubt. Pitch hit right there above the kneecaps, but ball just popped out of the glove of d'Arnaud. Few umpires give you that benefit. So 1-2. Max comes set. His 38th pitch of the night. Fried kicks and deals. Down and in, 2-2. Two count. Lefty-righty matchup. Standing on deck is Schwarber. The payoff pitch. Swung on. That ball is hit over to second. Ozzy's got it. Flips it over to first, and there's 2 away. So 2 down, Max Fried. Cruising so far. 2 2/3, 3 strikeouts. The 1 hit, the home run, but other than that, has looked really good tonight. You make the argument he's looked a lot sharper than Wheeler. Braves haven't come across the scoreboard yet. That'll bring Schwarber to the plate. Schwarber's 0 for 1. The first pitch on the way to Schwarber. Up top for a strike, it's 0-1. Schwarber got bent out of shape his first time up as he was rang up on strikes by third base umpire Rackley as he said that he went around. The 0-1 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Uncle Charlie got him fishing, and it's 0-2. So you got an 0-2 count to Schwarber. Pitch on the way, inside, curveball. Just missed inside. In fact, Schwarber was trying to get hit by that. He's got no chance of making contact with it. He was trying to lean into it, but it just missed him. The 1-2 from Fried. Lefty-lefty matchup. Southpaw comes set, kicks and deals. Swing, just gets a piece of that. Drags it foul down the first base line. We'll do it again. Philly 1, Braves nothing. 2 outs. The 1-2 pitch. Fried kicks and deals. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. He had no chance on that bender. And that'll end the inning. Schwarber still complaining. You swung at it and you missed. Sit down, clown. We'll be back in a flash.
If dating is the game, then marriage is winning the game.
Yeah, if you're playing in the women's league.
Hey, fantastic. Every single one of you. I mean, I'm not just talking about these last 60 minutes. I'm talking about the quarterback schools, the mini camp, the off-season, the training camp, down in Austin when it was hot and you were tired. The whole bit. Everybody, you did one hell of a job. And the only thing else I got to say is, how about them Cowboys?
Armchair.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night with 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
First thing about it, and this seems so obvious that maybe we overlook it, baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park that's asymmetrical and quirky, but even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it, the fact that that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves 1-0 Philadelphia. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson is swung on and pops it up high in the sky, going deep, going back on the track. 51, baby boy, 51. He'll take the grand tour, and your Atlanta Braves will tie it up. A moonshot, a blast. 367 happy feet over the left field porch. The Ice House takes Wheeler deep. Say most parks, that's just a long out to the warning track. But in the Philadelphia popcorn stand, it's 1-1. One of the Philadelphia fans about threw his back out, throwing the souvenir back into the field of play. First pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch off the plate wide, 2-0. So a 2-0 count to Ozuna. Matt Olson, 51 home runs. Ties for the most in franchise history. The 2-0 pitch right there for a strike. It's 2-1. Braves 1, Phillies 1. The 2-1. Up top for a strike. Good pitch by Wheeler. Good take by Ozuna as well. You swing at that, you're probably just going to pound that into the ground. So a 2-2 count. Nobody on, nobody out. One across. Ozuna takes his time out. Digs back into the box. Here's the pitch. Wheeler turns, kicks and deals. Up top. Whoa, did not get the call. That one looked like it might have hit the zone. 3-2. He's given those wide strikes, but just not in the top shelf. So a full count to Ozuna. The 3-2 pitch. Swung on and rifled foul back out of play. We'll do it again. Matt Olson now just 1 home run away from the all-time record in Braves franchise history. When you think about that, that is quite a feat from a kid from right down the road. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, 95 right in his kitchen. Swung at ball 4, and there's one away. Not only are you looking at the fact of the great Braves players that we've seen in our lifetime, of course, the older generations that have seen Hank Aaron play, he will have out-homered all of them. And then when you think about the fact this is the oldest franchise in baseball history, that's quite a feat. First pitch on the way to Travis d'Arnaud is swung on, pops it up high in the sky, but extremely shallow center field, and it's 2 away. So 2 down. Wheeler is at 68 pitches. You'd like to see them work them a little harder. Quit swinging at the first pitches. You've had a couple of guys who've just given away at bats. Acuna, d'Arnaud. Ozzie gave one away. You got a guy who's really laboring. You'd like to get into that Philadelphia bullpen. Eddie Rosario comes to the plate. He takes a hack at the first pitch. Thankfully, he misses. It's 0-1. If he can get out of this at 70 pitches, I mean, That's really not that bad. The 0-1 pitch swung on, hit hard into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. It's down where the green grass grows. Here comes Eddie Rosario. He'll come around first, heading to second, slide feet first. And he is safe with a 2-out double. Beats the throw by about a step or so. Braves have the go-ahead run in scoring position. So one pitch we know that Eddie Rosario can absolutely handle. You throw him anything down and in, he can rake it. That is right in his wheelhouse. That'll bring Orlando Arcia to plate. Orlando takes the first pitch off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Of course you'd like runs. Of course you'd like a lot of base hits, but running that pitch count up on Wheeler would be key right here. The 1-0 pitch swung on, chopper. That ain't going to get it done. Easy play with Orlando's speed, and it's a 5-3 putout, and that'll end the inning. But not before. Matt Olson tanks one over the wall. It's 1-1. We head to the bottom of 4.
I'm so old. We used to take a shower in our uniforms because, because we flew commercial my first few years.
Wait, time out. There's no era where you did.
Yes, it is.
Stop, you're making this up.
No, I'm not.
There's no way that you were supposed to wash your uniform with it on. You're making this up.
I'm not making this up.
Let him finish.
When I first got to the NBA, we flew commercial. So when you played the night before and flew the next morning, when was you exactly going to get your uniform clean? You had to wash your uniform yourself. So after the game, when you got to your room, you took a shower in your uniform and dried it and dropped on the commercial airline the next day.
Were you with Jed Clampett?
Yeah, have you ever heard of this in your life?
Well, how are y'all cleaning y'all uniform when you're flying the next morning?
You can clean your uniform without showering in it.
Well,
that is possible. You don't have to have it on.
Yeah, no, but it's easier to do it that way.
Big news and the big games covered in the Big Ten all year long.
Third down and about 22. As Smith drops the throw, he's got his tight end open, but he's got Carter downfield, and he's gone. Michigan leads the game with a first touchdown on a bullet, a bomb. The Carter, 71 yards.
Now State's lead 7-3. There he goes. So long. Ohio State touchdown.
That's that old 1-2 punch. You take two of the first time and then have it the second time.
In his career, Lorenzo White 15 times rushed for 100 yards in a half. 5 of those this season.
All the way to the 6-yard line.
Big Ten football covered in the Southeast.
In the other sports, you have time you have to play against the clock. And when the clock runs out, your chance is over. You play until you lose. And if you can keep that rally alive, if you can keep going, if you can keep getting hits, you can play until a week from now. Nothing stops you.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Max Fried is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Trey Turner to lead this off, followed by Bowman and Harper. The 0-1 outside for a ball, 1-1. He's gone curveball changeup. Gets the right-handed Turner. Southpaw delivers. Swung on. That ball is roasted into left field, down for a base hit. Cutting it off is Eddie. Eddie will flip it back in to second. Turner will put on the brakes at first, and it's a leadoff single for the Philadelphia Phillies. Well, Margaret, that's bad news, but that just means you got to get an earbud for your new schedule. You can still listen along with us. The first pitch on the way to Alec Bohm, swing and a miss for a strike. It's 0-1. Alec Bohm, 0 for 1, ground out in the first. Lefty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way. Down and away. 1-1. course, I don't know what that schedule's like, but come playoff time, we'll probably see you quite a bit because they always seem to stick the Braves with day games. The 1-1. Max Fried comes set, looks back, Turner at first. Pitch on the way. Swung on, fouled straight back. It's 1-2. The 1-2. Max Fried. Looks in, gets the sign. The pitch on the way. Swung on, grounded over to short. Arcia's got it, flips it to Ozzie. Ozzie gets it over to first, and it's a 6-4-3 double play. Good defensive play by Orlando. Slick fielding infield continues those great double play combinations. They might struggle from time to time at the plate, but you don't have to worry about that glove. It's usually pretty dead on. We had a Philly guy in our broadcast today that was in the day show that was asking about, I didn't see it till later, but was asking about, did we see Orlando being the all-star? I mean, no one saw him being an all-star. We all had our doubts at the beginning of the year, but he really has lived up to, well, past expectations. First pitch to Bryce Harper is away for a ball. It's 1-0. Lefty-lefty matchup. No one on base. 2 outs. The best time to face Bryce Harper. The 1-0 pitch. Off the plate wide. 2-0. The 2-0. Fried comes set. They set up down and in the dirt. 3-0. So a 3-0 count to Harper. Standing on deck is Real Muto. No, Max did not want to just give a base away, but you also don't want to just lay one in there to Bryce. The 3-0. Lefty-lefty matchup. Fried aims for the outside, misses, and it's ball 4. So a full count. And that'll bring Real Muto to the plate. JT Real Muto is 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Harper stands at first. He is a threat to go. They step off the rubber for a second and reset. Real Muto with 18 home runs, 55 RBI. Welcome in, Joyce from Mexico. First pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Nice little slider by Max Fried to get it started there. The 0-1. Darnode sets up inside. Curveball just misses down below the knees. Pretty bend to that Uncle Charlie, but it misses. It's 1-1. Max Fried is at 57 pitches. So he's in a little better shape than where Zach Wheeler is right now. You'd like to see him get out of this inning. The 1-1. Curveball, swing and a miss. That bender was like a rainbow, starting at about shoulder length on the outer edge and come dipping down below the kneecaps over the plate. So a 1-2 count. Real Muto steps out for a second, but comes set. The 1-2 from Max. Pitch on the way. Curveball blocked by Darnode. Evens up the count at 2-2. Diamondbacks and Mets are scoreless in the bottom of the second in New York. Diamondbacks trying to chase down a wild card. St. Louis leading Baltimore, which is good news for Braves country. They're up 3-0 in the fourth. The 2-2 from Max. Pitch on the way. Swung on, rifled into right field. That's going to get down for a single. And Ronald Acuna Jr. comes up with it, gets it back into the infield quickly. But the Phillies have runners on first and second, 2 outs, and Castellanos, who's already gone yard. If you remember in the pregame show I talked about, Castellanos came into tonight 7 for 11 against Max Fried. He's now 8 for 12 lifetime. Not where you want to face Castellanos, but here we go. Runner on first and second, 2 outs. Max Fried comes set. The pitch on the way. Fastball right there at the top of the zone for a strike. It's 0-1. Castellanos took a fastball in the outer part of the zone and sent it into the right field seats. First score of the game back in the second inning. The 0-1 pitch. Check swing foul. It's 0-2. The 0-2. 62 pitches in. Runner on first and second. 2 outs. A big spot here. Max comes set. Harper leading off his second. JT off of first. But the game right now is at the plate. The 0-2 pitch. Curveball in the dirt, and it gets away from d'Arnaud. Because it bounced before it got to d'Arnaud, it'll be considered a wild pitch, but that was really on d'Arnaud. That's one he should have blocked. Not sure what happened there. He raised up and let the ball scoot underneath him. I think he thought the ball was going to pop up much higher. So now a single would be 2 runs. You also have the option of pitching around Castellanos, not giving him anything with Sosa on deck. The 1-2 pitch, Philly fans are clapping loud, stomping their feet. The 1-2, curveball in the dirt, 2-2. So a 2-2 count. He got ahead 0-2 with a sinker and a fastball. And then he was going curveball, both of them well in front of the plate. Easy for Castellanos to lay off. Once again, this is just old Glavin Maddox type of theory. First base is still open. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on, that ball is belted into left field, but it's going to go right into the glove of Eddie Rosario. He'll make the running catch, and that'll end the inning. So we come away unscathed. Woo! Wipe the sweat from your brow, Braves country. We'll be back in a flash.
You play to win the game.
Covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Brad, you might know the answer, but where's Dobbs' eyebrows? I have to know. The kid looks like an alien.
I actually found out where Dobbs' eyebrows went to. He mailed them to Anthony Davis of the Pelicans.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Before we start eating, just go around the table and say what we're thankful for.
I'm thankful that in 4 minutes the Cowboys game is going to be on, and everyone is going to shut up.
Okay, it kind of needs to be about family.
I'm thankful that in 4 minutes the Cowboys game is going to be on and my family is going to shut up.
By 1800, town ball and its many variations were played nearly everywhere. On their way back from the Pacific Ocean, Lewis and Clark played a game of base with the Nez Perce Indians as they prepared to cross the Bitterroot Mountains. In the 1830s, on the western frontier of Missouri, ball was the favorite sport of Joseph Smith, the founder of a new religious sect called the Mormon. But back east in Cooperstown, New York, city fathers passed an ordinance restricting play after merchants complained about too many broken windows. Meanwhile, in New York City, they were starting to play a brand new version of the game.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Hope you're enjoying your Tuesday night. Please smash that like button. Braves lead this one. Or no, we don't lead this one. It's 1-1. It's also 3-3 as far as hits allowed. It's going to be a second or so before we get back to work because the grounds crew is out there working on the mound for Wheeler. I don't know if that was because of Max's delivery with the lefty versus the righty. I've seen that before, but it could just be regular maintenance. But either way, the Braves going to try to take the lead here, the top of the fifth. Pretty good chance to do it. With Michael Harris the second leading off, and then after that you got Ronald Acuna Jr. and you've got Ozzie Albies due up. So Wheeler appears to be just about set after the short delay. And Harris will come to home plate. Lefty-righty or righty-lefty matchup, I should say. The first pitch on the way from Wheeler. On the way, swung on. That ball is laced into left field, and it is down for a base hit. How about that? How about that? Leadoff single for Mr. Money Mike. MH2 took what they gave him. It's a fastball on the outer edge, and he just laced it into left field. Love to see that from Harris. Not try to do too much. You see some of these young hitters try to pull a pitch like that and just pop it up. So 1 on, nobody out. And here comes Ronald Acuna Jr. First pitch on the way, 95 miles an hour inside. They're going to say he went around. If he did, it was just because he lost his balance. That pitch kind of spun him around. It's 0-1. Acuna. Fly out, ground out, 36 home runs, pitch on the way, swung on, and that ball is belted. It's going high. It's going deep. It's going back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lamma, ding-dong, a 2-run blast. Number 37 of the year, 96 and 97 RBIs, 424 happy feet, and your Atlanta Braves lead it 3-1. What an absolute moonshot. That was a hanger, a banger. He did not miss it. Curveball came in just above knee high. That is right. I mean, that you might as well put that on a tee for Acuna. He shot that into, it hit the facade on the second deck and shot back down into the crowd. First pitch on the way to Ozzie's inside, dusts him off. 95 miles an hour, it's 1-0. The 1-0 swung on, pops it back out of play. The 1-1 from Wheeler. Swing and a miss, 96 up top. 1-2. So 1-2 count. Nobody on. Braves with 2 across the board here in the fifth. Wheeler about to throw his 79th pitch of the evening. The 1-2. Swung on, pops it up. High in the sky, but not very deep. Major league pop-up into right field. Corralling it is Castellanos, and there's one away. Braves 3, Phillies 1. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley. Is swung on, foul back out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Righty-righty matchup. Swung on and fouled straight back. 0-2. Austin Riley will be followed by Matt Olson. He also hit his 51st home run of the night. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on, laced into center field, just past the diving glove of Trey Turner. I think he might have actually gotten a piece of that. It looks like he slowed it down by the leather of his glove. I mean, just the smallest pieces of it. Any way you look at it, it's a 1-out single by Austin Riley. Matt Olson comes to the plate. Big Matt Olson, 51 home runs, tying the club record set by Andrew Jones. First pitch on the way, high and out of the zone, 95 miles an hour. It's 1-0. If you're just joining us, Matt Olson hit that moonshot back in the 4th inning, just clearing the left field wall, but it was a rainbow. The 1-0 to Matt. Up top for a strike, it's 1-1. Matt Olson continues to just have himself a career here in Philadelphia. The 1-1 off the plate wide, 2-1. He's on a 10-game hitting streak. Which he's hitting .514, which is just insane. The 2-1 to Olson. Pitch on the way up top, 3-1. What slump, right? Remember that too long ago? We were talking about Matt Olson's got to get off his slump. The 3-1 count. Righty-lefty matchup. Wheeler comes set. Pitch on the way. Ball 4. So runner on first. Runner on second. 1 out. And the big bear, Marcell Ozuna, coming to home plate. They're going to go out there and talk to Wheeler. Wheeler sits at 87 pitches. They're trying to buy time. Alvarado is getting up in the Philadelphia bullpen, but he's just getting up. I mean, they just got him up. He just opened up his bag and started rubbing down one of the balls. He is that early into the process. You got to, if you pitch this forward, you'd think they're going to try to get him ready by the bottom of the order. The first pitch on the way to Ozuna is high and inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Marcell Ozuna 0 for 2 with a ground out, a strikeout. How about an out, like over the fence out? The 1-0 pitch. Swung on, and that ball is belted deep into left field, and it is out. Marcell Ozuna, a 3-run bomb, and your Atlanta Braves. 34th home run of the year, 401 happy feet, and Hotlanta GA leads it 6-1. Marcell Ozuna. How about that? Out over the fence. That never happens. He came in and tried to sneak one past the bear. You're not getting that honey past him. So 6-1 your score, Braves. Top of the 5th inning. This doesn't happen often, but they're getting the best of Zach Wheeler. First pitch on the way. Travis d'Arnaud swinging a miss. He spun around A pirouette on that one. It's 0-1. Braves 6, Phillies 1. Wheeler at 90 pitches. The 0-1 pitch. Off the plate wide, 1-1. So a 1-1 count, 1 out. Wheeler comes set and lets it go. Off the plate wide, 2-1. You got to figure that they might just have Wheeler out there taking one for the team, because now down 6-1. Be interesting if they continue to work Alvarado, or if they get one of their back end or front end guys going. The 2-1 pitch swung on, pops it up, can of corn, easy playable. The pitcher will make the catch, and there's 2 away. They may set Alvarado down and go to one of their front bullpen guys, save him for a possible, if they make a charge tonight or tomorrow's game. So 6-1 your score. First pitch to Eddie Rosario. Swing and a miss up top. It's 0-1. Eddie, 2 for 2, a single, a double. Let's get him a cycle tonight. The 0-1 to Eddie. As Wheeler gets a new ball, the pitch on the way, down and in, it's 1-1. Atlanta Braves, 5 runs in the inning, 6 runs, 7 hits, no errors. Philadelphia, 1 run, 3 hits, no errors. The 1-1 swung on and grounded over to second. That should be easy. It is. 4-3 put out, and that'll end the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves put a couple of balls in the drink and put 5 on the board. We'll be back in a flash. A 2-run bomb by Acuna, a 3-run blast by Ozuna. It's 6-1, your Atlanta Braves. You're listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com.
I love King Kelly. I just love King Kelly. It's one of the great stories, my favorite. Is a day when he was sitting on the bench. And the rule at that time was that if you wanted to substitute for a player, all you had to do was announce yourself. So a foul ball comes in the direction of the bench. Kelly stands up, yells out, "Kelly now catching for Boston." Catches the ball, and it's recorded as an out. This is the trickster. This is the villain. This is the fool. He is also a great player. He is all the wonderful archetypes of baseball wrapped into one. And he also managed to drink himself to death before he hit the age of 40. So that's also an archetype, alas, in baseball.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves lead the Philadelphia Phillies 6-1, bottom of 5. Magic number is 4. They hold on to this one. It'll be 2. And we could clinch the East in Philly tomorrow night. But a long way to go. First pitch on the way from Max Fried's high and out of the zone. for ball 1-0. Max Fried had to sit there for a while and wait to go back to work. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball, top of the zone. Good pitch by Max. It's 1-1. You love the lead. You just wonder if the rest may affect him early on in the inning. And Mundo Sosa, 9 home runs, 28 RBI. Lefty-righty matchup. The pitch on the way, swung on, popped up, back out of play. It's 1-2. We'll have tomorrow night's game, 6:40 first pitch. We'll have Friday night's game, 6:40 first pitch. Early starts this week, Braves country, as we are on the road. Saturday is a 4:10 first pitch. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on, banged off the ground, over to Olsen. He'll go over and step on the bag, and there's one away. We'll have all those games for you right here on Braves Country. Please like and subscribe today. Next week, the Phillies come to Atlanta. We'll have all 3 of those games as well. We start eyeing the postseason. Braves have clinched a postseason berth. Now we're hoping to clinch the division this week, and then you go for best record. First pitch on the way to Pache, off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Christian Pache, once one of the top prospects in the Atlanta Braves organization, was a part of that trade that sent him out to Oakland. Never could get his foot down in Oakland, get playing time, and do anything with his playing time. So they released him. He's found a pretty good home here in Philadelphia. The 1-0 hits right there for a strike. It's 1-1. 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Chase that bender out and away. It's 1-2. Braves 6, Phillies 1, bottom of 5. The 1-2 from Fried. Kicks and deals. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Max Fried, the Fry guy, puts up his 5th strikeout of the night. And there's 2 away. So 2 down. Pitch on the way. That ball is hammered by Rojas deep into the left field seats, but foul. He absolutely roasted that pitch. Fastball that he turned on. The 0-1 pitch from Max. Pitch on the way. Bender right there. Teardrop at the knees, and it's 0-2. That is a pretty curveball. So an 0-2 count. Slider misses out and away. It's 1-2. The 1-2. Lefty-righty matchup. Swung on. That ball is dropped into center field. Down for a base hit. And there's 1 on, 2 out. In the top of the order coming to the plate for the Philadelphia Phillies. That home run by Olsen tied the National League record the Dodgers set in 2019. Acuña's homer broke that record. So from 279 to 280. And Ozuna pushed the new record to 281. So the most records ever hit in National League Baseball are your 2023 Atlanta Braves. They're on pace for 311 home runs. The record is 307 set by the Twins. First pitch on the way. Right there for a strike to Kyle Schwarber. It's 0-1. Fastball on the outer edge. You're just joining us. Matt Olson hit his 51st. Ozuna his 34th. And Acuna's 37th. The 0-1 pitch. Curveball looked like it hit the zone. Moscaso didn't give it to him. It's 1-1. The 1-1. Lefty-lefty matchup. Runner on first. Pitch on the way. Down and away. 2-1. Kyle Schwarber leading the team in home runs. Hits for a low average. Did it last year, but led the National League last year in home runs. He has 43 this year. Standing on deck is Trey Turner. So a 2-1 count to Schwarber as he calls time. Lefty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way from Fried. Swing and bangs that off the plate. 2-2. St. Louis still leads Baltimore, but it's now 3-2, bottom of the sixth. Max Fried comes set. Pitch on the way. Curveball. Did he go around? They're going to say he did not. 3-2. A 3-2 count. Fried comes set. 2 outs. Pitch on the way. Off the plate wide, ball 4. Max Fried getting in some trouble here and given a 6-1 lead, but now one swing could cut this to a 2-run lead. Fried sits at 83 pitches. Trey Turner comes up. Runner on first, runner on second. Nobody out. Taking a second to get ready. The first pitch. Swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Lefty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way. Swung on and missed. Looked like the curveball dropped down below. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count to Turner. Fried comes set. Taking his time, and the pitch on the way. Inside, just misses. 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Scasso said that he just missed it inside. We'll do it again. You got a 1-2 count. Max Fried sitting at 86 pitches on the night. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Fastball up top, blew it right by him. And what an outing by Fried. We'll be back in a flash.
Cheeseburger, 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 cheeseburger.
It was a homeless woman, wasn't it?
It was a homeless woman, yeah. He said that he had to give his kidnappers $500, so he gave her his credit card to go get him $500 and whatever, because none of it turns out to probably wasn't true.
You know what this sounds like to me? It sounds like Allensby got all liquored up and paid a homeless woman $500 to roll around under the bridge with him.
Well, that is exactly what I think happened, because now they got two guys coming out saying that they found him unconscious on the side of a road, and that they weren't kidnapping him, but he kept yelling at them that, "Do you know who I am? Give me back my wallet. I'm worth $1 million."
Turned out it wasn't a wine bar; it was a strip club. So let's say what really happened here. We've all been there. Well, at least I'm not going to speak for anybody else. I've been there, and
yeah, I don't know if everybody's been under a bridge with a homeless woman giving her $500 after chugging down the line. I've been in similar instances, but I'm not going to say I've been there. First of all, it takes a lot less than $500, okay, buddy? That's where you got taken right there from the jump.
Armchair.
I declare bankruptcy!
I got lost in the game. I mean, the ballpark, the people, the color, the sounds, smells. And it's a passion. It's a very, very big part of my life. Sometimes I like to be 11 years old. I like being part of something that's bigger than me. It's good for your soul to invest in something you can't control.
You're a romantic. You have a lyrical soul. You can love under the best and worst conditions.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies. Sir Anthony Dominguez will come in, the fireballer, right-hander, set to face Orlando Arcia. First pitch on the way, swung on and fouled back. It's 0-1. Dominguez, a big part of Philadelphia's success last fall. They hope to get him back to that same as the 0-1 pitch is swung on and lifted high, not very deep, soft fly ball into center field. Rojas will make the catch. One down. Dominguez comes in with a high ERA at 4.24. He can bring it. And he was on fire last fall. The first pitch on the way to Michael Harris. The second misses inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch right there for a strike. Swing and a miss. Off the edge, it's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch swung on, and that ball's hit hard into left field, but right at Christian Pache. He'll make the catch. 2 away. Oakland all over Houston early on. That game's 3-0. Looks like it's in the first inning. That was Justin Verlander tonight. Ronald Acuna Jr. steps in, 2 outs. The first pitch on the way to Ronnie is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Ronald Acuna Jr. last time up hit a hanging curveball off of Zach Wheeler into the night. The 1-0 pitch swung on and fouled straight back. 1-1. Acuna now with 37 home runs, a .334 average. OPS over 1,000 and 97 RBI. The 1-1. Down and away, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Braves lead at 6-1, top of 6. Tomorrow night it'll be Spencer Strider, who's been down with the touch of the flu, but they expect him to be ready. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 2-2. The 2-2 to Acuna. Dominguez comes set. Pitch on the way. Swung on. Foul back out of play. 98 up top. 2-2. Dominguez comes set. Acuna swung on and just got a piece of that. He chased that one well off the plate. That pitch was in the other batter's box. I don't even know how he reached it. We'll do it again at 2-2. Miami and Milwaukee. That game is 1-1 in the third. Astros trail the A's 3-0 in the first. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on and just got a piece of that to stay alive. Reached on that one. Do it again at 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Pitch on the way, inside 98 miles an hour. Full count now to Ronald Acuna Jr. Real Muto was set up outside. The 98 mile an hour fastball drifted in. We'll try it again. The full count. Swung and missed at that one. Good Lord. He swung at 3 pitches in that at bat that were nowhere near the zone. Bad at bat by Acuna, but the Braves lead at 6-1. We'll be back in a flash.
Hitting is not about muscle. It's simple physics. Calculate the velocity V in relation to the trajectory T, in which G, gravity, of course, remains a constant. It's not complicated.
Now, who are you again?
Assistant to the traveling secretary.
You're the guy who put us in that Ramada in Milwaukee.
You want to talk about hotels? You want to win some ball games?
Hey, we won the World Series.
6 games.
And there's quickly 2 away. Just 7 pitches into the inning, and Freddie Freeman comes to the plate. Here's the first pitch to Freddie Freeman. Hit high and deep in center field. It's going back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. The Braves lead it 5-4. Freddie Freeman comes through in a big way. He takes Josh Hader deep. The Atlanta Braves lead it 5-4 on the bat of Freddie Freeman. The crowd is going bananas.
In 1882, owners of Midwestern clubs left out of the National League established a league of their own, the American Baseball Association. Its games cost just a quarter. Its teams played on Sundays, and its ballparks sold liquor. The new Beer and Whiskey League drew bigger, rowdier crowds. The stands filled with working men and immigrants, not the middle-class, native-born fans who followed the National League. It was baseball's heyday. Competition flourished, play improved, attendance skyrocketed, and huge wood and iron grandstands were built in all the big cities. The 2 leagues staged an end-of-the-season championship for fans who could not get enough baseball.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Looks like that'll be it for Max Fried. He finishes with 6. I think I put 7 in there by accident. He finishes with 6 fry guys up there, 6 strikeouts. So someone will eat one of those. 6 strikeouts, 1 earned run, 4 hits, 5 innings. He'll qualify for the win if the Braves can hold on. Michael Tonkin will come in, try to preserve this lead. He did that with 87 pitches. Glad to see they didn't try to rush him back out there to get an extra inning out of him. First pitch on the way from Tonkin, right there to Bohm for a strike. It's 0-1. Righty-righty matchup. The 0-1. Tonkin comes set. Lifts and deals. Just misses outside. Would have liked to have that call, but it looks like it did miss the plate by an inch. It's 1-1. The 1-1 swing and fouls it back out of play. 95 up top. Tonkin really bringing it tonight. 1-2. Braves right now, I've seen a couple of the comments. Braves right now are the odds-on favorite to win the World Series. They're really, as the 1-2 pitches in the dirt, down and away 2-2. It's not a bet I would take at this point because it's very difficult to win the World Series. And right now, the last one I saw, they're plus 240. Those aren't great odds, but they are the odds-on favorite. The 2-2 pitch, 95 off the paint, 3-2. So a full count from Tonkin. Little shaky his last time out, but really has bitched well back half of this season. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Off the plate wide, ball 4. So Tonkin comes in and immediately walks the first batter he sees. Recipe for disaster in this lineup. Bohm will head down to first. Harper will come to the plate. Still a long way to go in this one. Righty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way. Off the plate wide, 1-0. The 1-0. Tonkin comes set, lets it go. Down and in, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Darnade's going to go out there and try to talk to Tonkin, calm him down a bit. Michael Tonkin with a 5-run lead. Last thing you want to do is start walking, putting ducks all over the pond. Houston has scored in the bottom of the first. It's 3-1 versus Oakland. The 2-0 pitch, righty-lefty matchup. Tonkin goes back to work, comes set, lets it go. Right there for a strike, 95. Drifts him on the 2-seamer, and it's 2-1. Braves 6, Philly 1. Boston leads New York 1-0. That game is in the third. Tampa Bay and Minnesota tied up in the fourth at 1. The 2-1 pitch. Way outside wide. Ball 3, 3-1. So Tonkin starting a disaster here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Walks the first batter. Has a 3-1 count to Harper. The pitch on the way from Tonkin. Inside, ball 4. Nowhere near the plate. And Tonkin, we've seen this second outing in a row that he really has been just all over the place. I think that's one of the reasons why his career has always been up and down. If you look at Tonkin as Rick Kranitz goes out there to talk to him, he's got a lot of moving parts in his mechanism, in his delivery. And though when he's on, that makes him very hard to hit, it's also very easy to mess that up and be inaccurate to home plate. He has been nowhere near the plate. He had that issue last time he was out. He ended up getting bailed out by the defense on a couple of plays, but Tonkin really struggling here. Braves lead by 5, but runners on first and second. Nobody out. And JT Real Muto coming to the plate. Real Muto. I don't see any action, but you'd think the Braves get someone up in the bullpen. Pitch on the way, up top for a strike, 85-mile-an-hour slider, a hanger, but JT was taken all the way. It's 0-1. Braves outfield is playing extremely deep, as is the infield. The 0-1 pitch, off the plate wide, taken for a ball. It's 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Pitch on the way, swung on, pops it up. High in the sky, can of corn, who wants it? Ozzie waving everybody off. He'll make the catch. Harris in there to back him up. And there's one away. So one down. And Castellanos will come to the plate. Nick Castellanos, who hit a home run earlier, the sole run by the Philadelphia Phillies. Coming up, seeing if he can do damage with runners on first and second. One out, Bowman at second, Harper at first. Anything in the gap would probably score two. The pitch on the way. Fastball on the outer edge, kisses the black. It's 0-1. Braves in double play depth, but they are shading Castellanos in the infield to pull. The 0-1 pitch, swung on, pops it up, back behind home plate. It's 0-2. Standing on deck is Sosa, though they could go to Stott off the bench, the left-hander. It's about that time to turn back time, but we'll squeeze that in the next inning. The 0-2 pitch swung on, lifted high into right field. Making the catch is Acuna, and there's two away. So a big out, number two. You would think Stott would come off the bench now to face Tonkin. And it will be Stott getting his warm-up swings. So while he does that, we'll go ahead and do this. On this date in 1930 at Ebbets Field, Brooklyn Dodger catcher Al Lopez hits the last major league bounced home run in National League history. The senior circuit joins the American League, which enacted the rule change in 1929, awarding a ground rule double to a player who hits the ball over the wall on a bounce. That was on this date in 1930. Coming to the plate is Stott. First pitch on the way. Up top. Fastball. 95 miles an hour first strike. It's 0-1. Bryson Stott, 287. 14 home runs, 56 RBI. A 766 OPS. The 0-1 pitch. Tonkin comes set. Lets it fly. Off the plate wide, 1-1. They just peered into the Philadelphia bullpen. Phillies have a righty and a lefty warming up. Probably a lot to do with what Stott does at this at bat on who they'll deploy. Bryson Stott, 14 home runs, 56 RBI, the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 95. Blew it right by him on the outer half. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Tonkin, one strike of getting out of this jam. The runners on first and second, both walks. The 1-2 pitch on the way, swung on, fouled back out of play, 95 miles an hour. It's 1-2. Braves 6, Phillies 1. Tomorrow night, 6:40 first pitch. We'll have pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves right here. Pre-game will come on about 6 o'clock. The 1-2. Tonkin comes set, lifts his glove, looks back, Bowman second. The pitch on the way. Swung on, lifted into left field, drifting back, making the catch is Eddie Rosario, and that'll end the inning. So the Phillies put a scare into Atlanta, but Tonkin works out of the two-walk jam. We'll be back in a flash.
She's bald!
What do you mean bald?
What do you think I mean, bald? Bald! Bald! She's bald! She's bald!
Jack Suwinski made history, becoming the first rookie with 3 home runs, including a walk-off as the Pirates beat the Giants 4-3. The left fielder went 3 for 3 with 3 home runs, 3 RBI, and a walk. After the game, Suwinski said, "To do it on Father's Day with my dad here, I know it means a lot to him, and it means a lot to me. He's always been there. Just being able to share that, knowing he's here, it's awesome. It's hard to describe." His first home run came in the 4th inning to tie it at 2. 2 innings later, he hit an even deeper home run to right that gave the Pirates a 3-2 lead. His final home run was on the 3rd pitch of the bottom of the 9th. That ball also went to right field. This is not his first walk-off. He had a walk-off after hitting one against the Diamondbacks. Suwinski is the second Pirate rookie to hit 3 home runs in a game, joining Andrew McCutchen.
A South Carolina country boy, he had learned how to bat from a Confederate veteran who had learned his baseball from Union soldiers in a northern prison camp. He had hoped to be a pitcher until he broke a batter's arm with a wild pitch. Jackson could neither read nor write, but he could hit. 408 in his rookie year. 356 lifetime, the 3rd highest average in history. His home runs were called Saturday specials because most of the textile workers' games in which he got his start were played on Saturdays. And he hit them with a special 48-ounce bat, Black Betsy, made for him by a local lumberman from the north side of a hickory tree, and darkened with coat after coat of Jackson's tobacco juice. Ty Cobb himself thought Joe Jackson the greatest natural hitter I ever saw. He was called Shoeless Joe because he was said once to have been spotted in the minors playing in his socks when new shoes proved too tight.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Ozzie Albies will lead us off. First pitch on the way, swung on, lifted high, deep into left center field. Making the catch on the run is Sosa for a long out, number 1. Ozzie gave it a ride. 1 away. Continue to turn back time, squeeze these in as we go along, as we do every broadcast. On this date, 1962, Tom Chaney sets a major league mark for strikeouts in a single game. He strikes out 21 batters, throwing all 16 innings of the Senators' 2-1 victory over the Orioles. The 27-year-old right-hander tosses 228 pitches in the 3-hour, 59-minute marathon in Memorial Stadium in 1962. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley's there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Dominguez. 17th pitch of the night. Swing and a miss, nowhere near the zone. 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Pitch on the way. Swung on. Pops it up. Back behind home plate. We'll do it again at 0-2. Standing on deck is Matt Olson. Warming up in the Braves bullpen is Brad Hand. The 0-2 pitch swung on. Lifted high in the sky. Deep into right field. Right at the warning track for a long out, number 2. Castellanos with the catch. On this date, 1974, some Philadelphia Phillies history. Michael Jack Schmidt hits an 8th inning 3-run bomb, his 36th home run of the year and final one of the season, off Jerry Royce in Philadelphia in their comeback victory, 6-4 at Veterans Stadium. First pitch on the way to Olson's right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 24-year-old third baseman becomes the first Philly player to lead the league in home runs since Chuck Klein in 1933. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 97 on the edge. It's 0-2. Braves 6, Phillies 1. Top of 7. The 0-2 pitch, down and away. 1-2. So a 1-2 count to Olson. He hit his 51st home run of the year. Stands in with 128 RBI. The 1-2 pitch off the plate wide, 2-2. Olson, Acuna, Ozuna all going yard. A single shot by Olson, a 2-run home run by Acuna. The 2-2 pitch swung on. That ball is roasted into right field, down for a base hit. Matt Olson will take a wide turn but he'll stop at first with a 2-out single. Bryce Harper making the diving attempt there at first base, couldn't come up with it. That'll bring Ozuna to play. Braves' 6 runs have been like this: a solo shot by Olsen, followed by a 2-run home run by Acuna, and then a 3-run home run by Ozuna, who is coming to the plate, and they're going to make a pitching change. With that pitching change, we'll hit the turn back time one last time before we hit a quick break. On this date, 1987, Eddie Murray passes Boog Powell, becoming the Orioles' all-time home run leader when he hits his 304th home run for the Baltimore Orioles in a 4-3 loss to the Red Sox at Fenway Park. Cal Ripken will move past Eddie Murray 9 years later when he hits his 334th home run in 1996. And that's your turn back time for September 12th in the world of Major League Baseball. We'll take a really quick break, step aside. When we come back, Ozuna at the plate, Olsen at first. We got a new pitcher coming on board for the Philadelphia Phillies. 6-1 your score in Philly.
Well, the season's finally here.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Joey Antones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Junior Marte coming on. Right-hander. Righty-righty matchup versus Ozuna. The first pitch on the way, 97 miles an hour. Inside for a ball, it's 1-0. Marte. More on him in a second. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on. That ball is lifted into left field. Off the wall. It's going to bounce up high, and here comes Olsen down around to third base. It's going to be a long single for Ozuna as that ball came off the wall high and hard. No sense of risking getting thrown out at second base. Good play by Pache to keep him where he's at, but they're runners on the corners. Coming to the plate. Travis d'Arnaud. Travis d'Arnaud. A little strange that they have d'Arnaud behind Ozuna tonight. I thought they would go Eddie, but every time I look up at my scorecard, I'm like, did I write that down wrong? First pitch on the way to d'Arnaud is up top for a strike. It's on 1. The 0-1 pitch. High and inside. 1-1. 98 miles an hour. Marte of the Phillies. Junior Marte, if you're running it down your scorecard, YUNIOR, the 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 97 miles an hour. It's 1-2. It's from the Dominican Republic, 28 years old, 6'2", 180 pounds, has a 5.14 ERA. He's throwing absolute gas out there. Played for San Francisco last year. The 1-2 pitch swung at one, nowhere near the zone. Strike three. That'll end the inning. Braves threat but fail to score. It is the 7th inning, which means 7th inning stretch here in Braves country. Get up and stretch.
All right, I can't see you. Let me hear you. All one, two, three. We out to the ball game. We out to the find me something up right to down. I don't care if I ever get back over you. Little boys on it's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home again. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me through. You sound better tonight.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Tonkin to Pache is right there for a strike. They're going to have him out there for another inning. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball top of the zone. 0-2. Yeah, speaking of the catcher situation, the 0-2 pitch just off the plate wide. He's given that pitch before, but not tonight. I mean, not on that pitch. It's 1-2. Is the 1-2 pitch down and away. 2-2. The thing with the catchers, they're pretty much doing a 50-50 split now. They're trying to keep them both fresh come October. With a big lead like this, that's one of the advantages you have. The 2-2 pitch, caught looking, strike three. Sit down, muchacho. That ball blew right by him and just froze him. Brad Hand is warming up in the pen. If you look forward on this, you got Rojas and then Schwarber due up, so I would think Hand's going to come out to face Schwarber. The first pitch on the way. I'm talking to Pache right there to Rojas, excuse me, is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Righty-righty matchup. The 0-1 pitch swung on, banged on the ground over the head of Riley. A high hopper, no chance to get that, and he's going to stretch that into a double. Head first slide. Rojas slid over the base, was able to hold on. It's 1 on, 1 out. Didn't get really not a well hit ball, but he just hit it in the right spot. A high hopper leaped over the head of Riley about 20 feet in the air before it made it back down to left field. So they will let Tonkin face Schwarber with Turner on deck. The first pitch on the way, nowhere near the plate. 1-0. at this rate, you would think they're going to have him in there till Turner and maybe Bohm. And then if it gets to Harper, then Hand would come in. The 1-0 pitch right there at the knees for a strike. It's 1-1. I think the thought process here is they would rather face Schwarber with the righty than to have back-to-backs with the lefty of Hand with Turner and Bohm. So a 1-2 count to Schwarber. He's gone sinker, slider, slider. The righty-lefty matchup, pitch on the way. Caught looking, strike 3. Go grab some pine, Schwarber. There's 2 away. That just absolutely froze him. Schwarber knew it too. He wanted to get mad at someone. You can only get mad at yourself on that one. So 2 down, and Turner will come to the plate. Righty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way, swung on. That ball is ripped into center field off the glove of Ozzie Albies. Going to get down for a base hit. Rojas will come around to score, and it's an RBI single off the glove of Ozzie Albies. 6-2 your score here in the bottom of the 7th. A hard hit ball, one hopper that Ozzie just got underneath. Ricocheted off his glove and went into center field. So this probably will be his last batter. Alec Bohm, 0 for 2, the first pitch right there. And the runner goes and easily steals second base, Trey Turner. He's in scoring position with 2 away. Good jump by Turner. I don't think Tonkin even looked back at him. We know Tonkin has that long delivery. With Darnode back there, not much of a chance. Righty-righty matchup. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, fouled straight back. It's 0-2. He was close to getting that one. He's gone sinker to start him off. Better not go again because he's timing that pitch up. The 0-2 to Bohm. Comes set. Pitch on the way. Off the plate wide. Slider misses 1-2. Turner at second. 2 out. 6-2 your score. Bohm at home plate. Bryce Harper on deck. Tonkin, 37 pitches in the outing. The 1-2 pitch. Down and away. Tried to get him to chase that slider again. 2-2. So Darnode tried to dial up that same pitch. Both times Bohm wasn't taking. You got a 2-2 count. 2 outs. Tonkin steps off the rubber. The 2-2. Tonkin goes back to work. Pitch on the way. Caught looking, strike 3. Yak 'em! No soup for you. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Hi, I'm going to be your waitress because my mother drank.
Pete Rose, a very unforgettable moment took place in All-Star Game history back in 1970 in Cincinnati. And as we run it up here, I wonder if you'd talk about it and describe it.
Well, I'm running third. Hickman got to hit the center, and I start to slide head first right there, but I saw I couldn't be safe because Fosse was blocking the plate, and it was my advantage because he was reaching for the ball, and I happened to hit him at the right time, and I scored the winning run in an extra inning ball game. And I missed 3 games, but unfortunately he separated his shoulder and played the next month with that, and it sort of ruined his career. But I think you have to try to do anything. I think that was a clean slide because of the way he was positioned at the plate. You're no catcher, you know what I mean. And I didn't try to hurt anybody because he was at my house till 3 in the morning the night before, and I was just trying to be safe playing in Cincinnati.
Thank you, Pete. Back up to you.
Armchair.
Must be sitting on the slider. The Braves standing room only now. Matzik trying to deliver in the biggest moment of his career so far. Runners on second and third. 2 away. The Braves lead by 2. Fastball swung on and missed. Sit down, baby. Matzik comes in and absolutely yaks the whole side.
Because we've been playing it fundamentally the same way for so long, the way that we can find the benchmarks that cross generations and cross decades is to be able to use these statistics as if they were labels. They aren't numbers. 300 hitter is not a number. A 300 hitter is a tag that means something today, as it did in 1930, as it did in 1890. So the statistics become a means by which we can connect to the permanence. I can make that comparison with my father, who could have made it with his father.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Leading off here on the top of the 8th, Braves lead by 4. You feel like you'd like to get an extra insurance run or two. It'll be Eddie Rosario, the Magic Kingdom, and Money Mike coming to the plate. Easy Eddie stands in, righty-lefty matchup. The pitch on the way, Marte, swing and a miss, 86-mile-an-hour slider down and in. It's 0-1. Eddie 2 for 3 with a single, a double. Grounded out to second his last time up. The 0-1 pitch. Off the plate wide, 1-1. 6 runs, 9 hits, no errors for the Braves. 2 runs, 6 hits, no errors for the Phillies. The 1-1 pitch swung on, pops it up. Easy, playable, very shallow center field. Coming in is the center fielder, Rojas, and there's one away. So 1 down. Orlando Arcia comes to the plate. Orlando, righty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way, 96 miles an hour inside. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Orlando 0 for 2 with a walk. Way back in the second inning. The 1-0 pitch drifts inside for a ball, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Pitch on the way. Inside ball 3, almost gets him. Marte asking for a new ball. Moscaso wasn't paying attention, so Realmuto had to turn around. Basically welcome him into the game. We're set now. The 3-0 pitch comes on the way. Ball 4. So he works himself aboard again with another walk. Starting to see the wildness of Marte. It's led to that 5.43 ERA. Orlando will head down to first. Michael Harris II will come to the plate. Out of town scoreboard. St. Louis leads Baltimore 5-2 in the 8th. Yankees and Red Sox are tied at 1 in the 6th. First pitch on the way to Money Mike is right there. Slider for a strike at the knees. It's 0-1. Texas 5-1 over Toronto in the 7th. 2-1 Tampa over Minnesota in the 5th. Milwaukee 2-1 over Miami. The 0-1 pitch swung on, lined into left field. Running in, making a stumbling catch is Pache, but he'll hold on, and there's 2 away. Later on tonight, games of interest. LA Dodgers, San Diego Padres are back at it at 10:10 Eastern. Ronald Acuna Jr. comes to the plate, 1 for 4, 2-run home run in the 5th. Had a wild strikeout his last time up. First pitch on the way, high and inside for a ball, 1-0. Justin Verlander and the Astros struggling tonight. They're down 3-1 against Oakland. The 1-0 pitch on the way, swung on, high chopper over to third, easy playable, 5-3 put out, and another easy out. That'll end the inning. So the Braves put one on, but failed to come across the plate. Harper, Real Muto, Castellanos coming up when we come back.
Hey, does Tay Diggs follow you on Twitter?
No, but Kraft Singles does.
Big news and the big games covered in the Big Ten by the Armchair Quarterbacks all year long.
Averaging just under 38 on 44 kicks this year. Nice high kick, got a little wind under it, and it runs Howard back. Look at that. Oh, my goodness. 1 man. Goodbye. Hello, Heisman.
Well, the ball is actually a little short of the 1 yard line now. It is 4th down, the final play, unless they can stick it in the end zone. Andre Johnson, Roscoe Parrish, and Kellen Winslow, and Dorsey under pressure. Throws it! Incomplete. The Buckeyes win.
They went to Hickman, and Penn State, well-timed blitz. LeVar Arrington, the All-America candidate, came across.
Well, it was a great athletic play by LeVar Arrington. As you see, he times his blitz very well, leaves his feet, and hits Hickman in the backfield.
Big Ten football covered in the Southeast by the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Hey, can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding penalties on one football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
Virginia, April 3rd, 1862. It is astonishing how indifferent a person can become to danger. A report of musketry is heard but a very little distance from us. Yet over there on the other side of the road is most of our company playing bat ball. And perhaps in less than half an hour, they may be called to play a ball game of a more serious nature. Frederick Fairfax, 5th Ohio Infantry.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves will now welcome in Joe Jimenez. Jimenez will face Bryce Harper to start this thing off. Then after that, JT Real Muto, Castellanos, the heart of the order for the Philadelphia Phillies. Jimenez comes in, first pitch, fireballer swung on. That ball is hammered, and it is gone over the right field wall. The Phillies have cut this to a 6-3 game. Bryce Harper sitting dead red, and he got high cheese and took it over the gate. So 6-3, Braves still in control, but now a little closer for the Philadelphia Phillies. He was sitting on that 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and he did not miss it. That ball was hammered, and it was gone in a hurry. So 6-3 your score, clear the slate. Jimenez go back to work. The first pitch to Real Muto, 96 up top, nowhere near the zone. It's 1-0. Real Muto, Castellanos, and Stott would be due up now. The 1-0 from Jimenez. Pitch on the way, swung on, fouled back. 1-1. Iglesias should be available in the bullpen to close this out tonight. The 1-1 pitch. On the way, swung on, lifted high in the sky. going deep, back on the track at the wall. Making the catch is Michael Harris II. Man alive, was he running out of room. He makes the catch deep, one of the deepest parts of the ballpark, and there's one away. So one down. Doug asked, do we have a shot at the World Series? In my best Breaking Bad voice, you damn right. Righty-righty matchup, pitch on the way. Fastball up top. Misses for a ball. It's 1-0. Good night, Irene. They showed that home run again. I did not realize it went as far as it did. The 1-0 pitch swung on, fouled straight back. 1-1. Looks like we finally got to the century mark. Get that closer so you can see it a little better. 1-1 pitch, swung on, foul back out of play. It's 1-2 count. Castellanos versus Jimenez. Righty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way. 97. Should have been rang up for strike 3. Escaso didn't give him the call and evens up the count at 2-2. The 2-2 from Jimenez. They set up outside, swung on, pops it back foul, do it again. AJ Minter is warming up. Now that may just be to set up. They get deeper in this count. The 2-2 pitch misses well off the plate wide. Ball 3. So a 3-2 count. Stott is standing on deck. The 3-2 pitch swung on, rifled into left field, down for a base hit. A long single. Eddie Rosario will cut it off, get it back into the infield. There's 1 on, 1 out. The Phillies aren't done yet. Hard hit ball. So Rick Krantz is going to come out there and try to buy some time. As Stott comes to the mound, or comes to the plate, excuse me. One thing I remember about Stott when he made one of his early debut games against the Braves last year, he smoked a game-winning home run against Minter in Philadelphia. So I'm not loving the idea of those two going head-to-head again. But you're going to send Jimenez back out there on the righty-lefty matchup. This could be tough. On deck is Pache, whether or not they would go to. They've got a couple of options they could go to. Probably Cave, but they could go to a couple of options if they so choose. So Stott's 0 for 1. He came off the bench for Sosa. First pitch on the way. Fastball swung on. He was going for the downs on that one. That ball ricocheted off the mask of Travis d'Arnaud, and it's 0-1. He just missed that one. Jimenez fastball doesn't have a lot of movement on it tonight. They're teeing off. The 0-1 pitch. Righty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way. Drops a bunt down, but it rolls foul. It's 0-2. Jacob, whatever your good luck earbuds are, keep those in. I don't know what they are, but let's not start screwing around now. You got a 6-3 lead, an 0-2 count, runner on first. Double played would get us out of this jam. 10th spot here in the game here in Philadelphia. Jimenez comes set. The 0-2. Lifts his red glove and lets it go. Fastball misses high and out of the zone. 1-2. Standing on deck is Pache, so they may let him bat, but you would think they would go to the left-hander if Jimenez stays in. The 1-2 pitch on the way, swung on, pops it up. Will it stay in play? It will not. There's a lot of foul territory here in Philadelphia. That one's just going to get to the camera well. We'll do it again. So the 1-2 count. Stott digs in. Runner on first. Braves lead by 3. The pitch on the way. Swung on, pops it up. Let's stay in play. Chasing it down the line. Just foul. Man alive, was that almost trouble. Rosario nowhere near it. Riley gave chase, but he couldn't get to it. Once again, it's a little strange that the Braves have not gone to the better left fielder with the 3-run lead in the 8th inning. Not saying that Pilar makes that play, but it gives you a better chance, especially as deep as they've got Eddie playing back there. So a 1-2 count. Jimenez sets up, lets it go. Swung on, belted. Deep and gone. Absolutely destroyed, and it's a 1-run game here in the bottom of the 8th. Stott does it again, a 2-run shot. The Braves lead is just 6-5. Kept going to that well. That fastball is not moving tonight. He normally has pretty good movement on it. That is a flat fastball he has thrown all night. I say all night, but all inning. Second home run he's given up tonight. That one deeper than the one he gave up to Bryce Harper. Too little, too late. Snicker's going to finally come out to make a pitching change. We'll be back in a moment. Looks like it'll be A.J. Minter to try to stop the bleeding. Braves lead is only 1. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Isn't that just like a wop? Brings a knife to a gunfight.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines 2 of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Please enjoy responsibly.
Cause he's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. He's the all-American man.
My number 3 that I can't go cheap on, cereal.
Oh, yeah. There's a couple of kinds that you can do, but if you're talking about, like, don't ever try to do the generic Frosted Flakes.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's like soggy before you even pour the milk on it.
It's before you even open the bag. It's soggy. You're like, how'd that happen? It came with its own liquid.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@Braves Country.
Baseball has fallen. Yes, the national game has become degraded.
At certain match games, large amounts of money changed hands among the spectatorry. A noted New York club is said to have sold the results of a match. Barked chins and broken fingers may be easily mended, but a disfigured reputation may never be entirely repaired. Once more, abandon the bat, boys, if you cannot keep the game pure.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. AJ Minter will come in. And AJ Minter try to stop the bleeding as Joe Jimenez came in and coughed up 3 runs here in the 8th. It's 6-5 Atlanta. Lefty-lefty matchup. Brandon Marsh did come on to pinch hit for Pache, and that's what they were waiting on to bring Minter on to face Marsh. The first pitch on the way, swing and a miss, strike. It's 0-1. Lefty-lefty matchup, the number 8 hitter. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 0-2. If they can get the batters in order, that's a big if. This inning and next inning, Bryce Harper would be just short of coming to the plate. The 0-2 pitch, off the plate wide, 1-2. If anybody reaches, Bryce Harper will come up with a chance to win the game in the 9th inning. The 1-2 pitch on the way, swing and a miss, strike 3. Zipped it right by him off the edge, 97 miles an hour, and there's 2 away. You do wonder what the thinking was with Jimenez getting hit hard and Stott coming up, one of their better left-handed hitters. Why? I mean, I mentioned the outing that Minter had against Stott last year, but that was early in the season and Minter was not pitching well. So that'll bring Rojas to the plate. Rojas takes a hack at the first pitch. He tries to hit a 9-run home run, comes out of his shoes, swing and a miss, 97 miles an hour up top. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Lefty-righty matchup. Minter kicks and deals. Just off the plate wide, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Minter comes set. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. 96 on the outer edge. It's 1-2. The 1-2 from Minter. Braves clinging to a 1-run lead. Southpaw comes set. Lifts the glove. Looks into Darnode. Lets it go. Swing and a miss. Just got a piece of it. Shot out of the glove of Darnode. So close to a strikeout, but it looks like he just got a hair of it, and it knocked it loose out of the glove of Darnode. The 1-2 pitch, down and in the dirt, 2-2. Last thing you want to do is walk anybody here. It would guarantee Harper coming to the plate in the 9th inning or sooner. The 2-2. Schwarber stands on deck. Lefty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way. Off the plate wide, ball 3. So a full count now. Minter got to bear down here and go after him. Can't pitch around the number 9 hitter with a 1-run lead. The pitch on the way, inside, ball 4. So Minter does not get the job done. He walks Rojas. That'll bring Schwarber to the plate. Guy with the most home runs in Philadelphia. Braves lead it by 1. That will also guarantee Harper will come to the bat. He hit one out against Iglesias yesterday, remember, and just hit one out a little while ago. Braves 6, Phillies 5, bottom of the 8th. Runner on first, 2 outs. Lefty-lefty matchup. The southpaw looks in, flips it over there to first. A really light flip over there to, I mean, you make an argument, a wasted move over to first. Minter comes set again. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Cutter on the edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Minter comes set, looks the runner back, lets it go. Runner goes. And he steals with ease. Darnode gets a pretty good jump, and at the same time, Darnode not much of a threat to throw him out. Had a decent jump, but honestly, I don't know why he didn't throw. I mean, he had an opportunity there. I don't know if he just didn't give a good handle on it. So tying run now at second. Lefty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way. Up high, 2-1. Not getting the benefit of the doubt on the calls. That pitch looked like a strike. It was up top, just below the letters. Moscasa's had a goofy strike zone all night. The 2-1 pitch, right there. Cutter got him looking there. It's 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Minter 1 strike away from getting out of this jam, out of this mess. Braves lead at 6-5. Bottom of the 8th inning, 2 outs. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Sit down, Joe. His fingers is so. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
She's a 10, but her favorite football team sucks.
That would more than likely make her a Florida Gators fan.
You know, obviously when a guy is there that long and he's going to be a Hall of Famer, I mean, dude's career 300 hitter with all the accolades that he's gotten, and he came up with the Braves. The way I look at it is the dude has done so much for Atlanta, and like I said, Hall of Famer. I would be upset as a Braves fan growing up and as a guy who plays for the team who I want good fans if they were just like kicked him out the door, you know.
Yeah, right.
I'm happy that they love Freddie, and he's always been super nice to me. So, you know, I just think they respect what he did for the city, as they should. I mean, I grew up watching Freddie when he first came up. I respect what he did as a Brave. So it's not like it's any sort of rift there. And he's, like I said, he's always been super good to me, and I hear great things about him from the guys.
Armchair.
What's your best pitch?
My best pitch is a strike. A sinking fastball down and away from a right-handed hitter. Thereby, he thinks it's a good pitch. The last minute, it sinks. He hits the top half of the ball, and he hits a ground ball run away. And you do that 3 times or 27 times in a ball game, make perfect sinkers, you'll get 27 outs. Unless the hitters are smart, and then what they do is they know it's a sinker, they get up and they drive the ball to right center field, and that's called a double. And then the pitcher has to run behind third base and back it up. And hopefully they get the guy out at third, or it's a triple. And then you got a runner at third and less than 2 outs. So they bring the infield in, and you don't want them to hit a sinker now. You got to strike them out. So then you go to a cross-seam fastball, which I don't have.
Well, Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies in another old-fashioned shootout. 6-5 your score, 6 runs, 9 hits, no errors for Atlanta. 5 runs, 9 hits, no errors for Philadelphia. Atlanta Braves will start this inning off with Ozzie Albies coming to the plate, and he'll take a hack at the first pitch and roast it down the left field line foul. It's 0-1. Alvarado, the left-hander, is now coming on for the Phillies. Set to face Ozzie. Riley is the 0-1 pitch, swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-2. Be Ozzie, Riley, and Matt Olson. Braves need some insurance runs, though. The 0-2 pitch to Ozzie. Kicks and deals. High and out of the zone, 1-2. Iglesias is warming up in the bullpen. Remember, he blew the save yesterday when Bryce Harper hit a home run with 2 outs. The 1-2 pitch, high and inside, 2-2. Braves did go on to win that game in extra innings. Bryce Harper is due up third in the bottom of the 9th. The 2-2 pitch to Ozzie. Pitch on the way inside, ball 3, 3-2. So a full count to Ozzie Albies. Braves really looking for an insurance run or two to give Iglesias some breathing room in the 9th inning. Braves 6, Phillies 5. The 3-2 pitch. Swung on, bangs that foul off his foot, high in the sky. We'll do it again. Ozzie Albies, 0 for 4. Strikeout, ground out, 2 flyouts. His batting average has dropped to 263. He does have 29 home runs. So a 3-2 count to Ozzie, lefty-righty matchup. Southpaw Alvarado comes set. Pitch on the way. Swung on, fouled back out of play. Do it again. A little surprised they allow Alvarado to wear that colorful necklace. They don't normally let pitchers do that because it's a distraction for the hitters. So a 3-2 count. Riley on deck. Alvarado lifts and deals. Swung on, pops it up. Can of corn, another easy out with Ozzie Albies at the plate. High in the sky. Harper discards his hat again. There's a shocker, and there's one away. 1 down. Not only does it have several different colors, it also shimmers in the light. It really is strange that the umpires allow it and the Braves, the other batters, not just the Braves, the batters around the league don't say something about it. Lefty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way to Riley. High and out of the zone, 98 miles an hour. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Alvarado lets it fly. High and out of the zone, 99 miles an hour, 2-0. So a 2-0 count to Riley. Braves' magic number is 4. They're 3 outs away from cutting it to 2. We would love an insurance run or two. The 2-0 pitch. Swung on, rifled foul and out of play. 98-mile-an-hour fastball at the knees on the outer part of the plate. We'll do it again. Iglesias looks warm and ready. The 2-1 to Riley. Alvarado comes set. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. 99 miles an hour, blew it right by him. It's 2-2. You got a 2-2 count. Kicks and deals in the dirt, almost Good job by Real Muta from blocking that ball. That ball was shot up and hit Riley. Full count now to Austin Riley. 3-2 count. 1 out. Nobody on. The pitch on the way. Off the plate, wide, ball 4. So Austin Riley gets the Braves a base runner. It's been a little quiet the last couple of innings. Braves put 5 on the board in the 5th, and since then, done little. That'll bring Matt Olson to play. He hit home run number 51 last time up. 52 would break the Braves record. The first pitch on the way. 100 miles an hour at the knees. Lefty-lefty matchup. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Alvarado comes set. Rocks and fires. Down and in. 1-1. Jose Alvarado. 182 ERA. A 1.21 whip. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on, taps it foul off the home plate, and it's 1-2. Standing on deck is Marcell Ozuna, 1 out. The 1-2 to Olson. Alvarado comes set. Kicks and deals. Swing and just got a piece of that to stay alive. Rolls it foul back behind home plate. But got just enough of it. It looked like the ball ricocheted off his foot after it hit his bat. It did. It hit his thigh and then hit the back calf. So a 1-2 count to Olson. 1 out, 1 on. Braves up by 1. The pitch on the way. Caught looking, strike 3. 99 miles an hour right there at the knees. Not sure what Olson was waiting on. But he got the best seat in the house for strike 3. So 2 down, and now Marcell Ozuna, who hit a 3-run home run earlier. We'll see if he can hit a deuce. Make it a 3-run game. The first pitch on the way. Fastball right down the pipe for a strike. It's 0-1. Marcell Ozuna 2 for 4. Now with 81 RBI, 34 home runs. The 0-1 pitch on the way. Just misses outside, 1-1. If Ozuna can keep it going, Travis d'Arnaud is due up. On deck, Rosario in the hole. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on, fouled straight back, and it's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Marcell Ozuna trying to extend the Braves lead. Atlanta leads at 6-5. Top of the 9th, 2 outs. Standing room only in Philadelphia. The 1-2 pitch. On the way, swung on, just got a piece of that one. We'll do it again at 1-2. Braves led this game 6-1. Going to the bottom of the 7th. They gave up a run there in the 7th and then 3 in the 8th. And 6-5 is where we stand. The 1-2 to Ozuna. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Nowhere near that ball. That one dove around his ankles, and that'll end the inning. Braves put 1 on, but that's about it. We'll be back in a flash to see if Iglesias can slam the door against Harper and the boys.
Came out of Walmart. I mean, I'm literally still sitting in the parking lot. And I was standing near these people, and I heard this girl look at this dude, and she went, "I am going to get my belly button pierced." And he said, "Good." Now you'll have somewhere to put your air freshener. And I was like,
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Still, the family of baseball continued to grow. Larry McPhail's grandson Andy ran a team. Yogi Berra's son Dale played for a while. And one evening in California, back-to-back home runs were hit by Ken Griffey and Ken Griffey Jr. In Hoboken, New Jersey, the factory Maxwell House had built on the Elysian Fields where baseball began closed down. And that same year, the Baltimore Orioles opened a brand new, old-style ballpark on the site of the saloon once owned by the father of Babe Ruth.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. We'll head to the bottom of the ninth. Braves lead by 1, clinging to that 1-run lead, and they will face the heart of the Philadelphia Phillies order. Trey Turner, Alec Bohm, Bryce Harper all due up in this inning. Righty-righty matchup. Iglesias kicks and fires the first pitch, swung on, fouls it straight back. It's 0-1. One thing we do know, there will be a game 4 tomorrow night, 6:40 first pitch. We'll have it right here. Spencer Strider night versus Christopher Sanchez. Good pitching matchup again. Two young, really good young pitchers. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. It's 0-2. We also know we're either going to be really mad or really happy after this half inning. The 0-2 from Iglesias comes set. The pitch on the way. High and out of the zone, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Razel comes set and the pitch goes swing and fouls it out of play. 96 miles an hour up top will do it again. 1-2 count. Bottom of the ninth inning. Iglesias lets it go. Swing, and that ball is hit hard down the third base line, but plenty foul. Towards the Braves dugout near the camera well, way out in front of that pitch. He went fastball 4 times in a row and then pulled the change on that to get him way out in front. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt, 2-2. So a 2-2 count, once up 0-2. Now they start to nibble and they fall behind, or they fall even. On a 2-2 count to Turner. The pitch on the way, nowhere near the zone, 3-2. Don't know why Travis is sitting out there way outside. So now you got a full count. They've worked it full. The 3-2 pitch. Swung on, belted. High and gone. The game is tied. Nibbling got the game tied. See it time and time again. It's 6-6. It's unbelievable. They get an 0-2 count. And then Darnode, when he is behind the plate, will start nibbling and try to, it's almost like he's trying to outsmart the batter instead of use the good stuff that the pitcher has. Once you get it to 3-2, they pretty much know what's coming. So, tie game, new game. Braves will try to push it to extra innings. 6-6 your score, bottom of the 9th inning. Second blown save for Iglesias in as many days. He's given up a home run to Turner. Yesterday gave up a home run to Bryce Harper. Alec Bohm is now due up. Not sure why there's such a huge delay. So here we go. Nobody out. The first pitch to Bohm, down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swung on and bang foul. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch, down and away, 2-1. You got a 2-1 count. Iglesias yet to record an out, 11 pitches into the inning. The 2-1 pitch, swung on, bang foul, it's 2-2. Braves 6, Phillies 6, bottom 9. The 2-2. Swung on, and that ball is going to get dribbled into right field, down for a base hit. Acuna cuts it off, keeps Bohm at first, but now you got a runner on first, nobody out, and Bryce Harper coming to the plate. Bryce Harper yesterday took Iglesias yard on the first pitch he saw. It was a changeup on the outer edge that let Harper extend his arms and hammer the ball. Harper's already hit one tonight. One on, nobody out. First pitch, 95 up top. Blew it right by him. It's 0-1. Braves 6, Phillies 6, bottom 9. Nobody out. Bohm stands on first, representing the winning run. The 0-1 pitch. Right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Fastball misses high, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. He's gone 3 straight fastballs to Harper. Remember, it was the changeup that he went yard. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on, pops it up. Back out of play. We'll do it again. That was the slider that went in on his hands. Braves playing Harper to pull. Arcia closest to second for a possible double play. The 1-2 pitch. Inside almost gets him, 2-2. Standing on deck is JT Realmuto. In the hole, Castellanos. So the worst part of the Phillies' order to face at this juncture. Iglesias comes set. The 2-2. Off the plate, nowhere near the plate. Changeup misses, ball 3. So he's worked another full count. Harper going to be sitting dead red on this one to try to walk it off. The 3-2 pitch. Swung on, hammered into right field, down for a base hit. It's going to get down. Here comes Acuna. Gets the ball, gets it in. Bone played station to station, so he did not want to test Acuna's arm. But you got runners on first and second, nobody out. Iglesias is 20 pitches in and is yet to record an out. Didn't really hit the ball on the screws. Had enough topspin to get it over the infield. That'll bring JT Real Muto up. Real Muto 1 for 4. He'll try to walk it off. Runs pretty well for a catcher, though you can double him up. The first pitch on the way, swing and a miss. It's on 1. Really felt like that Harper was in Iglesias' head in that at bat. The 0-1. Runners on first and second. Nobody out. Double play would be huge here. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Took a little something off that one. So 0-2. So he went 92 sinker, 89 change. No 2 count to Real Muto. Standing on deck is Castellanos. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Blew it right by him. Locomotive right down the line on the outer edge. And there's 1 away. Big strikeout for Iglesias, though he's not out of the woods yet. Castellanos coming to the plate. And on deck is Stott. Braves 6, Phillies 6. What an incredible series this has been so far. Braves won the first one, 10-8 in extras. First pitch on the way, swung on. That ball's hit hard on the ground to Riley. Riley's got it, fires it to Ozzie, and it's going to be a 5-4-3 inning-ending double play. And we'll head to extra innings, see if we can do this again. Braves 6, Phillies 6, heading to 10.
We have no midsize available at the moment.
I don't understand. I made a reservation. Do you have my reservation?
Yes, we do. Unfortunately, we ran out of cars.
But the reservation keeps the car here. That's why you have the reservation.
I know why we have reservations.
I don't think you do.
If you grew up in Gen X, you had your parents who told you every single day that you were like 1 second away from being murdered or kidnapped. Every single day. We had to get our fingerprints and our photo taken every school year in case we got kidnapped. And if that wasn't traumatizing enough, they put all the missing kids on the side of our milk carton that we drank at lunch. We had to practice what we would do if we caught on fire because they made it seem like we were going to catch on fire all the time. Every time you got on the escalator with your mom, you were doing something wrong. You were too close to this, your shoe was too untied. They insisted that if we made one wrong move on that escalator, we were going to get sucked down into those metal teeth and like put in like ground beef. I still have anxiety about escalators. They made us think we were going to die all the time.
Armchair.
You have to have moments that give you pleasure with your children or your hobbies or your games. And life can't all be big issues and heart surgery. You need something to give up. Something has to bring joy into the day. I've always thought that the 6 months during the baseball season, there was something in the day that wasn't there the other 6 months in winter. It was not that you had to listen to the game, but that you could if you needed it.
Crowd is on their feet. Christian Yelich, single and a run, very dangerous hitter. Cross everything. We're trying to get one more strike out of Will Smith. Called third strike. He got caught watching the paint dry, and that's it. The Atlanta Braves will head to the National League Championship Series. They knock out the Milwaukee Brewers. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves will try to get their old friend Craig Kimbrell, as we'll have a pinch runner. Looks like, I believe that's Forrest Wall heading to second base. He will be, this is exactly how it played out yesterday. Forrest Wall will come in for the designated hitter, Marcell Ozuna. Forrest Wall came around to score. The Braves won by 2 in extra innings after Iglesias gave up the home run that tied it in the bottom of the 9th. We'll take an exact replay of that right now. The first pitch on the way. Travis d'Arnaud swing and a miss for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Righty-righty matchup. Kimbrel comes set, lets it go. High and inside, 95 miles an hour, 1-1. St. Louis did beat Baltimore. So magic number for best record in baseball will go to 15. 14 if the Braves can win. The 1-1 pitch, down and away, 2-1. The Braves can come back and win this game. Magic number for the National League East will be just 2. If not, it'll remain at 4. We'll try to cut it in half tomorrow night. The 2-1 pitch. Kimbrel swung on, fouled back out of play. It's 2-2. Forrest Wall gone on that pitch. d'Arnaud really shouldn't have swung at that because he had that base stolen. He had a huge jump. Easily would have had third. With only 1 strike, d'Arnaud should have ate that. The 2-2. Kimbrel comes set. Pitch on the way. Swung on, bounced up the middle. It's going to be made by Turner. Flips it over to first. 6-3 put out. Wall does go down to first. Down from second to third, I should say. 90 feet away with 1 out. Most likely, Philadelphia Phillies will bring the infield in now, and they do. That'll face Eddie Rosario, and you hate this because Eddie cannot stay off the high pitch, and you know they're going to be trying to get him to pop up. The first pitch on the way to Eddie, swung on and missed that one. Man alive, that was his pitch. A slider right down the middle, and it's 0-1. Infield in on the grass. The 0-1 pitch. On the way, swung at 1, nowhere near the zone. It's 0-2. So once again, Eddie just cannot lay off that fastball, especially outside. And that one was in the other batter's box. So an 0-2 count. Rosario. I don't know why you'd throw him anything else. The 0-2 pitch. Inside. Just missed, I guess. 1-2. I don't know why Kimbrel would throw him anything but that outside fastball because he will chase that. The 1-2. Here's hoping he throws that knuckle curve again and Eddie connects. The 1-2 pitch to Rosario. Kimbrel comes set. Swung on. Pops it up. Foul back out of play. Do it again. Forrest Wall on third. One of the faster base runners in the game. Anything to the outfield should tag him up and take the lead. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and rifles that foul back out of play. We'll do it again. Another fastball up top. Just got a piece of that. He's gone 3 straight fastballs after leading him off with that knuckle curve. The 1-2 pitch. Kimbrel comes set, hangs his arm off the right side, straightens up and lets it fly. It's just got a piece of that. I don't even know how JT Realmuto did not hold on to that. It popped out of his glove. Just enough spin to come out of the leather. We'll do it again at 1-2. They've gone fastball, 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 just tempting him up top. Kimbrel comes set. The 1-2 pitch. On the way, swung on, foul back out of play. We'll do it again. So a 1-2 count. 7 pitches in this at bat so far. All but the first have been fastballs up top. The 1-2 pitch. Comes set. Swung on, grounded hard past the diving Bryce Harper. Here comes Forrest Wall. He'll score, and your Atlanta Braves break the tie. It's 7-6 hot Atlanta. He finally got a fastball he could stay on top of. Hit it hard on the ground. That ball was hit right in between Harper and Stott. They both dove to the ground trying to stop it, but when you're that close to the plate, might as well have your eyes closed. 7-6 your score. First pitch on the way to Arcia. It's a knuckle curve that drifts inside. They call that a strike. It was not. It's 0-1. Pitch was way inside. Another bad call by Moscaso. We saw him in the playoffs. The 0-1 pitch swung on, foul back out of play. 96 up top. 0-2. Michael Harris II stands on deck. Big question will be, who do the Braves go to in the 9th? The 0-2 from Kimbrel. Pitch on the way. Down. I guess they're going to say that one was just a touch low. 1-2. It may have been a hair low, but you could have easily seen him rung up on that one. Arcia fortunate he didn't pull the trigger. The 1-2 pitch. Kimbrel lets it go way off the plate wide. 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Orlando Arcia stands at the plate with 2 strikes. At first is Rosario with 1 out. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on. That ball is hammered high and deep. Will it get enough? It will not. It's going to die at the warning track. And here comes Rosario. He's sliding head first, and your Atlanta Braves have put another go-ahead run at second. When that ball first left the bat, it looked like he had absolutely tattooed it. He got just underneath it. That is hard to believe that he did not hammer that out. Those swings by Arcia normally leave the building. There's a slight wind in left field that may have knocked it down. Marsh got the ball. I mean, his backside was on the wall. So a long, loud out number 2. Michael Harris II stands on deck. Stands at the plate, excuse me. And the one thing that you do know, they don't want to pitch around him because Ronald Acuna Jr. stands on deck. The other good thing you can see from this too, if we do not score, and let's say if it goes to an 11th inning, Michael Harris would be your runner at second. Pitch on the way to Harris. Down and in. Tried to get him to chase that knuckle curve. It's 1-0. Michael Harris 1 for 4. A single, a run scored. It's got an 811 OPS with 16 home runs. We're just looking for a single here to score Eddie. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on, lifted high and deep down the left field line. Making the catch in the corner is Marsh. 2 very good plays by Marsh will end the inning. But up for your Atlanta Braves. Put 1 on the board. We'll see if we can shut them down here in the bottom of the 10th. Braves lead it 7-6.
Here's my problem with cats. Best case scenario. You get the smartest cat in the world. He still craps in your house. I'll tell you what. Instead of getting a cat, why don't we all just stop flushing?
Braves Country Today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country Today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country Today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
I was a natural-born kicker, bent upon making trouble for others. I had an instinctive dislike both to study and work, and I shirked them whenever the opportunity offered. Cap Anson.
His real name was Adrian Constantine Anson, but those who cheered him for 27 years knew him first as Baby, then as Cap, and finally as Pop. He was the greatest player of his century. Anson played every position but pitcher for the Philadelphia Athletics, then joined Spalding's Chicago White Stockings and became first baseman and captain. He batted over 300 for 20 consecutive seasons, drove in 1,700 runs, and was the first man ever to accumulate 3,000 hits. Chicago fans loved Anson, but his players did not. He was too stern a taskmaster for that, imposing bed checks, levying $100 fines for beer drinking, insisting they report for a new early season workout he called spring training. Cap Anson was the symbol, one writer said, of all that was strong and good in baseball.
Well, this ought to be interesting. Brad Hand. We're wondering who it would be. Not a lot of options if you really look at it. They really use their early bullets. And Hand will come on to try to close this game for your Atlanta Braves. Does have closing experience, obviously. He's being asked to face Stott, who hit a home run in the 8th. Feels like everyone's hit a home run in this game. Still available on the bench in the bullpen. It's a lefty-lefty matchup. We'll start it. Stott shows bunt, drops it down the line. Foul, it's 0-1. I may lose you. I'm getting some really bad lightning out here. That came dangerously close. The 0-1 pitch. Lefty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way. Inside, almost gets him. It's 1-1. I don't know if y'all could hear that or not, but that was very close. That thing echoed through our studio. The 1-1. Hand comes set. Pitch on the way. Off the plate wide, 2-1. The other options that they have in the bullpen right now would have been Kirby Yates. They may not want to use him again. He has been quite a bit. A.J. Smith-Shawver, Pierce Johnson, Jackson Stevens, but he went long yesterday, so I doubt he's available. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Brad Hand being asked to hold the line. The 2-2 pitch. Hand kicks and deals. Swung on. Just got a piece of that. Drags it foul down the third base line. 2-2. You had a 2-2 count. Lefty-lefty matchup. Hand comes set. Kicks and deals. Swung on. Grounded over to first. Stepping on the bag is Olsen. But easily bringing Castellanos over to third on the productive out as he dragged it over to first base. There's one away. So the tying run will move up just 90 feet away. So lefty-lefty matchup in the Braves infield is in once again. Pitch on the way to Marsh is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Hand looking for a strikeout, a pop out, an atom ball right into someone's glove. Anything else will most likely score Castellanos. You also have the option of pitching around Marsh and setting up the double play. The 0-1 pitch, kicks and deals, swung on and missed. It's 0-2. On deck is Rojas. Considering what's available here, I believe that if they go to another pitcher, it may be Shawver if we have to go farther than 10 innings. The 0-2 pitch. Down and away, tried to get him to chase that slider off the plate. 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Hand comes set. Lefty-lefty matchup. Southpaw slowly kicks and deals. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Yak 'em. A big out number 2. Kind of lulled him to sleep with that delivery, then just flipped that slider by him. And there's 2 away. So a big out here. That'll bring Sosa to the plate. On deck is Schwarber. First pitch on the way to Sosa, right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. He's got that sweeper, got that slider. Doesn't throw hard as he used to, but the crafty lefty's trying to get through one more out. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, pops it up, high in the sky. Can of corn. Ozzie Albies has it, and your Atlanta Braves win. Braves win. Your Braves win 7-6. Unbelievable. The magic number is now 2. This team just does not know how to win the easy one on the road here in Philadelphia. What a series this has been. Your final score 7-6. Last night, yesterday, the final scores were 10-8 and 8-6. Braves have taken a 2-1 lead. Game 4 will be in Philadelphia tomorrow night. We'll have pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. That's assuming my heart can take it. Braves, 7 runs, 10 hits, no errors. Philadelphia, 6 runs, 12 hits, no errors. Glacius gets the win, the irony in that. Hand gets the save. And I guess if we're going to give a player of the game, if you would have held on for the win, you almost want to go Max Fried. But the guy did have 3 RBIs. I guess we'll go Marcell Ozuna. This was such a group effort. It's kind of hard to pick one. Y'all give me your thoughts in the chat. I'm going to go with Ozuna, but I could be talked in to a number of players, including, heck, let's be honest, Brad Hand. That was a huge 3 outs that he came in and got. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. Hope y'all enjoyed this half as much as I did, as the Atlanta Braves win this one 7-6. We'll say goodnight. We'll see you tomorrow, 6:40 first pitch. Pre-game will come on. Pre-game will come on 6 o'clock. And your Atlanta Braves, 2. The magic number is 2. And if we clinch tonight, or clinch tomorrow night, we will stay up and do a post-game show celebration. If not, then maybe we get a chance to do it Friday. Y'all have a great night. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. Love y'all, Braves country. We're 1 W away from taking the division once again.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of two X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.